Notes of Birmingham in the past. Birmingham to the 7th century. We have no record or traces whatever of there being inhabitants in this neighborhood, though there can be little doubt that in the time of the invasion of the Romans, some British strongholds were within a few miles of the place, sundry remains having been found to show that many battles had been fought near here. If residents there were prior to King Edward the Confessor's reign, they would probably be of Gurth's tribe, and their huts even Hutton, antiquarian and historian as he was, failed to find traces of. How the name of this our dwelling place came about, nobody knows. Not less than 12 dozen ways have been found to spell it, a score of different derivations discovered for it, and guesses innumerable given as to its origin, but we still wait for the information required. Birmingham in the Conqueror's days. The manor was held in 1066 by Alwine, son of Wigod the Dane, who married the sister of the Saxon Leofric, Earl of Mercia. According to Domesday Book, in 1086, it was tenanted by Richard, who held under William Fitzansculf, and included 4 hides of land and half a mile of wood worth 20s. There were 150 acres in cultivation, with but 9 residents, 5 villeins, and 4 borderers. In 1181, there were 18 freeholders, liber tenants, in Birmingham cultivating 667 acres, and 35 tenants in Domain, holding 158 acres, the whole value being £13 2d. Birmingham in the feudal period. The number of armed men furnished by this town for Edward Roman III's wars were 4, as compared with 6 from Warwick and 40 from Coventry. Birmingham in the time of the Edwards and Harry's. The manor passed from the Birmingham family in 1537 through the knavish trickery of Lord Ellisle, to whom it was granted in 1545. The fraud, however, was not of much service to the noble rascal, as he was beheaded for treason in 1553. In 1555, the manor was given by Queen Mary to Thomas Marrow, of Berkswell. Birmingham in 1538. Leland, who visited here about this date, says in his itinerary, "There be many smithies in the town that use to make knives and all manner of cutlery tools, and many lorimers that make bits, and a great many nailers, so that a great part of the town is maintained by smiths, who have their iron and sickle out of Staffordshire." He describes the town as consisting of one street, about a quarter of a mile long, a pretty street or ever I entered, and this street, as I remember, is called Dirty. Birmingham in 1586. Camden in his Britannica, published this year, speaks of Birmingham, swarming with inhabitants and echoing with the noise of anvils, for the most part of them are smiths. Birmingham in 1627, in a book issued at Oxford, this year mention is made of Bremencham inhabited with blacksmiths, and forging sundry kinds of iron utensils. Birmingham in 1635, as showing the status the town held at this date, we find that it was assessed for ship money by Charles I at £100, the same as Warwick, while Sutton Coldfield had to find £80 and Coventry £266. Birmingham in 1656. Dugdale speaks of it as being a place very eminent for most commodities made of iron. Birmingham in 1680-90. Macaulay says, "The population of Birmingham was only 4,000, and at that day nobody had heard of Birmingham guns." He also says there was not a single regular shop where a Bible or almanac could be bought. On market days, a bookseller named Michael Johnson, father of the great Samuel Johnson, came over from Lichfield and opened a stall for a few hours, and this supply was equal to the demand. The gun trade, however, was introduced here very soon after, for there is still in existence a warrant from the Office of Ordnance to pay to John Smart for Thomas Hadley and the rest of the gunmakers of Birmingham, 1 debenture of fourscore and £16 and 18 shillings, dated 14th of July, 1690. Alexander Misson, visiting this town in his travels, said that swords, heads of canes, snuff-boxes, and other fine works of steel could be had cheaper and better here than even in famed Milan. Birmingham in 1691, the author of The New State of England, published this year, says, "Bromican drives a good trade in iron and steel wares, saddles and bridles, which find good vent at London, Ireland, and other parts." By another writer, Birmingham is described as a large and well-built town, very populous, much resorted to, and particularly noted a few years ago for the counterfeit groats made here, and dispersed all of in the kingdom. Birmingham in 1731, an old road book of this date, says that Birmingham, Bromicam, or Bremicam is a large town, well-built and populous. The inhabitants, being mostly smiths, are very ingenious in their way and vend vast quantities of all sorts of iron wares. The first map of the town, Wesley's, was published in this year. It showed the manor house on an oval island, about 126 yards long by 70 yards extreme width, surrounded by a moat about 12 yards broad. Paradise Street was then but a road through the fields. Easy Hill, now Easy Row, Summer Hill, Newhall Hill, Ludgate Hill, Constitution Hill, and Snow Hill Pleasant Pastures. Birmingham in 1750, Bradford's plan of the town, published in 1751, showed a walk by Rhea Side, where lovers could take a pleasant stroll from Heath Mill Lane. The country residences at Mount Pleasant, now Ann Street, were surrounded with gardens, and it was a common practice to dry clothes on the hedges in Snow Hill. In England's Gazetteer, published about this date, Birmingham or Bromican is said to be a large, well-built and populous town, noted for the most ingenious artificers in boxes, buckles, buttons, and other iron and steel wares, wherein such multitudes of people are employed that they are sent all over Europe. And here is a continual noise of hammers, anvils, and files. Birmingham in 1765, Lord and Lady Shelburne visited here in 1765. Her ladyship kept a diary, and in it she describes Mr. Baskerville's house, Easy Row, as a pretty place out of the town. She also mentions visiting a Quaker's to see the making of guns. Birmingham in 1766 in a new tour through England, by George Beaumont, Esquire, and Capt. Henry Disney, Birmingham is described as a very large populous town, the upper part of which stands dry on the side of a hill, but the lower is watery and inhabited by the meaner sort of people. They are employed here in the iron works, in which they are such ingenious artificers that their performances in the small wares of iron and steel are admired both at home and abroad. Teas much improved of late years, both in public and private buildings. Birmingham in 1781. Hutton published his History of Birmingham this year. He estimated that there were then living 94 townsmen who were each worth over £5,000, 80 pounds worth over £10,000, 17 pounds worth over £20,000, 8 pounds worth over £30,000, 7 pounds worth over £50,000, and 3 at least worth over £100,000 each. Birmingham in 1812. The appearance of the town then would be strange indeed to those who know but the Birmingham of today. Many half-timbered houses remained in the Bull Ring, and cows grazed near where the town hall now stands, there being a farmhouse at the back of the site of Christ Church, then being built. Recruiting parties paraded the streets with fife and drum almost daily, and when the London mail came in with news of some victory in Spain, it was no uncommon thing for the workmen to take the horses out and drag the coach up the Bull Ring amid the cheers of the crowd. At night, the streets were patrolled by watchmen, with rattles and lanterns, who called the hours and the weather. Ob House, so called from the initials inscribed thereon to show the division of the parishes of Aston and Birmingham near to De Rytund Bridge. Early in 1880, 3 part of the foundations were uncovered, showing that the old building was raised on wooden piles, when the neighborhood was little better than a swamp. ABC timetable was first issued in July 1853. A rival, called the Zeiss timetable, on a system that was to make all the puzzles of Bradshaw as plain as pikestaves, was brought out in August 1877, but it required such extra wise heads to understand its simplicity that before one could be found the whole thing was lost, the old alpha being preferred to the new omega. Accidents and accidental deaths are of constant occurrence. Those here noted are but a few which, from their peculiar nature, have been placed on record for reference. A woman fell in Pudding Brook, June 3, 1794, and was drowned in the puddle. In 1789, a Mr. Wright, a patent maker of Digbeth, attempted to cross the old bridge over the Rhea, fell in and was smothered in the mud. The bridge in Wheely's Road was burst up by flood waters, November 26, 1853. 5 men were killed by the fall of a scaffold in New Street Station, Oct. 11, 1862. A lady was accidentally shot in Cheapside, Nov. 5. 1866. Pratt, a marker at Bournebrook Rifle Range, was shot April 12, 1873. The body of a man named Thomas Bishop who had fallen in a midden in Oxford Street was found Oct. 3, 1873. Charles Henry Porter, surgeon Aug. 10, 1876, died from an overdose of prussic acid taken as a remedy. Richard Riley was killed by the bursting of a soda water bottle, June 19, 1877. Alfred Mills drowned in a vinegar vat at the brewery in Glover Street, March 7, 1878. Two gentlemen, Messrs. W. Arnold and G. Barker, while on a visit of inspection at Sandwell Park Colliery, Nov. 6, 1878, were killed by falling from the cage. Two miners, father and son, were killed by a fall of coal in the following week. A water main, 30 inches diameter, burst in Wheeler Street, June 17, 1879. On the night of Sep. 5, 1880, Mrs. Kingham, landlady of the Hen and Chickens, fell through a doorway on the third-story landing into the yard, dying a few hours after. The doorway was originally intended to lead to a gallery of the aquarium, then proposed to be built at the back of the hotel. January 12, 1881, a helper in the menagerie at Sanger's exhibition, then at Bingley Hall, was attacked and seriously injured by a lion, whose den he was cleaning out. The animal was beaten off by the keeper, the said keeper, Alacamusa, himself being attacked and injured a few days after by the same animal. A child of 17 months fell onto a sewer grating in River Street, May 28, 1881, and died from the effects of hot steam arising therefrom, neighboring manufacturers pouring their waste boiler water into the sewers. Accidental deaths by drowning. 5 persons were drowned at Soho Pool on Christmas Day, 1822, through the ice breaking under them. In 1872, John Jeromes lost his life while trying to save a boy who had fallen into Faisley Street Canal. £200 subscriptions were raised for his wife and family. A boat upset at the reservoir, April 11, 1873, when 1 life was lost. Boat upset at Kirby's Pools, whereby 1 Lawrence Joyce was drowned, May 17, 1875. 2 men were also drowned here July 23, 1876. 3 boys and a young man named Hodgetts who attempted to save them were drowned Jan 16, 1876 at Green's Hole Pool, Garrison Lane, through breaking of the ice. Arthur, 3rd son of Sir C.B. Adderley, was drowned near Blair Athol, July 1, 1877, aged 21. 4 boys were drowned at the reservoir, July 26, 1877. 2 children were drowned in the Ria at Jakeman's Fields, May 30, 1878. Reverend S. Fidian, a Wesleyan minister of this town, aged nearly 80, was drowned while bathing at Barmouth, Aug. 4, 1880. A Mrs. Satchwell was drowned at Earlswood, Feb. 3, 1883, though a carrier's cart falling over the embankment into the reservoir in the dusk of the evening. The horse shared the fate of the lady, but the driver escaped. Accidental death from electricity. Jan. 20, 1880, a musician named Augustus Biederman took hold of 2 joints of the wires supplying the electric lights of the Holt Theatre, and receiving nearly the full force of the 40-horsepower battery, was killed on the spot. Accidents from fallen buildings. A house in Snow Hill fell, Sept. 1, 1801, when 4 persons were killed. During the raising of the roof of Town Hall, John Heap was killed by the fall of a principal Jan. 26, 1833, and Wynne. Badger, injured same time, died a few weeks after. Memorial stone in St. Philip's Churchyard. Welch's Pea Shop, Temple Street, fell in March 5, 1874. 2 houses fell in Great Lister Street, Aug. 18, 1874, and 1 in Lower Windsor Street, Jan. 13, 1875. 3 houses collapsed in New Summer Street, April 4, 1875, when 1 person was killed and 9 others injured. 4 houses fell in Tanter Street, Jan. 1, 1877, when a boy was lamed. 2 men were killed and several injured by chimney blown down at Dakin and Sons, Jennings Row, Jan. 30, 1877, and 1 man was killed by wall blown down in Harborne Road, Feb. 20, same year. Some children playing about a row of condemned cottages, Court 2, Gem Street, Jan. 11, 1885, contrived to pull part onto their heads, killing one and injuring others. Accidents from fire February, 1875, was an unfortunate month for the females, an old woman being burnt to death on the 5th, a middle-aged one on the 7th, and a young one on the 12th. Accidents through lightning. A boy was struck dead at Bordesley Green, July 30, 1871. Two men, William Harvey and James Stedman, were similarly killed at Chester Street Wharf, May 14, 1879. Harvey was followed to the grave by a procession of white-smocked navvies. Accidents at places of amusement. Sudden panic and alarm have caused several deaths and many injuries at the Spread Eagle Concert Hall, Bull Ring, May 5, 1855. The female Blondin was killed by falling from the high rope at Aston Park, July 20, 1863. A trapeze gymnast, Fritz, was killed at Day's Concert Hall, Nov. 12, 1870. A boy was killed by falling from the gallery at the Theatre Royal, Feb. 16, 1873. At Holder's Concert Hall, April 1, 1879, Alfred Bishop, 12, had his leg broken while doing the shooting star trick. Accidents in the streets on New Year's Day, 1745, a man was killed by a wagon going over him, owing to the steepness of Carr's Lane. The Shrewsbury coach was upset at Hockley, May 24, 1780, when several passengers were injured. The Chester mail coach was upset, April 15, 1787, while rounding the Welsh Cross, and several persons much injured. Feb. 28, 1875, must be noted as the Slippery Day. No less than 40 persons, 12 with broken limbs, being taken to the hospitals through falling in the icy streets. Captain Thornton was killed by being thrown from his carriage, May 22, 1876. The coroner's van was upset in Livery Street, Jan. 24, 1881, and several jurymen injured. Accidents on the rails. An accident occurred to the Birmingham Express train at Shipton on Christmas Eve, 1874, whereby 26 persons were killed and 180 injured. In the excitement at Snow Hill Station, a young woman was pushed under a train and lost both her legs, though her life was saved, and she now has artificial lower limbs. Police officer Kimberly was killed in the crush at Olton Station on the race day, Feb. 11, 1875. While getting out of carriages, while the train was in motion, a man was killed at New Street Station, May 15, 1875, and on the 18th, another at Snow Hill. And though such accidents occur almost weekly, on some line or other, people keep on doing it. 3 men were killed on the line near King's Norton, Sept. 28, 1876. Mr. Pipkins, station master at Winson Green, was killed Jan. 2, 1877. Inspector Bellamy, for 30 years at New Street Station, fell while crossing a carriage and was killed April 15, 1879. Accox Green, a few years back only a little village, is fast becoming a thriving suburban town. The old estate of about 150 acres was lotted out for building in 1839, the sale being then conducted by Messrs. E. and C. Robbins, August 19. The public hall, which cost about £3,000, was opened December 20, 1878, its principal room being 74 feet long, 30 feet wide, and 30 feet high. Adderley, Sir Charles B. Adderley, was gazetted a peer April 16, 1878, his title being Baron Norton, of Norton-on-the-Moors, Staffordshire. Adderley Park was opened Aug. 30, 1856. Its area is 10A, or 22p, and the corporation hold it as tenants under a 999 years lease at Fives, rental. A reading room and branch library was opened on Jan. 11, 1864. Advertisements. The duty on advertisements in newspapers was abolished Aug. 41,853. One of the most attractive styles of advertising was that adopted by Messrs. Walter Showell and Son, August 30, 1881, when the Birmingham Daily Post gave up a whole page for the firm's use. 10,000 copies were sent to their customers by early post on day of publication. Afghan War. A stormy town's meeting on this subject was held in the Town Hall, Dec. 3, 1878, memorable for the interference of the police by order of the mayor, and the proceedings consequent thereon. Agricultural laborers, Joss. Arch, their champion, addressed a meeting in their behalf at Town Hall, Dec. 1873, and other meetings were held April 15 and July 3 following. A collection made for some of the laborers on strike amounted to 137 9 pounds, 2 pounds 1 2d. Agricultural shows. The Warwickshire Agricultural Show, with the Birmingham Horse Show, and the Rose Show began at Aston, June 17, 1873. The first exhibition here of the Royal Agricultural Society took place July 1924, 1876 in Aston Park, specially granted by the corporation. See cattle shows and see. Albion metal, tin rolled on lead, much used for making lace, and C for coffin decoration, was introduced in 1804, being the invention of Thomas Dobbs, a comic actor, then engaged at the Theatre Royal. He was also the designer of a reaping machine, and made one and showed it with real corn for his benefit on the stage of the Theatre Royal in 1815. Alcester Turnpike Road was first used in 1767. Aldermancy Corporation. Ales and alehouses were known in this country nearly 1,200 years ago, but the national beverage was not taxed until 1551, a few years previous to which, 1535, hops were first used in place of wormwood. And C. in 1603, it was enacted that not more than 1d equal to 9d value now should be charged per quart for the best ale or beer, or for 2 quarts of the smaller sort. An additional excise duty was imposed on ale and beer in 1643. See also breweries. Almanacs. The first English printed almanac was for the year 1497, and the London Stationers' Company had the monopoly of printing them for nearly 300 years. The first locally printed almanac was the Diaria Britannica, or British Diary, by Messrs. Pearson and Rowlasson, issued in 1787 for 1788 at 9d per copy, in addition to the ones 6d required for stamp duty. It was barely half the size and not a tenth the value of the Diary, published by Messrs. Walter Showell and Sons, and of which 20,000 copies are given away annually. The stamp duty was removed from almanacs in 1834. Showell's almanac, in past years, was highly esteemed before we had been supplied with Moody's, the Red Book, and C. And a copy of it for the year 1839 is valuable as a curiosity, it being issued with a partly printed page with blanks left for the insertion of the names of the members of the corporation, whose first election under the Charter of Incorporation was about to take place. To prevent any mistake, the eskers were carefully printed in where the names of the new aldermen were to go, the blanks for councillors being only honoured with a Mr. Almshouses for Lench's Trust were built in Steelhouse Lane in 1764. In later years, other sets of houses have been built in Caniber Street, Hospital Street, Ravenhurst Street, and Ladywood Road, the inmates, all women, numbering 182. Jas. Dowell's almshouses in Warner Street, consisting of 20 houses and a chapel known as the Retreat, were built in 1820. Mrs. Glover's almshouses in Steelhouse Lane, for 36 aged women, were erected in 1832. James Lloyd's 24 almshouses in Belgrave Street were erected in 1869. Aluminum. This valuable material for the use of one of our staple trades was first obtained by a German chemist in 1837, but was not produced in sufficient quantity for manufacturing purposes until 1854, at which time its market value was 60s per Oz. It gradually cheapened until it is now priced at 5s. And a company has lately been formed for its more easy manufacture, who promised to supply it at about as many pence. Amphitheaters. Astley's celebrated amphitheater was brought here in October, 1787. Mr. and Mrs. Astley themselves had performed in Birmingham as early as 1772. A local amphitheater was opened in Livery Street in 1787, on the present site of Messrs. Billings Printing Works. After the riots of 1791, it was used for a time by the congregations of Old and New Meeting, while their own chapels were being rebuilt. An attempt to bring it back to its old uses failed, and the properties were sold Nov. 25, 1795. Several sects occupied it in after years, the last being the Latter-day Saints. It was taken down in 1848. Another amphitheater was opened at Bingley Hall, December 29, 1853, by the plucky but unlucky John Tonks, a well-known caterer for the public's amusement. Amusement, places of notes of the theaters, concert halls, parks, and sea, will be found under the several headings. Among the most popular series of concerts of late years have been those of a Saturday evening at 3D. Admission in the Town Hall, which began on Nov. 8, 1879, and are continued to present date. Analyst Dr. Hill was appointed borough analyst in Feb. 1861, his duties being to examine and test any sample of food or drinks that may be brought or sent to him in order to prove their purity or otherwise. The fees are limited to a scale approved by the town council. Ancient history of Birmingham can hardly be said to exist. Its rise and progress is essentially modern, and the few notes that have come to us respecting its early history will be found briefly summarized at the commencement of this book. Anti-borough rate meeting in 1874, the town council asked for power to lay a borough rate exceeding 2s. But after 3 days polling, ending March 30, permission was refused by a majority of 654 votes. The power was obtained afterwards. Anti-church rate meetings were frequent enough at one period of our history. The two most worthy of remembrance were those of Dec. 15, 1834, when the rate was refused by a majority of 4,966 votes, and Oct. 1841, when the polling showed 626 for the rate and 7,281 against. Anti-Corn Law meetings were also numerous. The one to recollect is that held Feb. 18, 1842. Anti-Papal Demonstration A Towns meeting took place in the Town Hall, Dec. 11, 1850, to protest against the assumption of ecclesiastical titles by the Catholic hierarchy. About 8,000 persons were present, and the no-popery element was strong, but Joseph Sturge moved an amendment for freedom to all parties, which so split the votes that the mayor said the amendment was not carried and the resolution was lost. Anti-slavery. The first anti-slavery meeting held here was that of Nov. 27, 1787. A local petition to Parliament against the slave trade was presented to the House of Commons, Feb. 11, 1788. A local society was formed here in 1826, Joseph Sturge being secretary, and many meetings were held before the day of abolition was celebrated. The most noteworthy of these was that at D's Assembly Room, April 16, 1833, when G.F. Muntz and the Political Union opposed the agitation. A great meeting, Oct. 14, 1835. Another on Feb. 1, 1836, in which Daniel O'Connell and John Angel James took part. This last was the first large towns meeting at which the total and immediate abolition of slavery was demanded. Joseph Sturge following it up by going to the West Indies and reporting the hardships inflicted upon the blacks under the gradual system, then in operation. Aug. 7, 1838, the day when slavery dropped its chains on English ground, was celebrated here by a children's festival in the town hall, by laying the foundation stone of the Negro Emancipation Schools, Leg Street, and by a public meeting at night, at which Sir Eardley Wilmot, D. O'Connell, Dr. Lushington, Edward Baines, and C. were present. Anti-one thing or t'other. True to their motto, Birmingham people are always ready to oppose the wrong and forward the right. But what is right and what wrong is only to be ascertained by public discussion, and a few dates of celebrated talks are here given. In 1719, the apprenticing of Russian youths to local trades was objected to. In the Christmas week of 1754, public protest was made against the tax on wheel carriages. March 12, 1824, a deputation was sent to Parliament to protest against our workmen being allowed to emigrate, for fear they should teach the foreigners. A proposed new improvement bill was vetoed by the Burgesses, Dec. 18, 1855. We have improved a little since then. An anti-confessional meeting was held Nov. 8, 1877. An Anti-Contagious Diseases Act meeting, April 19, 1877. An Anti-Giving Up Fugitive Slave meeting, Jan. 1, 1876, when a certain Admiralty circular was condemned. An anti-Irish church establishment meeting was held June 14, 1869. An anti-moving the cattle market meeting deck. 14, 1869, Smithfield being preferred to Dudeston Hall. An anti-railway through Sutton Park meeting, April 15, 1872, but the railway is there. An anti-rotten ship and sailor drowning meeting, with Mr. Plimsoll to the fore, May 14, 1873. Another July 29, 1875. An anti-Shanti war meeting, Sept. 29, 1873. An anti-Turkish atrocity meeting, Sept. 7, 1876, followed by one on Oct. 2nd, properly settling the Eastern question. An anti-6 million war vote meeting was held on Jan. 28, 1878, when the Liberal majority was immense. A Tory opposition meeting, in support of the vote, was held Feb. 12, when chairs and forms were broken up to use as arguments, the result being a majority of 2-1 for both sides. An anti-war meeting, May 3, 1878. Anti-vivisection meetings, April 24, 1877 and May 6, 1878. Apollo mostly street opened as a public resort in 1786, the Ria being then a clear running brook. The first tenant did not prosper, for in the first week of March, 1787, the Gazette contained an advertisement that the Apollo Hotel, pleasantly situate in a new street, called Mosley Street, in the hamlet of De Rytund on the banks of the river Ria, with a spacious bowling green and gardens, was to be let, with or without 4 acres of good pasture land. When closed as a licensed house, it was at first divided into 2 residences, but in 1816 the division walls and were removed to fit it as a residence for Mr. Hamper, the antiquary. That gentleman wrote that the prospect at the back was delightful and was bounded only by Bromsgrove Lickey. The building was then called De Rytund House. Aquariums. The aquarium at Aston Lower Grounds was opened July 10, 1879. The principal room has a length of 312 feet, the promenade being 24 feet wide by 20 feet high. The west side of this spacious apartment is fitted with a number of large show tanks, where many rare and choice specimens of marine animals and fishes may be exhibited. On a smaller scale, there is an aquarium at the Crystal Palace Garden at Sutton Coldfield, and a curiosity in the shape of an aquarium bar may be seen at the establishment of Mr. Bailey in Moore Street. Arcades. The arcade between Monmouth Street and Temple Row was commenced April 26, 1875. First illuminated August 19, 1876, and opened for public use on 28th of that month. It is built over that portion of the GWR line running from Monmouth Street to Temple Row, the front facing the Great Western Hotel, occupying the site once filled by the old Quakers' burial ground. It is the property of a company and cost nearly £100,000, the architect being Mr. W. H. Ward. The shops number 38, and in addition there are 56 offices in the galleries. The Central Arcade in Corporation Street, near to New Street, and leading into Cannon Street, is from the designs of the same architect and was opened September 26, 1881. Underneath the arcade proper is the Central Restaurant, and one side of the thoroughfare forms part of the shop of Messrs. Maris and Norton. The Northwestern Arcade, which was opened April 5, 1884, is like a continuation of the first named, being also built over the GWR tunnel and runs from Temple Row to Corporation Street. The architect is Mr. W. Jenkins, and the undertakers Messrs. Wilkinson and Riddell, who occupy the principal frontage. Several of the 26 shops into which the arcade is divided have connection with places of business in Bull Street. The Imperial Arcade, in Dale End, next to St. Peter's Church, is also a private speculation, that of Mr. Thowes Hall, and was opened at Christmas, 1883. It contains, in addition to the frontage, 32 shops, with the same number of offices above, while the basement forms a large room suitable for meetings, auctions, and it being 135 ft. Long, 55 ft. Wide, and nearly 15 ft. High. 2 of the principal features of the arcade are a magnificent stained window, looking towards St. Peter's, and a curious clock, said to be the second of its kind in England. Life-size figures of Guy, Earl of Warwick, and his Countess, with their attendants, striking the hours and quarters on a set of musical bells. the largest of which weighs about 5 cwt. Snow Hill Arcade, opposite the railway station and leading to Slaney Street, is an improvement due to Mr. C. Ada, who has adopted the designs of Mr. J.S. Davis. The Hen and Chickens Arcade has been designed by Mr. J.A. Cossins for a company who purposed to build it and, at the same time, enlarge the well-known New Street Hotel of the same name. The portico and vestibule of the hotel will form the entrance in New Street to the arcade, which will contain 24 good-sized shops, a large basement room for restaurant, and C. The out in Worcester Street being nearly facing the market hall. Area of borough. Birmingham covers an area of 8,400 acres, with an estimated population of 400,680 end of 1881, thus giving an average of 47.7 persons to an acre. As a means of comparison, similar figures are given for a few other large towns. Area and population persons acres in 1881 to acres Bradford, 7,200 544, 2 Bristol, 4 452 185, 3 Leeds, 21 572 158, 1 Leicester, 3 200 350 0 Liverpool, 5 210 834 6 Manchester, 4 293 445, 9 Nottingham, 9 960 964 9 Newcastle, 5 372 822 3 Salford, 5 170 077, 5 Sheffield, 19 651 943 9 Wolverhampton, 396 850. 6. Arms of the Borough. The Town Council, on the 6th day of August, 1867, did resolve and declare that the arms of the borough should be blazoned as follows. First and fourth azure, a bend lozingy, or second and third, party per pale or and gules. See cover. Art and Artists' Academy of Arts was organized in 1814, and an exhibition of paintings took place in Union Passage that year, but the experiment was not repeated. A School of Design, or Society of Arts, was started Feb. 7, 1821, Sir Robert Lawley, the first Lord Wenlock, presenting a valuable collection of casts from Grecian sculpture. The first exhibition was held in 1826, at the Panorama, an erection then standing on the site of the present building in New Street, the opening being inaugurated by a conversazione on September 10. In 1858, the School of Design was removed to the Midland Institute. The Society of Artists may be said to have commenced in 1826, when several gentlemen withdrew from the School of Design. Their number greatly increased by 1,842 when they took possession of the Athenaeum, in which building their exhibitions were annually held until 1858. In that year they returned to New Street, acquiring the title of Royal in 1864. The Art Students' Literary Association was formed in September 1869. Art Gallery and School of Art. In connection with the Central Free Library, a small gallery of pictures, works of art, and loaned or presented to the town, was opened to the public August 1, 1867, and from time to time was further enriched. Fortunately, they were all removed previous to the disastrous fire of Jan. 11, 1879. A portion of the new reference library is at present devoted to the same purpose, pending the completion of the handsome edifice being erected by the Gas Committee at the back of the municipal buildings, and of which it will form a part, extending from Congreve Street along Edmund Street to Eden Place. The whole of the upper portion of the building will be devoted to the purposes of a museum and art gallery. And already, there has been gathered the nucleus of what promises to be one of the finest collections in the kingdom, more particularly in respect to works of art relating more or less to some of the principal manufactures of Birmingham. There are a large number of valuable paintings, including many good specimens of David Cox and other local artists, quite a gallery of portraits of gentlemen connected with the town, and other worthies, a choice collection of gems and precious stones of all kinds, a number of rare specimens of Japanese and Chinese cloisonné enamels, nearly a complete set of the celebrated Soho coins and medals, with many additions of a general character. Many cases of ancient Roman, Greek, and Byzantine coins, more than 100 almost priceless examples of old Italian carvings, in marble and stone, with some dozens of ancient articles of decorative furniture. reproductions of delicately wrought articles of Persian artwork, plate belonging to the old city companies, the universities, and from Amsterdam and The Hague. A collection of Wedgwood and other ceramic ware, the gift of Messrs. R and G Tangai, with thousands of other rare, costly, and beautiful things. In connection with the art gallery is the Public Picture Gallery Fund, the founder of which was the late Mr. Clarkson Osler, who gave 3,000 towards it. From this fund, which at present amounts to about £450 per year, choice pictures are purchased as occasion offers, many others being presented by friends to the town, notably the works of David Cox, which were given by the late Mr. Joseph Nettlefold. The School of Art, which is being built in Edmund Street, close to the art gallery, is so intimately connected therewith that it may well be noticed with it. The ground, about 1,000 square yards, has been given by Mr. Crego Colmore, the cost of election being paid out of £10,000 given by Miss Ryland, and £10,000 contributed by Messrs. Tangai. The latter firm have also given £5,000 towards the art gallery. Mr. Joseph Chamberlain has contributed liberally in paintings and in cash. Other friends have subscribed about £8,000. Mr. Nettlefold's gift was valued at £14,000, and altogether not less than £40,000 has been presented to the town in connection with the art gallery, in addition to the whole cost of the School of Art. Art Union. The first ballot for pictures to be chosen from the annual exhibition of local artists took place in 1835, the Reverend Hugh Hutton having the honor of originating it. The tickets were 21s, each, subscribers receiving an engraving. Ashe, John, M.D. born in 1723, was an eminent physician who practiced in Birmingham for some years, but afterwards removed to London. He devoted much attention to the analysis of mineral waters, delivered the Harveian oration in 1790, and was president of a club which numbered among its members some of the most learned and eminent men of the time. Died in 1798. Ashford, Mary. Sensational trials for murder have of late years been numerous enough. Indeed, though few of them have had much local interest, if we accept that of the poisoner Palmer. The death of the unfortunate Mary Ashford, however, with the peculiar circumstance attending the trial of the supposed murderer, and the latter's appeal to the right, then existing under an old English law of a criminal's claim to a trial of battle, invested the case with an interest which even at this date can hardly be said to have ceased. Few people can be found to give credence to the possibility of the innocence of Abraham Thornton. Yet a careful perusal of a history of the world known, but last wager of battle case, as written by the late Mr. Talman Smith, must lead to the belief that the poor fellow was as much sinned against as sinning, local prejudices and indignant misrepresentations notwithstanding. So far from the appeal to the wager of battle, being the desperate remedy of a convicted felon, to escape the doom justly imposed upon him for such heinous offense as the murder of an innocent girl. It was simply the attempt of a clever attorney to remove the stigma attached to an unfortunate and much maligned client. The dead body of Mary Ashford was found in a pit of water in Sutton Coldfield, on the 27th of May, 1817, she having been seen alive on the morning of the same day. Circumstances instantly, and most naturally, fastened suspicion of foul play upon Abraham Thornton. He was tried at Warwick, at the autumn assizes of the same year, and acquitted. The trial was a very remarkable one. Facts were proved with unusual clearness and precision, which put it beyond the bounds of physical possibility that he could have murdered Mary Ashford. Those facts hinged on the time shown by several different clocks, compared with the standard time kept at Birmingham. But the public feeling on the matter was intense. An engraving of the scene of the alleged murder, with a stimulating letterpress description, was published at the time, and the general sense undoubtedly was that the perpetrator of a very foul murder had escaped his just doom. Hoping to do away with this impression, a well-known local lawyer bethought himself of the long-forgotten appeal of murder, trusting that by a second acquittal Thornton's innocence would be acknowledged by all. Though the condition of all the parties was but humble, friends soon came forward with funds and good advice, so that within the year and a day which the law allowed, proceedings were taken in the name of William Ashford, Mary's brother, who, as next heir, according to the old law, had the sole power of pardon in such a case, for an appeal of murder against Abraham Thornton. What followed is here given in Mr. Talman Smith's own words. I have seen it stated, hot indignation coloring imagination, that here was a weak stripling nobly aroused to avenge the death of his sister, by tendering himself to do battle against the tall, strong man who was charged with her murder. The facts, as they stand, are truly striking enough, but this melodramatic spectacle does not formally true part of them. A writ of appeal of murder was soon issued. It bears the date of 1st October, 1817. Under that writ Thornton was again arrested by the Sheriff of Warwick. On the first day of Michaelmas term, in the same year, William Ashford appeared in the Court of King's Bench at Westminster, as appellant, and Abraham Thornton, brought up on writ of habeas corpus, appeared as appellee. The charge of murder was formally made by the appellant, and time to plead to this charge was granted to the appellee until Monday, 16th November. It must have been a strange and startling scene. On the morning of that Monday, 16th November, 1817, when Abraham Thornton stood at the bar of the Court of King's Bench in Westminster Hall. A scene which that ancient hall had not witnessed within the memory of any living man, but which must have then roused the attention of even its drowsiest haunter. The appellee being brought into court and placed at the bar, I am quoting the original dry technical record of the transaction, and the appellant being also in court, the count was again read over to him, and he was called upon to plead. He pleaded as follows, not guilty, and I am ready to defend the same by my body. And thereupon taking his glove off, he threw it on the floor of the court. That is to say, Ashford having appealed Thornton of the murder, Thornton claimed the right to maintain his own innocence by trial of battle, and so his answer to the charge was a wager of battle. And now the din of fight seemed near, with the Court of King's Bench at Westminster for the arena and the grave judges of that court for the umpires. But the case was destined to add but another illustration to what Cicero tells us of how, oftentimes, arms yield to argument, and the swordsman's looked for laurel vanishes before the pleader's tongue. William Ashford, of course, acting under the advice of those who really promoted the appeal, declined to accept Thornton's wager of battle. Instead of accepting it, his counsel disputed the right of Thornton to wage his battle in this case, alleging, in a very long plea, that there were presumptions of guilt so strong as to deprive him of that right. Thornton answered this plea by another, in which all the facts that had been proved on the trial at Warwick were set forth at great length. And then the case was very elaborately argued, for 3 days, by 2 eminent and able counsel, one of whom will be well remembered by most readers as the late Chief Justice Tyndall. Tyndall was Thornton's counsel. Of course, I cannot go here into the argument. The result was that on 16th April 1881, the full court Lord Ellenborough and Justices Bailey, Abbott, and Holroyd declared themselves unanimously of opinion that the appellee, Thornton, was entitled to wage his battle, no presumptions of guilt having been shown clear enough or strong enough to deprive him of that right. Upon this, Ashford, not having accepted the wager of battle, the appeal was stayed, and Thornton was discharged. Thus no reversal took place of the previous acquittal of Thornton by the jury at Warwick Assizes. But that acquittal had nothing whatever to do with any trial by battle. For I have shown that the wager of battle arose out of a proceeding later than inconsequent upon that acquittal, and that this wager of battle never reached the stage of a trial by battle. What became of Thornton is unknown, but he is supposed to have died in America, where he fled to escape the obloquy showered upon him by an unforgiving public. The adage that murder will out has frequently proved correct, but in this case it has not, and the charge against Thornton is reiterated in every account of this celebrated trial that has been published, though his innocence cannot now be doubted. Ashted, now a populous part of the town, takes its name from Dr. Ashe, whose residence was transformed into Ashted Church, the estate being laid out for building in 1788. Assay marks these consist of the initials of the maker, the Queen's head for the duty, 17 on gold, 16 on silver, per Oz. A letter, changed yearly for date, an anchor for the Birmingham office mark, and the standard or value mark which is given in figures thus, for gold of 22-carat fineness, in Oz of 24 a crown and 22, 18-carat a crown and 18, 15-carat 15.625, 12-carat 12.5, 9-carat 9.375, The value mark for silver of 11 Oz 10 DWTS, in LB, of 12 Oz, is the figure of Britannia for 11 Oz 2 DWTS, a lion passant. The date letter is changed in July. At present, it is K. The lower standards of 15, 12, and 9 carat gold, which are not liable to duty, were authorized by an order in council of December 22, 1854, since which date an immense increase has taken place in the quantity assayed in Birmingham. Assay office. There are 7 assay offices in the country, the Birmingham one being established by special act in 1773 for the convenience of silversmiths and plateworkers. A few hours per week was sufficient for the business at that time, and it was conducted at the King's Head in New Street. Afterwards, in 1782, in Bull Lane, in 1800 at a house in Little Colmore Street, and from 1816 at the Old Baptist Chapel in Little Cannon Street. In 1824, the Act 5, George Roman 4, Cap 52, incorporated the assay of gold, the guardians being 36 in number, from whom are chosen the wardens. On July 14, 1877, the foundation stone was laid of the new assay office in Newhall Street, and it was opened for business June 24, 1878. Assizes. Birmingham was proclaimed an assize town January 14, 1859, but the first assizes were held in July, 1884. Aston. 800 years ago, Aston filled a small space in the Domesday Book of History, wherein it is stated that the estate consisted of 8 hides of land and 3 miles of wood worth £5, with 44 residents, 1 being a priest, and 1,200 acres in cultivation. The present area of Aston Manor is 943 acres, on which are built about 14,000 houses, having a population of some 60,000 persons and a rateable value of £140,000. In the first 10 years of the existence of the local board, 1869 to 1878, £30,000 was spent on main drainage works, £10,000 in public improvements, and £53,000 in street improvements. Aston has now its public buildings, free library, and sea, as well as an energetic school board, and though unsuccessful in its attempt in 1876 to obtain a charter of incorporation, there can be little doubt but that it will ultimately bloom forth in all the glories of a mayor, aldermen, and burgesses. Aston Parish, which extends in several directions into the borough of Birmingham, has an area of 13,786 acres. Aston almshouses were built in 1655, according to the provisions made by Sir Thomas Holt previous to his decease. Aston Church was probably built about the year 1170, the nave and part of chancel being added in 1231, the east end and arch of chancel in 1310, and the tower and spire in 1440. The old building, which contained an interesting collection of monuments in memory of the Holts, the Ardens, the Erdingtons, and other county families, has been lately enlarged by the extension of the nave and aisles eastward, and widening the chancel so as to accommodate about 1,200 people, instead of 500. The whole of the monuments have been replaced in their relative positions. Aston Cross Tavern was opened as a licensed house and tea gardens in 1775. The first landlord, Mr. Barron, dying in 1792, his widow keeping it till her death in 1817. Of late years, it has been a favorite resort of all classes of athletes, though from being so closely built to it, has lost much of the attraction which drew our grandfathers to its shady arbors when on country pleasure bent. The park wall extended to the corner of and along the side of Park Lane, opposite the tavern. Aston Hall and Park. This building was commenced by Sir Thomas Holt in April, 1618, and finished in April, 1635, Inigo Jones being accredited with the design. King Charles I, in his days of trouble, paid a short visit to the hall, his host being punished afterwards by some of Cromwell's soldiers and the malcontents of Birmingham besieging the place in the week after Christmas, 1643. The brick wall round the park, nearly 3 miles long, but of which there are now few traces left, was put up by Sir Lister Holt about 1750, and tradition says it was paid for by some Staffordshire coal masters, who, supposing that coal lay underneath, conditioned with Sir Lister that no mines should be sunk within boundary. The hall and park were held by the various generations of the family till the death of the late Dowager Lady Holt. For an accurate and interesting description of the edifice, see Davidson's Holts of Aston. The act authorizing the sale of the Aston estates received the royal sanction on July 10, 1817, and the sale of the furniture and effects in the hall was commenced by Messrs. J. and C. Robbins on September 22. The sale lasted 9 days, there being 1,144 lots, which realized £2,150, the farming stock and C being sold afterwards for £1,201. The hall and park was put up on April 15, 1818, and was bought by Messrs. Greenway, Greaves, and Whitehead, bankers, of Warwick, the estate of 1,530 acres being let off by them in suitable lots. The herd of deer, reduced to 150 head, was sold December 21. The hall was rented by Mr. James Watt, son of the James Watt, and for many years it was closed to the public. At his death in 1848, the changes which had been going on all round for years began to make themselves seen in the shape of huge gaps in the old wall, houses springing up fast here and there, and a street being cut through the noble avenue of chestnut trees in 1852. By degrees, the park was reduced to 370 acres, which, with the hall, were offered to the town in 1850 for the sum of £130,000. But the town council declined the bargain, though less than one half of the park, 150 acres, was sold immediately after for more than all the money. In 1857, a People's Park Company was started to save Aston Hall and the few acres close round it, an agreement being entered into for £35,000. Many of the 20s shares were taken up, and Her Majesty the Queen performed the opening ceremony June 15, 1858. The speculation proved a failure, as out of about 18,000 raised one half went in repairs, alterations, losses, and and it would have been lost to the town had not the corporation bought it in February 1864. They gave £33,000, £7,000 being private subscriptions, and it was at last opened as a free park, September 22, 1864. The picture gallery is 136 ft. long by 18 ft. wide and 16 ft. high. In this and various other rooms will be found a miscellaneous museum of curiosities, more or less rare, including stuffed birds and animals, ancient tapestry and furniture, and Aston Lower Grounds, the most beautiful pleasure grounds in the Midland counties, cover 31 acres, and were originally nothing more than the kitchen and private gardens and the fish ponds belonging to Aston Hall, and were purchased at the sale in 1818 by the Warwick bankers, who let them to Mr. H. G. Quilter. At the time, an attempt was made to purchase the hall and park by the people. Adding to its attractions year by year, Mr. Quilter remained on the ground until 1878, when a limited liability company was formed to take to the hotel and premises, building an aquarium 320 feet long by 54 feet wide, an assembly room 220 feet long by 91 feet wide, and otherwise catering for the comfort of their visitors, 10,000 of whom can be now entertained and amused under shelter, in case of wet weather. Mr. Quilter's selling price was £45,000, taking £25,000 in shares and £20,000 cash by installments. The speculation did not appear to be very successful, and the property is now in private hands. The visitors to the lower grounds since 1864 have averaged 280,000 per annum. Asylum in Summer Lane was opened in July 1797 by the Guardians of the Poor as an industrial residence and school for 250 children. It was dismantled and closed in 1846, though the beehive carved over the door was allowed to remain on the ruins some years after. Athenaeum for the Diffusion of Literature and Science was established in March 1839, but has long been merged in the Midland Institute. In the building called the Athenaeum, top of Temple Street, some of the early exhibitions of paintings were held. Athenic Institute, founded in 1841, was an institute of a somewhat similar character to the Athenaeum, though including athletics, and existed no longer. Athletic Club's the first festival of the Birmingham Athletic Club was held in 1868. On the 1st of March, 1880, an association was organized of many of the bicycle clubs, cricket clubs, football clubs, and similar athletic bodies in the town and neighborhood under the name of the Midland Counties Amateurs Athletic Union. Atlantic cables. It would have been strange if Birmingham had not had a hand in the making of these. For the cable laid in 1865, 16,000 miles of copper wire, weighing 308 tons, were turned out by Messrs. Bolton and Sons and Messrs. Wilkes and Sons. The cable itself was 2,300 nautical miles in length. Baby Showell, Mr. Inshaw, of the steam clock, have the honor of being recorded as the first to introduce the Yankee notion of a baby show, which took place at his music hall, May 15, 1874. Bachelors in 1695, bachelors over 24 had to pay a tax of ones. If a common person, the scale running as high as 12 pounds tens. For a duke, judging from the increase of the population about that time, we doubt if even a common bachelor paid here. The married folks had not much to laugh at, though, for they had to pay duty on every child that was born. Funny time, those. Balloons. Mr. Harper was the first to scale the clouds in a balloon from this town, January 4, 1785. He rose again on the 31 from the tennis court in Coleshill Street and is said to have sailed a distance of 57 miles in 80 minutes. Mr. Sadler went up from Vauxhall, October 7, 1811, and again on October 20, 1823. Mr. Green rose from Newhall Hill, July 17, 1827, and several times after. Balsall Heath. In some ancient deeds called Boswell Heath. The land round Mary Street, known as the Balsall Heath Estate, was sold in building lots 234 in 1839, the last day's sale being August 26, and the auctioneers Messrs. E. and C. Robbins. Edward Street takes its name from the last owner of the estate, who, if he could now but glance over the property, would be not a little astonished at the changes which have taken place in the last 40 years. For, like unto Aston, it may be said to really form but a portion of the ever-extending town of Birmingham. Balsall Heath, which is in the parish of Kings Norton, has now a local board, with its offices in Lime Grove, Moseley Road, several board schools, chapels and churches, a police court, and that sure mark of advancement, a local newspaper. One thing still wanting, however, is a cemetery. Though an appropriate and convenient spot near Cannon Hill Park was chosen for the last resting place, the ratepayers, at a meeting held July 21, 1879, decided that they could not yet afford the required outlay of some £17,000 necessary for the purpose, notwithstanding that the annual rateable value of the property in the neighborhood is something like £70,000, and increasing by £3,000 to £4,000 a year. Banks and bankers. The Birmingham Branch Bank of England, drawing on the parent Bank of England, is in Bennett's Hill. The local branch of the National Provincial Bank of England, LIM, Bennett's Hill, also draws on its headquarters. It commenced business here on New Year's Day 1827. The Birmingham Banking Company, LIM, also in Bennett's Hill, draws on the London and Westminster. It opened its doors Sept. 1, 1829, with a nominal capital of £500,000 in £50 shares, £5 being paid up at starting. An amalgamation took place in the year 1880 with the Stour Bridge and Kidderminster Bank, established in 1834, the United Company having a paid-up capital of £286,000 and a reserve of £312,000. The Birmingham and Midland Bank, Limited, opened in Union Street, August 23, 1836, removing to New Street in 1869. London Agents, the Union Bank of London. Authorized capital, £2,400,000. The Birmingham, Dudley and District Banking Co., Limited, was commenced in Colmore Row July 1, 1836, as the Town and District Bank with a capital of £500,000 in £20 shares. London Agents, Barclay & Co. and Williams & Co. The Birmingham Joint Stock Bank, Limited, opened in Temple Row West Jan. 1st, 1862, with a capital of £3 million in £100 shares, £10 paid, Agents, London Joint Stock. Has branches in New Street and Great Hampton Street. Lloyd's Banking Co., Limited, Colmore Row, dates from June 3, 1765, when it was known as Taylor & Lloyd's, their first premises being in Dale End. This old established firm has incorporated during its century of existence a score of other banks, and lately has been amalgamated with Barnett's, Hores and Co. of London, the present name being Lloyd, Barnett, Bosanquet and Co. Limited. There are sub-offices also in Great Hampton Street, De Ruyterand, Five Ways and Aston. In this and adjoining counties, Lloyd's number about 40 branch establishments. The Worcester City and County Banking Co. Limited, drawing on Glynn and Co., removed from Cherry Street to their newly built edifice in Colmore Row, June 1, 1880. The Union Bank of Birmingham, Limited, Waterloo Street, commenced business with a nominal capital of £1 million in £20 shares, £5 paid. London agents, the Citibank. It has since been taken over by the Midland Bank. Banksay Popular Penny Bank was established in 1851, but came to grief in 1865, closing March 16, with assets £1,608, to pay debts £9,448. Another penny bank was opened in Granville Street, April 13, 1861, and is still carried on at the Emmanuel Schools, Tennant Street, with about 5,000 depositors at the present time. A local savings bank was opened in May 1827 and legalized in the year after, but ultimately its business was transferred to the Post Office Savings Bank, which opened its doors in Cannon Street, Dec. 1, 1863. By a government return, it appeared that at the end of 1880, the total amount to the credit of depositors in the Post Office Savings Banks of the Kingdom stood at £30,546,306. After the metropolitan counties of Middlesex, Surrey, and Kent, Warwickshire comes next with a deposit of £1,564,815, the average for the whole of the English counties being but little over £500,000. Banks defunct the old established concern known so long as it would, and Spooner's closed its doors March 10, 1865, with liabilities amounting to £1,007,296. The Joint Stock Bank took the business and paid 11s. 3d. in the Bank of Deposit stopped Oct. 26, 1861. The Borough Bank, a branch of Northern and Central Bank of England, stopped Feb. 24, 1840. The Commercial Branch Bank closed July 27, 1840. Coates, Woolley and Gordon, who occupied the premises at corner of Cherry Street and Cannon Street in 1814, was joined to Moyliott's, and by them to Lloyd's. Freer, Rotten, Lloyd's & Co. of 1814 changed to Rotten, Onions & Co. Then Rotten and Schofield, next to Rotten & Son, and lastly with its manager transferred to National Provincial. Galton, Galton & James, of 1814, retired in 1830. Gibbons, Smith & Co. failed in 1825, paying nearly 20s. in the pound. Gibbons & Lowell opened in 1826, but was joined to Birmingham Banking Co. in 1829. Smith, Gray, Cooper & Co. of 1815, afterwards Gibbons, Smith & Good, went in 1825. Banknotes notes for 5.3 were issued in 1773. 300 counterfeit 1 notes, dated 1814, were found near Heathfield House, January 16, 1858. A noted forger of these shams is said to have resided in the immediate neighborhood about the period named on the discovered flimsies. When Bolton and Watt were trying to get the act passed patenting their copying press, the officials of the Bank of England opposed it for fear it should lead to forgery of their notes. And several members of Parliament actually tried to copy banknotes as they did their letters. Bankruptcy in the year 1882, according to the Daily Post, there were 297 bankruptcies, compositions, or liquidations in Birmingham, the total amount of debts being a little over £400,000. The dividends ranged from 2d to 15s. In the pound, 1/2 the whole number, however, realizing under 1s. 6d. The estimated aggregate loss to creditors is put at £243,000. Baptists as far back as 1655, we have record of meetings or conferences of the Baptist churches in the Midland District, their representatives assembling at Warwick on the 2nd day of the 3rd month, and at Morton in the Marsh on the 26th of the 4th month in that year. Those were the Cromwellian days of religious freedom, and we are somewhat surprised that no Birmingham Baptists should be among those who gathered together at the King's Head, at Morton, on the last named date, as we find mention made of brethren from Warwick, Tewkesbury, Alcester, Derby, Burton-on-the-Water, Hook Norton, Morton in the Marsh, and even of there being a community of the same persuasion at Cirencester. The Conference of the Midland Counties District Association of Baptist Churches met in this town for the first time in 1740 for chapel C, places of worship. Barbican's trial was made on January 10, 1856, as to how far a light could be seen by the ignition of a beacon on Malvern Hills. It was said to have been seen from Snowdon in Wales, 105 miles, and at other parts of the country at lesser distances, though the gazers at Worcester saw it not. The lookout at Dudley Castle, 26 miles, could have passed the signal on to Barbican, but it was not needed, as the Malvern light was not only seen there but still away on at Bardon Hill, Leicester. Many persons imagine that Barbican is the highest spot in the Midland counties, but the idea is erroneous. Turner's Hill, near Lye Cross, Rowley Regis, which is 893 ft. Above mean sea level, being considerably higher, while the Clee Hills reach an altitude of 1,100 ft. Barber of Birmingham, that the Knights of the Pole or Pole have always been noted for getting into mischief, and it is not therefore so very surprising to find that in March 1327 a royal pardon had to be granted to Roger, the Barber of Birmingham, for the part he had taken in the political disturbances of that time. Was he a con, or a Libs Tory or Rad? Baron of Birmingham, one of the titles of Lord Ward. Barracks built in 1793 at a cost of £13,000 as a consequence of the riots of 1791. Barring out on the 26th of Nov. 1667, the scholars of the grammar school barred out the master and then left the school for a time. When they returned, they found the worthy pedagogue had obtained admission and intended to keep his young rebels outside. Whereupon, says an old chronicler, they, being reinforced by certain of the townsmen in vizards and with pistols and other arms, sought to re-enter by assault, threatening to kill the master and showering stones and bricks through the windows. When the fun was over, the governors passed a law that any boy taking part in future barrings out should be expelled from the school, but the amusement seems to have been rather popular, as an entry in the school records some 10 years later show that a certain widow Spooner was paid 1 shilling for Cleansingee School at Penningout. Baskerville, John. This celebrated local worthy was a native of Wolverley, near Kidderminster, having been born in the year 1706. He came to this town in early life, as we find that he kept a writing school in 1726. In 1745, he built himself a residence at Easy Hill, and carried on the business of Japaner afterwards, adding to it that of printer and typefounder. His achievements in this line have made his name famous forever, though it is said that he spent £600 before he could produce one letter to his own satisfaction, and some thousands before he obtained any profits from his printing trade. He was somewhat eccentric in personal matters of dress and taste, his carriage, drawn by cream-colored horses, being a wonderful specimen of the art of Japanning in the way of pictured panels, etc., while he delighted to adorn his person in the richest style of dress. The terms of his peculiar will and his apparent renunciation of Christianity were almost as curious as his choice of a place of sepulture. He was buried in his own grounds under a solid cone of masonry, where his remains lay until 1821, at which time the canal wharf, now at Easy Row, was being made. His body was found in a good state of preservation, and for some short period was almost made a show of, until by the kindness of Mr. Not the bookseller, it was taken to his present resting place in one of the vaults under Christ Church. Mr. Baskerville died January 8, 1775, his widow living till March 21, 1787, to the age of 80 years. Baths. Ladywell baths were said by Hutton to be the most complete in the island, being 7 in number, that for swimmers 36 yards long by 18 wide, and cost £2,000. The place is now occupied by a timber yard, the old spring being covered in, though fitted with a pump for public use. For many years, a tribe of water carriers procured a living by retailing the water at a halfpenny per can. The red sand from the New Street tunnels was turned to account in tilling up the old baths, much to the advantage of Mr. Turner, the lessee, and of the hauliers who turned the honest penny by turning in so near at hand. Baths and washhouses. The local movement for the establishment of public baths first took practical shape at a meeting held Nov. 191,844, within a week of which date subscriptions amounting to £4,430 were received for the purpose. The association then purchased a plot of land in Kent Street in June 1846 and presented it to the town council in November following, though the baths erected thereon were not open to the public until May 12, 1851. It was at that time imagined that the working classes would be glad of the boon provided for them in the convenient washhouses attached to the baths proper, and the chance given them to do away with all the sloppy, steamy annoyances of washing day at home. But the results proved otherwise, and the washhouses turned out to be not wanted. The Woodcock Street establishment was opened August 27, 1860. Northwood Street, March 5, 1862. Sheepcote Street in 1878 and Ladywood in 1882. Turkish baths are now connected with the above, and there are also private speculations of the same kind in High Street, Broad Street, and the Crescent. Hardy swimmers who prefer taking their natatory exercises in the open air will find provision made for them at the reservoir, at Cannon Hill Park, and also at Small Heath Park. The swimming bath in George Street, Balsall Heath, opened in 1846, was filled up in 1878 by order of the local Board of Health. Bath Street takes its name from some baths formerly in Blues Street, but which, about 1820, were turned into a malthouse. Battle of the Alma, a disturbance which took place at a steeplechase meeting at Aston, Monday, March 26, 1855, received this grandiloquent title. Battles and sieges. It is more than probable that the British, under their gallant Queen Boadicea, fought the Romans more than once in the near vicinity of this district, and very possibly in those happy days of feudalism, which followed the invasion of the Normans, when every knight and squire surrounded himself with his armed retainers. Sundry skirmishes may have taken place hereabouts, but history is silent. Even of the Battle of Barnet, April 14, 1471, when the Earl of Warwick and 10,000 men were slain, we have not sufficient note to say, though it can hardly be doubted, that many Birmingham citizens went down. But still, we have on record one real Battle of Birmingham, which took place on the 3rd of April, 1643. On that day our town was attacked by Prince Rupert, with some 2,000 horse and foot. Being pretty stoutly opposed, his soldiers slew a number of inhabitants, burnt nearly 80 houses, and did damage, it is said, to the extent of £30,000. It took 5 days for the news of this exploit to reach London. In the week following Christmas of the same year, a number of townspeople, aided by a party of the Commonwealth soldiers, laid siege to and captured Aston Hall. Bazaars when originated none can tell. How much good done by means of them, nobody knows. But that immense amounts have been raised for good and charitable purposes, none can deny, and then, they are such fun. Grand bazaars have been held for many an institution, and by many different sects and parties, and to attempt to enumerate them would be an impossibility. But the one on behalf of the Queen's Hospital, held in April 1880, is noteworthy for 2 reasons. First, because the proceeds amounted to the munificent sum of £5,969, and secondly, from the novelty of the decorations. The body of the town hall was arranged to represent an English street of the olden time, a baronial castle rising tower upon tower at the great gallery end, and an Elizabethan mansion in the orchestra, with a lawn in front, occupied by a military band. The sides of the hall constituted a double row of shops, the upper stories, reaching to the galleries, being filled with casements and balconies, from whence the doings in the street could be witnessed. Bean Club. The first anniversary we read of was that held July 17, 1752, at which meeting Lord Fielding gave £120 to erect an altarpiece in St. Bartholomew's. Beardsworth John, founder of the repository, began life as driver of a hackney coach, in which one night he drove a beautiful young lady to a ball. John went home, dressed, procured admission to the ball, danced with the lady, handed her to the coach, drove her home, and some time after married her. The lady's cash enabled him to acquire an ample fortune, being at one time worth nearly £250,000, most of which, however, was lost on the turf. The repository was the largest establishment of the kind in the kingdom, and Beardsworth, a house adjoining, was furnished in most splendid style. One center table made of rich and rare American wood, costing £1,500. Beelzebub's first steam engine was so christened. It was brought from Scotland, put up at Soho, and used for experimenting upon. It was replaced by Old Bess, the first engine constructed upon the expansive principle. This latter engine is now in the Museum of Patents, South Kensington, though Mr. Smiles says he saw it working in 1857, 70 years after it was made. Beer brewers of beer were first called upon to pay a license duty in 1784, though the sellers thereof had been taxed more or less for 250 years previously. The effect of the heavy duties then imposed was to reduce the consumption of the national and wholesome beverage, which in 1782 averaged 1 barrel per head of the then population per annum, down to half a barrel per head in 1830, its place being filled by an increased consumption of ardent spirits, which from half a gallon per head in 1782 rose by degrees to 6/7 of a gallon per head by 1830. In this year, the statesmen of the day, who thought more of the well-being of the working part of the population than raising money by the taxation of their necessaries, took off the tens per barrel on beer, in the belief that cheap and good malt liquors would be more likely to make healthy, strong men than an indulgence in the drinking of spirits. Notwithstanding all the wild statements of the total abstainers to the contrary, the latest parliamentary statistics show that the consumption of beer per head per annum averages now only 7/8 of a barrel. Though before even this moderate quantity reaches the consumers, the government takes Sea Inland Revenue Returns, 1879, before alteration of malt tax, no less a sum than £19,349 per year from the good people of Birmingham alone. Of this sum the brewers paid £9,518, the maltsters £425, beer dealers £2,245, and beer retailers £7,161. Bells. There was a bell foundry at Goodnave's End in 1760, from whence several neighboring churches were supplied with bells to summon the good knaves of the day to prayers, or to toll the bad knaves to their end. There was also one at Holloway Head in 1780, but the business must have been hollow enough, for it did not go ahead, and we find no record of church bells being cast here until just 100 years back, 1732, when Messrs. Blues and Son took up the trade. Birmingham bells have, however, made some little noise in the world, and may still be heard on sea or land, near and far, in the shape of door bells, ship bells, call bells, hand bells, railway bells, sleigh bells, sheep bells, fog bells, mounted on rock-bound coasts to warn the weary mariner, or silver bells, bound with coral from other coasts, to soothe the toothless babbler. These, and scores of others, are ordered here every year by thousands, but the strangest of all orders must have been that one received by a local firm some 15 years ago from a West African prince, who desired them to send him 10,000 house bells, each 3/4 lb. weight, wherewith to adorn his iron palace. And he had them. Edgar Poe's bells are nowhere, in comparison with such a charm, such a chime, out of tune, out of time. Oh, the jangling and the wrangling of 10,000 brazen throats. 10 bells were put in St. Martin's in 1786, the total weight being 7 tons, 6 cwt. 2 pounds. The peal of 10 bells in St. Philip's were first used August 7, 1751, the weight being 9 tons 10 cwt. 22 pounds. The tenor weighs 30 cwt. A new peal of 8 bells were put up in Aston Church in May 1776, the tenor weighing 21 cwt. The St. Martin's Society of Change Ringers opened them, July 15, by ringing Holt's celebrated peal of 5,040 grandsire triples, the performance occupying 3 hours 4 minutes. 8 bells and a clock were mounted in the tower of De Ryton Chapel in 1776, the first peal being rung July 29. The 8 bells in Bishop Ryder's Church, which weigh 55 cwt. and cost £600, were cast in 1868 by Blues and Sons, and may be reckoned as the first full peal founded in Birmingham. There are 8 bells in Harborne Parish Church, 4 of them bearing date 1697, 2 with only the maker's name on, and 2 put in February, 1877, on the 24th of which month the whole peal were inaugurated by the ringing of a true peal of Stedman triples, composed by the late Thomas Thurstons, and consisting of 5,040 changes, in 2 hours and 52 minutes. The St. Martin's ringers officiated. The 6 bells of Northfield Church were cast by Joseph Smith, of Edgbaston, in 1730. St. Chad's Cathedral has 8 bells, 5 of which were presented in 1848 as a memorial to Dr. Moore. The other 3, from the foundry of W. Blues and Sons, were hung in March 1877, the peculiar ceremony of blessing the bells being performed by Bishop Ullathorne on the 22nd of that month. The 3 cost £110. The bells at Erdington Catholic Church were first used on February 2, 1878. Bellows to mend. Our townspeople bellowed a little over their losses after Prince Rupert's rueful visit, but there was one among them who knew how to raise the wind. For we find Onions, the bellows maker, hard at work in 1650, and his descendants keep at the same old game. Bennett's Hill there was a walled-in garden, with an old brick summer house, running up from Waterloo Street to Colmorrow as late as 1838-9. Benefit and benevolent societies see, friendly societies. Bellbarn Road, or the road to Mr. Bell's barn. Birmingham. The Irish family of this name descended from Robert, son of Peter de Birmingham, who left here and settled in Connaught about the year 1169. Bibles and Testaments in 1272, the price of a Bible, well written out, was £30 sterling, and there were few readers of it in Birmingham. The good book can now be bought for 6d. And it is to be hoped there is one in every house. The Reverend Angel James once appealed to his congregation for subscriptions towards sending 1,000,000 New Testaments to China, and the Caslanates responded promptly with £410 eights. Enough to pay for 24,624 copies, the publisher's price being 4d. Each. They can be bought for a penny now. A local auxiliary Bible society was commenced here May 9, 1806. Bingley Hall takes its name from Bingley House, on the site of which it is built. It was erected in 1850 by Messrs. Branson and Gwither, at a cost of about £6,000, the proprietary shares being £100 each. In form it is nearly a square, the measurements being 224 ft. by 212 ft, giving an area of nearly 1 acre and a half. There are 10 entrance doors, 5 in King Edward's Place and 5 in King Alfred's Place, and the building may be easily divided into 5 separate compartments. The hall will hold from 20,000 to 25,000 people and is principally used for exhibitions and cattle shows, with occasionally monster meetings, when it is considered necessary for the welfare of the nation to save sinners or convert conservatives. Bird's-eye view of the town can be best obtained from the dome of the council house, to which access may be obtained on application to the curator. Some good views may be also obtained from some parts of Moseley Road, Cannon Hill Park, and from Bearwood Road. Birmingham. A horse of this name won the Doncaster St. Leger in 1830 against 27 competitors. The owner, John Beardsworth, cleared £40,000. He gave Connolly, the jockey, £2,000. Birmingham abroad. Our brethren who have emigrated do not like to forget even the name of their old town, and a glance over the American and colonial census sheet shows us that there are at least a score of other Birminghams in the world. In New Zealand there are 3, and in Australia 5 townships so christened. 2 can be found in Canada, and 10 or 12 in the United States, the chief of which is Birmingham in Alabama. In 1870 this district contained only a few inhabitants, but in the following year, with a population of 700, it was incorporated, and at once took rank as a thriving city, now proudly called the Iron City, from its numerous ironworks, furnaces, and mills. Last year the citizens numbered over 12,000, the annual output of pig iron being about 60,000 tons, and the coal mines in the neighborhood turning out 2,000 tons per day. The city is 240 miles from Nashville, 143 miles from Chattanooga, and 96 miles from Montgomery, all thriving places, and is a central junction of 6 railways. The climate is good, work plentiful, wages fair, provisions cheap, house rent not dear, churches and schools abundant, and if any of our townsmen are thinking of emigrating, they may do a deal worse than go from hence to that other Birmingham, which its own Daily says is a city of marvelous wonder and magic growth. And see. Birmingham begging liberal to others as a rule when in distress. It is on record that once at least the inhabitants of this town were the recipients of like favors at the hands of their fellow countrymen. In the Churchwarden's Books of Redenal, Norfolk, under date September 20, 1644, is an entry of sixes. Paid to Richard Herbert of Birmingham, where was 150 and 5 dwelling house burnt by Pr. Rupert. Birmingham Borough, which is in the hundred of Hemlingford, and wholly in the county of Warwick, includes the parish of Birmingham, part of the parish of Edgbaston, and the hamlets of Derrighton and Bordesley and Dudeston-cum-Nechells, in the parish of Aston. The extreme length is 6 miles 1 furlong, the average breadth 3 miles, the circumference 21 miles, and the total area 8,420 acres, viz. Birmingham 2,955, in Edgbaston 2,512, and in Aston 2,853. Divided into 16 wards by an order in council, approved by Her Majesty, October 15, 1872. The mean level of Birmingham is reckoned as 443 feet above sea level. Birmingham Heath, once an unenclosed common, and part of it may now be said to be common property, nearly 100 acres of it being covered with public buildings for the use of such as need a common home. There is not, however, anything commonplace in the style of these erections for sheltering our common infirmities, as the workhouse, jail, and asylum combined have cost, the commons, something like £350,000. The volunteers in 1798 made use of part of the heath as a practice and parade ground. Birmingham Bishops the Reverend John Milner, a Catholic divine and eminent ecclesiastical antiquary who was educated at Edgbaston, was appointed Bishop Apostolic in the Midland District, with the title of Bishop of Castabala. He died in 1826 in his 74th year. Dr. Ullathorne was enthroned at St. Chad's, August 30, 1848, as Bishop of the present Catholic Diocese. The Reverend P. Lay, headmaster of Free Grammar School in 1839, was chosen as the first Bishop of Manchester. The Reverend S. Thornton, St. George's, was consecrated Bishop of Ballarat May 1, 1875. The Reverend Edward White Benson, D.D., a native of this town, was nominated first Bishop of Truro in December 1876, and is now Archbishop of Canterbury. The Reverend Thomas Heuben Gregg resigned the vicarage of East Harborne in March 1877, and on June 20 was consecrated at New York a bishop of the Reformed Episcopal Church. Birmingham, Little. In a record of the early date of 1313, there is mention of a place called Little Birmingham, Parvum Birmingham, as being in the hundreds of North and South Erpingham, Norfolk. Birmingham in the futurate has been proposed that the borough should be extended so as to include the local board districts of Harborne and Handsworth, Balsall Heath, Moseley, King's Heath, part of King's Norton Parish, the whole of Yardley and Accox Green, part of Northfield Parish, all Aston Manor, Saltley, Whitton, Little Bromwich, and Erdington, covering an area of about 32,000 acres, with a present population of over 500,000. Blind Asylum, see Philanthropic Institutions. Blondin made his first appearance at Aston Park, June 8, 1861, at the Birmingham Concert Hall, December 1869 and March 1870, at the Reservoir September 1873 and September 1878. Mrs. Powell, who was known as the female Blondin, was killed at a fair in Aston Park, July 20, 1868, by falling from the high rope. Bloomsbury Institute opened in 1860. The memorial stones of the lecture hall in Bloomsbury Street were laid August 6, 1877, the 750 cost being given by Mr. David Smith. Seats 500. Bluecoat School. See Schools. Blues. The United Society of True Blues was founded in 1805 by a number of old blue coat boys, formerly known as the Grateful Society, who joined in raising an annual subscription for the school. Board School. See School Board. Boatman's Hall, erected on Worcester Wharf by Miss Ryland, was opened March 17, 1879. Bonded Warehouses. Our Chamber of Commerce memorialized the Lords of the Treasury for the extension of the bonded warehouse system to this town in December 1858, but it was several years before permission was obtained. Book's the oldest known Birmingham book is a Latin grammar composed in the English tongue, printed in London in 1652 for Thomas Underhill, its author having been one of the masters of our free school. Book Club commenced some few years previous to 1775, at which time its meetings were held in Poet Freeth's, Leicester Arms, Bell Street. As its name implies, the club was formed for the purchase and circulation among the members of new or choice books, which were sold at the annual dinner, hence the poet's hint in one of his invitations to these meetings. Due regard let the hammer be paid, ply the glass gloomy care to dispel, if mellow our hearts are all made, the books much better may sell. In these days of cheap literature, free libraries, and halfpenny papers, such a club is not wanted. Books on Birmingham. Notes of Birmingham were now and then given before the days of that dear old antiquary Hutton, but his history must always take rank as the first. Morfett's was amusing as far as it went. Bissett's was ditto and pictorial, but it remained till the present period for really reliable sketches to be given. The best are Langford's Century of Birmingham Life, Harman's Book of Dates, Dent's Old and New Birmingham, Bunce's Municipal History, and the last is Showell's Dictionary of Birmingham. Botanical Gardens, see Horticultural Societies. Borough Members, see Parliamentary Elections. Bolton Matthew, the son of a hardware manufacturer of the same name, was born here on September 3, 1728 Old Style, and received his education principally at the Academy of the Reverend Mr. Anstey, de Rytland. He is accredited with having at the early age of 17 invented the inlaying of steel buckles, buttons, and trinkets, which for many years were in great request. These articles at first were exported to France in large quantities, being afterwards brought from thence and sold in London as the latest Parisian fashion. In 1762, his father having left him a considerable property, Mr. Bolton leased a quantity of the land then forming part of Birmingham Heath, where at a cost of over 10,000 he erected the famous Soho Works, and later on, in 1794, he purchased the freehold of that and a considerable tract of the adjoining land. In 1767, steam was first brought into use to supplement the power derived from the water wheels, and in 1769 he became acquainted with James Watt, with whom he afterwards went into partnership to make steam engines of all kinds, sinking £47,000 before he had any return for his money. Mr. Bolton lived to the patriarchal age of 81, leaving this life on August 7, 1809. He was buried at Handsworth, 600 workmen, besides numberless friends, following his remains, all of whom were presented with hatbands and gloves and a silver medal, and regaled with a dinner, the funeral costing altogether about 2,000 C coinage and C. Bourne College, erected by the primitive Methodists and their friends, at Quinton, at a cost of nearly £1,000, was formally opened on October 240, 1882. When completed, there will be accommodation for 120 students. Bowling greens. These seem to have been favorite places of resort with our grandfathers and great-grandfathers. The completion of one at the Union Tavern, Cherry Street, was announced March 26, 1792, but we read of another as attached to the Hen and Chickens, in High Street, as early as 1741. There is a very fine bowling green at Aston Hall, and lovers of the old-fashioned game can be also accommodated at Cannon Hill Park and at several suburban hotels. Boys' Refuge is at corner of Bradford Street and Alcester Street, and the secretary will be glad of help. Boyton, Captain Boyton showed his life-preserving dress at the Reservoir, April 24, 1875. Bracebridge, a very ancient family, long connected with this neighborhood, for we read of Peter de Bracebrig, who married a granddaughter of the Earl of Warwick in A.D. 1100, and through her inherited Kingsbury, an ancient residence of the kings of Mercia. In later days, the Bracebridges became more intimately connected with this town by the marriage in 1775 of Abraham Bracebridge, Esquire, of Atherstone, with Mary Elizabeth, the only child and heiress of Sir Charles Holt, to whom the Aston estates ultimately reverted. Many articles connected with the Holt family have been presented to Birmingham by the descendants of this marriage. Bradford Street takes its name from Henry Bradford, who, in 1767, advertised that he would give a freehold site to any man who would build the first house therein. Breweries in the days of old, nearly every publican and innkeeper was his own brewer. The fame of his house depending almost solely on the quality of the stingo he could pour out to his customers. The first local brewery on a large scale appears to have been that erected in Mosley Street in 1782, which even down to late years retained its cognomen of the Birmingham Old Brewery. In 1817, another company opened a similar extensive establishment at St. Peter's Place in Broad Street. And since then, a number of enterprising individuals have at times started in the same track, but most have come grief, even in the case of those whose capital was not classed under the modern term limited. The principal local breweries now in existence are those of Messrs. Holder, Mitchell, and Bates, in addition to the well-known Crosswell's Brewery of Messrs. Walter Showell and Sons, noted in next paragraph. The principal vinegar brewery in Birmingham is that of Messrs. Farden and Co. Limited, in Glover Street, which was formed in 1860 and is well worthy of the stranger's visit. The annual output is about 850,000 gallons, there being storage for nearly 1,000,000 gallons and 36,000 casks to send the vinegar out in. Brewery at Crosswell's. Though by far the most extensive brewery supplying Birmingham, the Crosswell's cannot claim to be more than in the infancy of its establishment at present, as only 12 years ago the many acres of ground now covered by its buildings formed but part of an unenclosed piece of waste land. Nevertheless, the spot was well known and often visited in ancient times, on account of the wonderful and miraculous cures said to have been effected by the free use of the water gushing up from the depths of the springs to be found there, and which the monks of old had christened the Wells of the Cross. Be its medicinal qualities what they might in the days before Harry VIII was king, the Cross Wells water retained its name and fame for centuries after the monks were banished, and the burly king who drove them out had himself turned to dust. It has always been acknowledged as one of the purest waters to be found in the kingdom, but its peculiar and special adaptability to the brewing of good old English cheer was left to be discovered by the founder of the firm of Messrs. Walter Showell and Sons, who, as stated before, some 12 years back, erected the nucleus of the present extensive brewery. Starting with the sale of only a few hundred barrels per week, the call for their ales soon forced the proprietors to extend their premises in order that supply should meet demand. At first doubled, then quadrupled, the brewery is now at least 10 times its original size. And a slight notion of the business carried on may be gathered from the fact that the firm's stock of barrels tots up to nearly 60,000 and is being continually increased. Extensive cooperatives, blacksmith shops, and being attached to the brewery, as well as malt houses, offices, and storehouses of all kinds. The head offices of the firm, which are connected by telephone with the brewery, as well as with the stores at Kingston Buildings, Crescent Wharf, are situated in Great Charles Street, and thus the Crosswell's Brewery, though really at Langley Green, some half-dozen miles away as the crow flies, becomes entitled to rank as a Birmingham establishment, and certainly not one of the least, inasmuch as the weekly sale of Crosswell's ales for this town alone is more than 80,000 gallons per week. Brickkiln Lane, now called the Horse Fair, gives its own derivation. Bright the Right Hun. John Bright, though not a Birmingham man, nor connected with the town by any ties of personal interest or business, has for the last quarter-century been the leading member returned to Parliament as representing the borough, and must always rank foremost among our men of note. Mr. Bright is the son of the late Jacob Bright, of Greenbank, near Rochdale, and was born November 16, 1811. He and his brother, Mr. Jacob Bright, MP for Manchester, began business as partners in the affiliated firms of John Bright and Brothers, cotton spinners and manufacturers, Rochdale and Bright and Co., carpet manufacturers, Rochdale and Manchester. At an early age, Mr. Bright showed a keen interest in politics and took part in the reform agitation of 1830–32. In those days, every householder was compelled by law to pay the church rates levied in his parish, whatever his religious creed might be. And it is said that Mr. Bright's first flights of oratory were delivered from a tombstone in Rochdale churchyard in indignant denunciation of attacks which to him, as a member of the Society of Friends, appeared especially odious. It was not, however, till 1839, when he joined the Anti-Corn Law League, that Mr. Bright's reputation spread beyond his own immediate neighborhood. And there can be no doubt but that his fervid addresses, coupled with the calmer and more logical speeches of Mr. Cobden, contributed in an appreciable degree to the success of the movement. In July 1843, he was returned as MP for the city of Durham, which he represented until the general election of 1847, when he was the chosen of Manchester. For 10 years he was Manchester's man in everything, but the side he took in regard to the Russian war was so much at variance with the popular opinions of his constituents that they at last turned on him, burnt his effigy in the streets, and threw him out at the general election in March 1857. At the death of Mr. G. F. Muntz in July following, Mr. Bright was almost unanimously selected to fill his place as MP for this town, and for 25 years he has continued to honor Birmingham by permitting us to call him our member. C. Parliamentary elections. Mr. Bright has been twice married, but is now a widower, and he has twice held office in the cabinet, first as President of the Board of Trade, and more lately as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Bristol road trees were first planted in this road, in the spring of 1853. Britannia Metallet mixed metal formed of 90 parts of tin, 2 copper, and 8 antimony, brought into use about 1790, and long a favorite with manufacturers and public alike. The introduction of electroplating did much towards its extended make at first, but latterly it has been in great measure, replaced by German silver and other alloys. British Association for the Advancement of Science first met in this town Aug. 26, 1839. They were here again Oct. 12, 1857 and Sep. 6, 1865. Brittle Street formerly ran from Livery Street to Snow Hill, about the spot where now the entrance gates to the station are. Broad Street, 150 years ago part of what is now known as Dale End, was called Broad Street, the present thoroughfare of that name then being only a pathway through the fields. Brunswick buildings erected in New Street by Mr. Samuel Haynes in 1854. A funny tale has been told about the original lease, which included a covenant that at the expiration of the term of 100 years for which it was granted, the land was to be delivered up to the grammar school, well cropped with potatoes. In 1760, New Street was a new street indeed, for there were but a few cottages with gardens there then, and the potato proviso was no doubt thought a capital provision. But fancy growing that choice ediby there in 1860. Buck Henry Buck, P.G.M., and Sec of the Birmingham district of the Manchester Order of Oddfellows for 25 years, died Jan. 22, 1876, aged 63. A granite obelisk to his memory in St. Philip's Churchyard was unveiled Sep. 17, 1877. Building societies took early root here, as we find there were several in 1781c, friendly societies. Buckles were worn as shoe fasteners in the reign of Charles Roman II, see trades. Some interesting notes respecting the manufacture of buttons will be found under the head of trades. Bulgarian atrocities, 1876-7, a considerable amount of political capital, was made out of these occurrences, but only £1,400 was subscribed here for the relief of the unfortunates, while merely 540 could be raised towards helping the thousands of poor Bosnian refugees driven from their homes by the Russians in 1878, and of this sum 200 was given by one person. Bull baiting was prohibited in 1773 by order in council, and an act was passed in 1835 to put a stop to all baiting of bulls, badgers, and bears. At Chapelwake, 1798, some law-defying reprobates started a bull baiting on Snow Hill, but the Loyal Association of Volunteers turned out, and with drums beating and colors flying soon put the rebels to flight, pursuing them as far as Birmingham Heath, where the baiters got a beating, the Loyals returning home in triumph with the bull as a trophy. The last time this sport was indulged in this neighborhood appears to have been early in October, 1838, at Gib Heath, better known now as Nineveh Road. Bull Lane was the name once given to that part of the present Colmore Row between Livery Street and Snow Hill, though it has been better known as Monmouth Street. Bull Street once called Chapel Street, as leading to the chapel of the ancient priory, afterwards named from the old inn known as the Red Bull, number 83. Burial groundsy, cemeteries. Burns, excisemen, when Robert Burns was one of them, were wont to carry pistols, and those the poet had were given him by one of our gunmakers, Mr. Blair. They were afterwards bought by Allan Cunningham, who gave them back to Burns' widow. Birmingham lent its rill to the great river of homage to the genius of Burns, which flowed through the length and breadth of the civilized world on the occasion of the Burns centenary in January, 1859. The most interesting of the 3 or 4 meetings held here was one of a semi-private nature, which took place at Aston Hall, and which originated, not with Scotchmen, but with Englishmen. Some 45 or 50 gentlemen, only some half-dozen of whom were Scotch, sat down to an excellent supper in the fine old room in which the Queen lunched the previous year. The chairman was Mr. Samuel Timmins, and the vice-chairman was Mr. Ross. Cabs, cars, and carriages, the hackney carriages, or four-wheelers of this town, have the credit of being superior to those used in London, though the hansoms, notwithstanding their being the inventions of one who should rank almost as a local worthy the architect of our town hall, are not up to the mark. Prior to 1820, there were no regular stands for vehicles plying for hire, those in New Street, Bull Street, and Colmore Row being laid in that year, the first cabman's license being dated June 11. The first Cabman's Rest was opened in Ratcliffe Place, June 13, 1872, the cost, £65, being gathered by the cabman's friend, the Reverend Micera Hill, who also, in 1875, helped them to start an association for mutual assistance in cases of sickness or death. There are 16 of these shelters in the town, the cabmen subscribing about £200 yearly towards expenses. As a rule, the Birmingham cabmen are a civil and obliging body of men, though now and then a little sharp practice may occur, as in the instance of the stranger who, arriving in New Street Station one evening last summer, desired to be taken to the Queen's Hotel, his luggage being properly secured and himself safely ensconced. Mr. Cabby coolly took the rug from his horse's back, mounted his seat, and walked the animal through the gates back to the building the stranger had just left, depositing his fare, and as calmly holding out his hand for the customary shilling as if he had driven the full distance of 1.5 miles. The fares laid down by the bylaws as proper to be charged within the borough, and within 5 miles from the statue in Stephenson Place, in the borough, are as follows. By time, the driver driving at a rate not less than 5 miles per hour, if so required. SD, for every carriage constructed to carry 4 persons, for the first hour or part of hour. 0 for every additional 15 minutes or part of 15 minutes. 2 for every carriage constructed to carry 2 persons, for the first hour or part of hour. 6 for every additional 15 minutes or part of 15 minutes. 6 any person hiring any carriage otherwise than by time is entitled to detain the same 5 minutes without extra charge, but for every 15 minutes or part thereof, over the first 5 minutes, the hirer must pay. 6 by distance, cabs or cars to carry 2 persons not exceeding 1.12 miles. 0 per 1.2 mile after. 4 one-horse vehicles to carry 4 persons, not exceeding 1 mile. 0 for any further distance, per 1.2 mile after. 6 cars or carriages with 2 horses to carry 4 persons, not exceeding 1 mile. 9 per 1.2 mile after. 9 double fares shall be allowed and paid for every fare, or so much of any fare as may be performed by any carriage after 12 o'clock at night, and before 6 in the morning. Calthorpe Park, Pershore Road, has an area of 3 law, 1 r, 13 p, and was given to the town in 1857 by Lord Calthorpe. Though never legally conveyed to the corporation, the park is held under a grant from the Calthorpe family, the effect of which is equivalent to a conveyance in fee. The Duke of Cambridge performed the opening ceremony in this our first public park. Calthorpe Road was laid out for building in the year 1818, and the fact is worthy of note as being the commencement of our local West End. Calico, cotton, and cloth in 1702, the printing or wearing of printed calicos was prohibited, and more strictly so in 1721, when cloth buttons and buttonholes were also forbidden. 50 years after, the requisites for manufacturing cotton or cotton cloth were now allowed to be exported, and in 1785 a duty was imposed on all cotton goods brought into the kingdom. Strange as it may now appear, there was once a cotton spinning mill in Birmingham. The first thread of cotton ever spun by rollers was produced in a small house near Sutton Coldfield as early as the year 1700, and in 1741, the inventor, John Wyatt, had a mill in the Upper Priory, where his machine, containing 50 rollers, was turned by 2 donkeys walking round an axis, like a horse in a modern clay mill. The manufacture, however, did not succeed in this town, though carried on more or less till the close of the century, Paul's machine being advertised for sale April 29, 1795. The Friends' schoolroom now covers the site of the cotton mill. Canal's the first act for the construction of the cut or canal in connection with Birmingham was passed in 1761, that to Bilston being commenced in 1767. The delivery here of the first boatload of coals, Nov. 6, 1769, was hailed, and rightly so, as one of the greatest blessings that could be conferred on the town, the immediate effect being a reduction in the price to 6d per cwt, which in the following May came down to 4d. The cutting of the first sod towards making the Grand Junction Canal took place July 26, 1766, and it was completed in 1790. In 1768, Breadley, the celebrated engineer, planned out the Birmingham and Wolverhampton Canal, proposing to make it 22 miles long, but he did not live to see it finished. The work was taken up by Smeaton and Telford, the latter of whom, calling it a crooked ditch, struck out a straight cut, reducing the length to 14 miles, increasing the width to 40 feet, the bridges having each a span of 52 feet. The Summit Bridge was finished in 1879. The Fazeley Canal was completed in 1783, and so successfully was it worked that in 9 years the shares were at a premium of £1,170. In 1785, the Birmingham, the Fazeley, and the Grand Junction companies took up and completed an extension to Coventry. The Birmingham and Worcester Canal was commenced in 1791, the cost being a little over £600,000, and it was opened for through traffic July 21, 1815. By an agreement of September 18, 1873, this canal was sold to the Gloucester and Berkeley Canal Co., otherwise the Sharpness Dock Co., and has thus lost its distinctive local name. The Birmingham and Warwick commenced in 1793, was finished in 1800. Communication with Liverpool by water was complete in 1826, the carriage of goods thereto, which had previously cost £5 per ton, being reduced to 30s. For a through cut to London, a company was started in May 1836, with a nominal capital of £3 million in £100 shares, and the first cargoes were dispatched in August 1840. In April 1840, an act was passed to unite the Wheely and Essington Canal Co. with the Birmingham Canal Co., leading to the extension, at a cost of over £120,000, of the canal system to the lower side of the town. There are 2,800 miles of canals in England and about 300 miles in Ireland. The total length of what may properly be called Birmingham canals is about 130 miles, but if the branches in the Black Country be added thereto, it will reach to near 250 miles. The first iron boat made its appearance on canal waters July 24, 1787. The first propelled by steam arrived here from London, September 29, 1826. The adaptation of steam power to general canal traffic, however, was not carried to any great extent, on account of the injury caused to the banks by the wash from the paddles and screws, though when railways were first talked about, the possibility of an inland steam navigation was much canvassed. When the bill for the London and Birmingham Railway was before Parliament, in 1833, some enterprising carriers started, on Midsummer Day, an opposition in the shape of a stage-boat, to run daily and do the distance, with goods and passengers, in 16 hours. The Birmingham and Liverpool Canal Company introduced steam tugs in 1843. On Saturday, November 11, they dispatched 16 boats, with an aggregate load of 380 tons, to Liverpool, drawn by one small vessel of 16 horsepower, other engines taking up the train at different parts of the voyage. Mr. Inshaw, in 1853, built a steamboat for canals with a screw on each side of the rudder. It was made to draw 4 boats with 40 tons of coal in each at 2.5 miles per hour, and the twin screws were to negative the surge. But the iron horses of the rail soon put down, not only all such weak attempts at competition, but almost the whole canal traffic itself, so far as general merchandise and carriage of light goods and parcels was concerned. Flyboats for passengers at one time ran a close race with the coaches and omnibuses between here, Wolverhampton, and other places, but they are old people now who can recollect traveling in that manner in their youth. Canal accidents. The banks of the Birmingham and Worcester Canal, near Wheeleys Road, gave way on May 26, 1872, causing considerable damage to the properties near at hand. A similar occurrence took place at Aston, July 20, 1875, and a third happened at Solihull Lodge Valley, October 27, 1880, when about 80 ft. Of an embankment 30 ft. high collapsed. Canal Reservoir, better known as the Reservoir, near Monument Lane, a popular place of resort, covers an area of 62 A, 1 R, 5 P, and is 3/4 of a mile long. Visitors and others fond of boating can be accommodated here to their heart's content. Canon. The first appearance of these instruments of destruction in connection with the English army was in the time of Edward Roman III. In his wars with the Scotch and the French, the first great battle of historical note in which they were used being that of Crécy in 1346. The manufacture of small arms, as they are called, has been anything but a small feature in the trade history of our past, but cannon founding does not appear to have been much carried on, though a local newspaper of 1836 mentioned that several 250 and 300-pounder guns were sent from here in that year for the fortifications on the Dardanelles. Cannon Hill Park covers an area of 57 A, 1 R, 9 P, and was presented to the town by Miss Ryland, the deed of conveyance bearing date April 18, 1873. The nearest route to this park is by way of Pershore Road and Edgbaston Lane, omnibuses going that way every half hour. Caps. The inventor of percussion caps is not known, but we read of them as being made here as early as 1816, though they were not introduced into the service until 1839. The manufacture of these articles has several times led to great loss of life among the workers, notes of which will be found under the head of explosions. See also, trades. Carlyle, the celebrated philosopher Thomas Carlyle, resided here for a short time in 1824, and his notes about Birmingham cannot but be worth preserving. Writing to his brother John under date Aug. 10, he says, "Birmingham I have now tried for a reasonable time, and I cannot complain of being tired of it. As a town, it is pitiful enough a mean congeries of bricks, including 1 or 2 large capitalists, some hundreds of minor ones, and perhaps 120,000 sooty artisans in metals and chemical produce. The streets are ill-built, ill-paved, always flimsy in their aspect, often poor, sometimes miserable. Not above 1 or 2 of them are paved with flagstones at the sides, and to walk upon the little egg-shaped, slippery flints that supply their places is something like a penance. Yet withal it is interesting for some of the commons or lanes that spot and intersect the green, woody, undulating environs to view this city of Tubal Cain. Torrents of thick smoke, with ever and anon a burst of dingy flame, are issuing from 1,000 funnels. 1,000 hammers fall by turns. You hear the clank of innumerable steam engines, the rumbling of cars and vans, and the hum of men interrupted by the sharper rattle of some canal boat loading or disloading, or perhaps some fierce explosion when the cannon founders Kai. The proof house are proving their new-made ware. I have seen their rolling mills, their polishing of teapots, and buttons and gun barrels and lyre shovels and swords, and all manner of toys and tackle. I have looked into their ironworks where 150,000 men are smelting the metal in a district a few miles to the north. Their coal mines, fit image of Arvinus. Their tubes and vats as large as country churches, full of copperas and aqua fortis and oil of vitriol, and the whole is not without its attractions, as well as repulsions, of which, when we meet, I will preach to you at large. Carr's Lane. Originally, this is believed to have been known as God's Cart Lane, and was sufficiently steep to be dangerous, as evidenced by accidents noted in past history. Carr's Lane Chapel, the meeting house of the old Independents, or as they are now called, the Congregationalists, will be noticed under places of worship. Cartoons if some of our forefathers could but glance at the illustrations or the portrait caricatures of local public men and their doings, now given us almost daily, we fear they would not credit us moderns with much advancement in the way of political politeness, however forward we may be in other respects. Many really good cartoons have appeared, and neither side can be said to hold a monopoly of such sketchy skillfulness. But one of the best, because most truthful, was the cartoon issued in October 1868, giving the portrait of A. Votazier Told Elector, led by the nose by his Daily Post. Castle, Birmingham Castle, is named in an ancient document as being situated a bowshot southwestward of the church, but the exact site thereof has never been traced. It is supposed to have been erected about the year 1140, and to have been demolished by order of King Stephen in 1176. Castle Street takes its name from the hostelry, once so famous among our coach officers. Catacombs there is a large number of massively built stone vaults underneath Christ Church, each divided into tiers of catacombs or receptacles for the dead. It is in one of these that the remains of Baskerville at last found a resting place. The catacombs at the General Cemetery are many, being cut out of the sandstone rock known as Key Hill, and a large number have been and can be excavated underneath the church in the Warstone Lane Cemetery. Cathedral C, places of worship Catholic. Cat Shows. The first cat show held here was opened November 29, 1873, and was a very successful speculation. But the exhibitions of the 2 following years did not pay, and since then the Grimalkins have been left at home. Cattle Shows first started in 1849 when it was held near Kent Street, and at Bingley Hall in the following year. This was an annual show of cattle, sheep, and pigs only, but after years has made it a gathering place for specimens of nearly everything required on a farm, and the show has become an exhibition, under which heading full notice will be found. Cemeteries. The burial grounds attached to the churches were formerly the only places of interment save for suicides and murderers, the former of whom were buried at some crossroad, with a stake driven through the body, while the latter were frequently hung in chains and got no burial at all. In 1807, the first addendum to our churchyards was made by the purchase of 13,192 square yards of land in Park Street, which cost £1,600. Having been laid out and enclosed with substantial railed walls at a further outlay of £764, the ground was duly consecrated July 16, 1813, and for some years was the chief receptacle for decaying humanity of all classes, many thousands of whom were there deposited. By degrees the ground came to be looked upon as only fit for the poorest of the poor, until, after being divided by the railway, this God's acre was cared for by none, and was well called the black spot of the town. Since the passing of the Closed Burial Grounds Bill, March 18, 1878, the corporations have taken possession, and at considerable expense have rewalled the enclosure and laid it out as a place of health resort for the children of the neighborhood. The burial grounds of St. Bartholomew's, St. Martin's, St. Mary's, and St. George's have also been carefully and tastefully improved in appearance, and we can now venture to look at most of our churchyards without shame. The General Cemetery at Key Hill was originated at a meeting held Oct. 1832, when a proprietary company was formed, and a capital fixed at £12,000 in shares of £10 each. The total area of the property is about 12 acres, 8 of which are laid out for general burials, in addition to the catacombs cut into the sandstone rock. The Church of England Cemetery in Warstone Lane is also the property of a private company, having a capital of £20,000 in £10 shares. The area is nearly 15 acres, the whole of which was consecrated as a burial ground for the church on August 20, 1848. The Catholic Cemetery of St. Joseph, at Netchells Green, received its first consignment in 1850. The introduction and extension of railways have played sad havoc with a number of the old burial grounds belonging to our forefathers. As mentioned above, the London and North Western took a slice out of Park Street Cemetery. The Great Western cleared the Quakers' burial ground in Monmouth Street, where the arcade now stands, the remains of the departed friends being removed to their chapel yard in Bull Street, and a curious tale has been told in connection therewith. It is said that the representative of the Society of Friends was a proper man of business, as, indeed, most of them are, and that he drove rather a hard bargain with the railway directors, who at last were obliged to give in to what they considered to be an exorbitant demand for such a small bit of freehold. The agreement was made and the contract signed, and friend Broadbrim went on his way rejoicing, but not for long. In selling the land, he apparently forgot that the land contained bones, for when the question of removing the dead was mooted, the Quaker found he had to pay back a goodly portion of the purchase money before he obtained permission to do so. In clearing the old streets away to make room for New Street Station, in 1846, the London and Northwestern found a small Jewish cemetery in what was then known as the Froggery, but which had long been disused. The descendants of Israel carefully gathered the bones and reinterred them in their later-dated cemetery in Granville Street, but even here they did not find their last resting place. For when, a few years back, the Midland made the west suburban line, it became necessary to clear out this ground also, and the much-disturbed remains of the poor Hebrews were removed to Whitton. The third and last of the Jewish cemeteries, that in Bethlehem Row, which was first used in or about 1825 and has long been full, is also doomed to make way for the extension of the same line during the year 1883, the time-honored old meeting-house yard, where poet Freeth and many another local worthy were laid to rest, has been carted off dust and ashes, tombs and tombstones to the great graveyard at Whitton, where Christian and infidel, Jew and Gentile, it is to be hoped, will be left at peace till the end of the world. In 1860, the corporation purchased 105 acres of land at Whitton for the borough cemetery. The foundation stones of 2 chapels were laid August 12, 1861, and the cemetery was opened May 27, 1863, the total cost being nearly £40,000. Of the 105 acres, 53 are consecrated to the use of the Church of England, 35 laid out for dissenters, and 14 set aside for Catholics and Jews. Census the numbering of the people by a regular and systematic plan once in every 10 years, only came into operation in 1801, and the most interesting returns, as connected with this town and its immediate neighborhood, will be found under the heading of population. Center of Birmingham, as defined by the authorities for the settlement of any question of distance, a wood statue at the top of Stephenson Place, in New Street, is reckoned as the central spot of the borough. In olden days, Nelson's monument, and prior to that, the old cross in the Bull Ring, was taken as the center. As an absolute matter of fact, so far as the irregular shape of the borough area will allow of such a measurement being made, the central spot is covered by Messrs. Harris and Norton's warehouse in Corporation Street. Centenarians John Harman, better known as Bishop Vesey, died in 1555 in his 103rd year. James Sands, who died at Harborne in 1625, was said to have been 140 years old, and his wife lived to be 120. Joseph Stanley of Aston died in May 1761 in his 106th year. Wesley, under date of March 19, 1768, wrote of having seen George Bridgens, then in his 107th year. Hutton, in noticing the long life of Bridgens, also mentions one John Pitt who lived to be 100, a Mrs. Moore who reached 104, and an old market man who completed his 107th year. A Mr. Clarkson died here, in February 1733, aged 112. William Jennens, the Jennens of untold but much coveted wealth, died in June 1798, aged 103. John Roberts of Digbeth had a family of 28 children, 6 by his third wife, whom he married when nearly 80, and lived to see his 103rd year in 1792, dying July 6. Thomas Taylor, a cobbler, stuck to his last until a week of his death, July 8, 1796, at 103. T. Blakemore died November 12, 1837, aged 105. Mrs. E. Bailey, founder of the Female Charity School, was also 105 at her death, December 2, 1854. Another old lady was Elizabeth Taylor, who died at Sparkbrook, March 5, 1864, aged 104 years. Mary Hemming of Moseley Wake Green died December 5, 1881, in her 104th year. Centenary celebrations, more or less worthy of note, are continuously recurring, and the date of some few are here preserved. Our loyal grandfathers honored the 100th anniversary of the Revolution of 1688 by a public dinner, November 4, 1788. Old Bluecoat boys in like manner kept the centenary of their school, August 24, 1824. Admirers of the philosopher, Priestley chose All Fools' Day, 1831, as the fitting day to celebrate the anniversary of his birth. The centenary of the Protestant dissenting charity schools was worthily celebrated by the raising of a special sum amounting to £1,305 as an addition to the funds. In January 1859, Robert Burns' anniversary was remembered by the holding a supper in Aston Hall, at which only half a dozen Scotchmen were present out of half 100 guests. The dissenting ministers of this and the neighboring counties, who, for 100 years, have met together once a month, celebrated the event by a quiet luncheon dinner, December 13, 1882. The tercentenary of the Free Grammar School was celebrated with learned speeches April 16, 1852, that of Good Queen Bess by a public prayer meeting November 16, 1858, and that of Shakespeare April 23, 1864, by the founding of a Shakespeare Memorial Library. The 1000th anniversary of Alfred the Great, October 29, 1849, was made much of by the Political Knowledge Association, which had not been in existence at 1000 days. The fact of John Bright being M.P. for Birmingham for a quarter of a century was celebrated in June 1883 by the Liberal Association, who got up a monster procession in imitation of the celebrated Etwood procession of the old days of Reform. The holiday was most thoroughly enjoyed by the public generally, and immense numbers of people thronged the streets to hear the bands and see what was to be seen. Chamberlain Memorial C. Statues and C. Chamber of Commerce in 1783, there was a Standing General Commercial Committee, composed of the leading merchants and manufacturers, who undertook the duty of looking after the public interests of the town, not forgetting their own peculiarly private ditto. That they were not so liberal as their compeers of today may be gathered from the fact of their strongly opposing the exportation of brass, and on no account permitting a workman to go abroad. Chamber of Manufacturers when Pitt, in 1784, proposed to tax coal, iron, copper, and other raw materials, he encountered a strong opposition from the manufacturers, prominent among whom were Bolton, Soho, Wilkinson, Bradley, and Wedgwood Potteries, who formed a chamber, the first meeting of which was held here in February, 1785. The minister was induced to alter his mind. Chandeliers, many beautiful works of art have been manufactured in this town, which, though the wonder and admiration of strangers, receive but faint notice here, and find no record except in the newspaper of the day or a work like the present. Among such may be ranked the superb brass chandelier which Mr. R. W. Winfield sent to Osborne in 1853 for Her Majesty, the Queen. Designed in the Italian style, this fine specimen of the brassworker's skill, relieved by burnishing and light matted work, ornamented with figures of peace, plenty, and love in purest Parian, masks of female faces typical of night, and otherwise decorated in the richest manner, was declared by the late Prince Consort as the finest work he had ever seen made in this country, and worthy to rank with that of the masters of old. Not so fortunate was Mr. Colley's with the Clarence chandelier and sideboard he exhibited at the exhibition of 1862, originally made of the richest ruby cut and gilded glass for William Roman IV. It was not finished before that monarch's death, and was left on the maker's hand. Its cost was nearly £1,000, but at the final sale of Mr. Colley's effects in Deck, 1881, it was sold for £5. Chapels and churches, see, places of worship. Charitable collections were made in this neighborhood in 1655, for the Redmontese Protestants, Birmingham giving £15 11s. 2d. Sutton Coldfield £14, and Aston 4 £14s. 2d. On the 6th of June, 1690, £13 18s. 112d. were collected at St. Martin's for ye Irish Protestants. In 1764, some Christmas performances were given for the relief of aged and distressed housekeepers, and the charitable custom thus inaugurated was kept up for over 70 years. In the days of monks and monasteries, the poor and needy, the halt and lame, received charitable doles at the hands of the former, and at the gates of the latter, but it would be questionable how far the liberality of the parsons, priests, and preachers of the present day would go were the same system now in vogue. It has been estimated that nearly £5,000 is given every year in what may be called the indiscriminate charity of giving alms to those who ask it in the streets or from door to door. By far the largest portion of this amount goes into the hands of the undeserving and the worthless, and the formation of a central relief office, into which the charitably disposed may hand in their contributions, and from whence the really poor and deserving may receive help in times of distress, has been a long-felt want. In 1869, a charity organization society was established here, and it is still in existence, but it does not appear to meet with that recognized support which such an institution as suggested requires. In 1882, a special fund was started for the purpose of giving aid to women left with children, and about £380 was subscribed thereto, while the ordinary income was only £680. The special fund can hardly be said as yet to have got into working order, but when the cost of proving the property of the recipients, with the necessary expenses of office rent, salaries, and have been deducted from the ordinary income, the amount left to be distributed among the persons deemed by the officials deserving of assistance is small indeed, the expenses reaching about £330 per year. In 1880, it cost £329.18. 4d. To give away food, cash, and clothing, and valued at £386.16. 6d. An apparent anomaly which would not be so glaring if the kind-hearted and charitable would only increase the income of the society, or reorganize it upon a wider basis, for statistics of poverty and the poor pauperism, and poor rates. Charitable trusts philanthropical institutions, and Chartism following the Great Reform Movement of 1832, in which Birmingham led the van, came years of bad harvests, bad trade, and bitter distress. The great Chartist movement, though not supported by the leaders of the local Liberal Party, was taken up with a warmth almost unequaled in any other town in the kingdom, meetings being held daily and nightly for months in succession, Feargus O'Connor, Henry Vincent, and many other orators of the fiery tongue taking part. On the 13th of August, 1838, a monster demonstration took place on Holloway Head, at which it was reckoned there were over 100,000 persons present, and a petition in favor of the charter was adopted that received the signatures of 95,000 people in a few days. The Chartist National Convention met here May 13, 1839, and noisy assemblages almost daily affrighted the respectable townsmen out of their propriety. It was advised that the people should abstain from all excisable articles and run for gold, upon the savings bank's very good advice when given by Atwood in 1832, but shockingly wicked in 1839 when given to people who could have had but little in the savings or any other banks. This, and the meetings which ensued, so alarmed the magistrates for the safety of property that, in addition to swearing in hundreds of special constables, they sent to London for a body of police. These arrived on July 4, and unfortunately at the time a stormy meeting was being held in the Bull Ring, which they were at once set to disperse, a work soon accomplished by the free use they made of their staves. The indignant Brums, however, soon rallied and drove the police into the station, several being wounded on either side. The latent fury thus engendered burst out in full force on the 15th when the notorious Chartist riots commenced, but the scenes then enacted, disgraceful as they were, may well be left in oblivion, especially as the best of the points of the Charter are now part of the laws of the land. Besides many others who were punished more or less, two of the leaders, W.M. Lovett and John Collins, were sentenced to 1 year's imprisonment for a seditious libel, in saying that the people of Birmingham were the best judges of their own rights to meet in the Bull Ring, and the best judges of their own power and resources to obtain justice. On the 27th July, 1849, Lovett and Collins were accorded a public welcome on their release from prison, being met at the Angel by a crowd of vehicles, bands of music, and and A procession, said to have numbered nearly 30,000, accompanied them to Gosta Green where speeches were delivered. A dinner, at which 800 persons sat down, following on the site of the People's Hall of Science, in Loveday Street. In 1841, Joseph Sturge gave in his adhesion to some movement for the extension of the franchise to the working classes, and at his suggestion a meeting was held at the Waterloo Rooms, Feb. 25, 1842, and a memorial to the Queen drawn up, which in less than a month received 16,000 signatures. On the 5th of April, 87 delegates from various parts of England, Ireland, and Scotland assembled here, and after 4 days sitting formed themselves into the National Complete Suffrage Union, whose points were similar to those of the Charter, viz., manhood suffrage, abolition of the property qualification, vote by ballot, equal electoral districts, payment of election expenses and of members and annual parliaments. On the 27th of December, another conference was held at the Mechanics' Institute, at which nearly 400 delegates were present, but the apple of discord had been introduced, and the complete suffrage union was pooh-poohed by the advocates of the Charter, the whole Charter, and nothing but the Charter, and our peace-loving townsman, whom the Times had dubbed the Birmingham Quaker Chartist, retired from the scene. From that time until the final collapse of the Chartist movement, notwithstanding many meetings were held, and strong language often used, Birmingham cannot be said to have taken much part in it, though in 1848, August 15th, George J. Mantle, George White, and Edward King, 3 local worthies in the cause, found themselves in custody for using seditious language. Chauntries, in 1330 Walter of Clochale, and in 1347 Richard of Clochale, the Lords of Saltley, founded and endowed each a chauntry in Old St. Martin's Church, wherein daily services should be performed for themselves, their wives, and ancestors in their passage through purgatory. In like manner, in 1357, Philip de Luddiley gave to the Luddiley Chantry in Inville Church a parcel of land called Morphwood, for the health of his soul, and the souls of all the maintained of the said chantry. And in 1370 he gave other lands to the chantry, for the priest to pray at the altar of St. Mary for the health of his soul, and Maud his wife, and of Sir Fulk de Birmingham, and of other benefactors recited in the deed. It is to be devoutly hoped that the souls of the Deviseys and their friends had arrived safely at their journey's end before Harry VIII's time, for he stopped the prayers by stopping the supplies. Cherry Street took its name from the large and fruitful cherry orchard, which we read of as being a favorite spot about the year 1794. Chessy, Sports and Sporting. Chicago Fire, the sum of £4,300 was subscribed and sent from here towards relieving the sufferers by this calamity. Children's Society, known as the Neglected Children's Aid Society, was founded in 1862 by Mr. Arthur Ryland for the purpose of looking after and taking care of children under 14 found wandering or begging, homeless or without proper guardianship. It was the means of rescuing hundreds from the paths of dishonesty and wretchedness, but as its work was in a great measure taken up by the school board, the society was dissolved Dec. 17, 1877. Mr. Those. Middlemore in 1872, pitying the condition of the unfortunate waifs and strays known as street Arabs, took a house in St. Luke's Road for boys and one in Spring Road for girls, and here he has trained nearly 1,000 poor children in ways of cleanliness and good behavior prior to taking the larger part of them to Canada. A somewhat similar work, though on a smaller scale, is being carried on by Mr. D. Smith, in connection with the mission attached to the Bloomsbury Institution. In both instances, the children are found good homes and placed with worthy people on their arrival in Canada, and, with scarcely an exception, all are doing well. The total cost per head while at the homes, and including the passage money, is about £16, and subscriptions will be welcomed, so that the work of the institutions may be extended as much as possible. Chimes. The earliest note we can find respecting the chimes in the Tower of St. Martin's is in a record dated 1552, which states there were eage bells with a clock and a chime. Chimneys. Like all manufacturing towns, Birmingham is pretty well ornamented with tall chimneys, whose foul mouths belch forth clouds of sooty blackness, but the loftiest and most substantial belongs to the town itself. At the Corporation Wharf in Montague Street, the stack is 258 feet in height, with a base 54 feet in circumference and an inside diameter of 12 feet. About 250,000 bricks were used in its construction, which was completed in September. 1,879 householders of an economical turn must remember it is not always the cheapest plan to clean their chimneys by burning them out. For in addition to the danger and risk of damage by so doing, the authorities of Moore Street have the peculiar custom of imposing a penalty, generally tens, when such cases are brought before them. Should such an event occur by mischance, keep all doors and windows shut, and do not admit the sweeps who may come knocking at your door. Unless fully prepared with the half-crowns, they require as bribes not to tell the police. As a rule, it is cheaper to trust to Robert not seeing it. China Temple Field was a noted place for amusements about the year 1820 and was situate where Cadell Road is now. Originally, it formed part of the grounds of Bordesley Hall, which was wrecked in the riots of 1791. Choral Society. This society held its first choral concert, August 2, 1836. The Festival Choral Society was established in 1845. Cholera. This dreadful epidemic has never yet been felt in severity in this town, though several fatal cases were reported in August 1832. In July 1865, great alarm was caused by the fact of 243 inmates of the workhouse being attacked with choleric symptoms, but they all recovered. Church Pastoral Aid Society. There is a local branch of this society here, and about £1,300 per annum is gathered in and forwarded to the parent society, who in return grant sums in aid of the stipends of 30 curates and as many scripture readers, amounting to nearly £4,700 per year. Church rates. Prior to 1831, church rates had been regularly levied and to a great extent cheerfully paid, but with the other reforms of that reforming age came the desire to reform this impost by doing away with it altogether. And at a meeting held on August 7, 1832, the ratepayers assembled not only denounced it, but petitioned Parliament for its entire abolition. Between that year and 1837, church rates of 6d to 9d in the pound were not at all infrequent, but in the latter year there was a sweet little row, which led to an alteration. At a vestry meeting held March 28, the redoubtable George Frederick Muntz, with George Edmonds and other advanced men of the times, demanded a personal examination of the books, and see, with the result doubtless anticipated and wished for a general shindy, free fight, and tumult. For his share in the riot, GFM was put on his trial in the following year, March 30 to April 1, and had to pay over £2,000 in the shape of costs, but he may be said to have won something after all, for a better feeling gradually took the place of rancor, and a system of voluntary rates, notably one for the rebuilding of St. Martin's, was happily brought to work. The bill for the abolition of church rates was passed July 13, 1868. Church Street. In 1764, at Warwick, a legal battle was fought as to a right-of-way through the New Hall Park, the path in dispute being the site of the present Church Street. Circuses. The first notice we have of any circus visiting Birmingham is that of Astley's, which came here October 7, 1787. In 1815, Messrs. Adams gave performances in a new equestrian circus on the moat, and it has interest in the fact that this was the first appearance locally of Mr. Ryan, a young Irishman, then described as indisputably the first tightrope dancer in the world of his age. Mr. Ryan, a few years later, started a circus on his own account, and after a few years of tent performances, which put money in his pocket, ventured on the speculation of building a permanent structure in Bradford Street, opening his new grand arena there in 1827. Unfortunately, this proved a failure, and poor Ryan went to the wall. The circus, known now as the Circus Chapel, long lay empty, but was again reopened May 19, 1838 as an amphitheater, but not successfully. In 1839, the celebrated Van Amberg, whose establishment combined the attractions of a circus and a menagerie, visited this town, and his performances were held, rather strangely, at the Theatre Royal. On the night of the Bull Ring riots, July 15th, when there was a full house, the startling news that a number of buildings were on fire, and was shouted out just at the moment that Van Amberg was on the stage with a number of his well-trained animals. He himself was reclining on the boards, his head resting on the sides of a tawny lion, while in his arms was a beautiful child, 4 or 5 years old, playing with the ears of the animal. The intelligence naturally caused great excitement, but the performer went quietly on, hoisting the little darling to his shoulder, and putting his animals through their tricks as calmly as if nothing whatever was the matter. In 1842, Ducrow's famous troupe came, and once again opened Ryan's circus in the Easter week, and that was the last time the building was used for the purpose it was originally erected for, Cook's Hingler's, Newsome's, and Sanger's periodical visits are matters of modern date. The new building erected by Mr. W.R. Inshaw, at foot of Snow Hill, for the purposes of a concert hall, will be adaptable as a circus. Climate from the central position in which Birmingham is situated, and its comparative elevation, the town has always been characterized as one of the healthiest in the kingdom. Dr. Priestley said the air breathed here was as pure as any he had analyzed. Were he alive now, and in the habit of visiting the neighborhood of some of our rolling mills, and see, it is possible he might return a different verdict, but nevertheless, the fact remains that the rates of mortality still contrast most favorably as against other large manufacturing towns. Clocks. One of Bolton's specialties was the manufacture of clocks, but it was one of the few branches that did not pay him. Two of his finest astronomical clocks were bought by the Empress of Russia after being offered for sale in this country in vain. His friend, Dr. Small, is said to have invented a timepiece containing but a single wheel. The town clocks of the present day are only worth notice on account of their regular irregularity, and those who wish to be always up to the time a day had best set their watches by the instrument placed in the wall of the Midland Institute. The dome of the council house would be a grand position in which to place a really good clock, and if the dials were fitted with electric lights, it would be useful at all hours, from near and far. Clubs. No place in the kingdom can record the establishment of more clubs than Birmingham, be they friendly clubs, money clubs, so-called, or the more taking political clubs, and it would be a hard task to name them all, or say how they flourished, or dropped and withered. In the years 1850-60, it was estimated that at public houses and coffee houses, there were not less than 180 money clubs, the members paying in weekly or fortnightly subscriptions of varying amount for shares £5 to £100. And though there cannot be the slightest doubt that many of our present mastermen owe their success in life to this kind of mutual help, the spirit of gambling in money shares proved, on the whole, to be disastrous to the members who went in for good interest on their deposits. Of friendly clubs we shall have something to say under another beating. Respecting the political clubs and those of a general nature, we may say that the earliest we have note of is the Church and King Club, whose first meeting was held at the Royal Hotel, Nov. 27, 1792. Of a slightly different nature was the Hampton Club, established in 1815, but which was closed by the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act in 1817. During the troublous times of 1830-40, many clubs, or smoke-room palavers, existed, but perhaps the only one that really showed results was the Branch Club, or local agency, connected with the land scheme of Feargus O'Connor, and that ultimately dwindled to naught. On July 5, 1847, a club on the plan of the London, Whittington was started here, but when or why it ended deponent knoweth not. The Union Clubhouse, corner of Newhall Street and Calmore Row, which cost £16,000, was built in 1868-9, being opened May 3rd of the latter year. This must be considered as the chief neutral ground in local club matters, gentlemen of all shades of politics, and being members. The number of members is limited to 400, with 50 temporary members, the entrance fee being £15 and the annual subscription 7 sevens. The Town and District Club, opened at the Shakespeare Rooms in August 1876, also started on the non-political theory. The town members paying £3 per annum, and country members a guinea or guinea and half, according to their residence being within 25 or 100 miles. A liberal club was founded October 16, 1873, under the auspices of Mr. Joseph Chamberlain, and took possession of its present rooms in Corporation Street, January 20, 1880, pending the completion of the palatial edifice now in course of erection in Edmund Street. At the corner of Congreve Street, the Forward Liberal Club opened in Great Hampton Street, October 30, 1880. A Junior Liberal Club celebrated their establishment by a meeting in the Town Hall, November 16, 1880. The Conservatives, of course, have not been at all backward in club matters, for there has been some institution or other of the kind connected with the party for the last 100 years. The Midland Conservative Club was started July 4, 1872, and has its headquarters now in Waterloo Street, the old county court buildings being remodeled for the purpose. A junior conservative club opened in Castle Street, June 25, 1874. A young men's conservative club commenced July 26, 1876. The Belmont Conservative Club, July 30, 1877, and the Hampton Conservative Club, August 21st of same year. In fact, every ward in the borough, and every parish and hamlet in the suburbs now has its conservative and liberal club, the workingmen having also had their turn at club-making, the Birmingham Heath working-men opening up shop, August 25, 1864, the Saltley Boys in October, 1868, the St. Albanites following suit December 1, 1873, and the Ladywood Men, November 30, 1878. A club of more pretentious character, and called par excellence the Working Man's Club, was begun July 20, 1863, but the industriously inclined members thereof did not work together well, and allowed the affair to drop through. Backed by several would-be thought friends of the working class, another Working Men's Club sprung into existence April 29, 1875, with a nominal capital of £2,500 in tens. Shares. Rooms were opened in Corn Exchange Passage on the 31st of May, and for a time all promised well. Unfortunately, the half-sovereigns did not come in very fast, and the landlord, though he knew nap to be a very favorite game, did not choose to be caught napping, and therefore took his rest at the end of the 5th half-year, and in so doing rent the whole fabric of the club. The Edgbaston Art Club was organized in 1878, the Chess Club in 1841, the Germania Club in 1856, the Gymnastic Club in 1866, the Dramatic Club in May, 1865, the Farmers' Club in May, 1864, the Pigeon Flying Club at Quilters in 1875, and C Club Law has great attractions for the brums every profession and every trade hath its club, and all the fanciers of every sort and kind club by themselves, till their name is Legion. Coaches from its being situated, as it were in the very heart of the kingdom, Birmingham, in the olden days, and it is but 50 years ago, was an important converging central point of the great mail coach system, and a few notes in connection therewith cannot be uninteresting. Time was when even coaching was not known, for have we not read how long it took ere the tidings of Prince Rupert's attack on our town reached London? A great fear seems to have possessed the minds of the powers that were in regard to any kind of quick transmission whatever, for in the year 1673 it was actually proposed to suppress the public coaches that ran within 50 or 60 miles of London, and to limit all the other vehicles to a speed of 30 miles per day in summer and 25 in winter, for what might not be dreaded from such an announcement as that remarkable swift traveling coach, the Fly, would leave Birmingham on Mondays and reach London on the Thursdays following. Prior to and about 1738, an occasional coach was put on the road, but not as a regular and periodical conveyance, the fare to London being 25 shillings, children on lap and footmen behind being charged half price. A flying coach commenced running direct to the metropolis on May 28, 1745, and was evidently thought to be an event of some importance, as it was advertised to do the distance in 2 days, if the roads permitted. In July, 1782, the same journey was accomplished in 14 hours, showing a great improvement in the arrangements of the road. The first mail coaches for the conveyance of letters was started by Mr. Palmer, of Bath, in 1784, the earliest noticed as passing through here being on August 23, 1785, but the first direct mail from this town dates only from May 25, 1812. In February 1795, the western mail coaches were delayed nearly a week together in consequence of a rapid thaw rendering the roads impassable. In 1777, 52 coaches passed through here to London and 16 to Bristol every week. In 1829, at least 100 departed from or passed through the town daily, 550 persons traveling between here and London. In 1832, Mr. Lecount estimated the general results of the road and canal traffic between here and London as follows: passengers, 233,155; goods, 62,389 tons; parcels, 46,799; beasts, 50,839; sheep, 365,000; pigs, 15,364. The amount expended in cost of transit, being 1,338,217 pounds. In 1837, it was estimated that 6,789 pounds was received per week from coach passengers on the road from here to London, 1,571 pounds for parcels per coach, and 729 pounds from persons posting along the same roads. And that 8,120 pounds was received for goods by canals and wagons, not including iron, timber, cattle, minerals, or other goods at low tonnage, pound 17,209 per week. There was, notwithstanding the large number of coaches leaving here every day, no direct conveyance from Birmingham to Edinburgh. The best and usual route was by Walsall, Manchester, Preston, and Carlisle. Distances and times being Manchester, 78.12 miles, 8 hours, fare 14s. Manchester to Carlisle, 118 miles, 12 hours 55 minutes by the mail, including stoppage of 50 minutes at Preston for post office purposes, fare 12 pounds. 6d. Carlisle to Edinburgh, 95 miles, 9 hours 35 minutes, fare 18s. Coachman and guards fees about 15s. All hotel charges and C were paid by the passenger. Total distance, 291.12 miles. Traveling time, 31.2 hours. Cost, 39 pounds. 6d, in all. The mail coach which left the Albion reached London in 10.12 hours, which would be reckoned as very good travelling even in these days. For some time after the introduction of railways, the coaching interest was still of some account. For as late as 1840, there were 54 coaches and omnibuses running from here every 24 hours. There has been a kind of modern revival of the good old coaching days, but it has not become popular in this part of the country, though quite a summer feature on the Brighton Road. A four-in-hand, driven by the Earl of Aylesford, was put on the road from here to Coventry, at latter end of April, 1878, and another ran for part of the summer, in 1880, to Leamington. The introduction of railways set many persons to work on the making of steam coaches to travel on the highways. Captain Ogle coming here on one of his own inventing September 8, 1832, direct from Oxford, having travelled at from 10 to 14 miles per hour. Our local geniuses were not behindhand, and Messrs. Heaton Bros and the well-known Dr. Church brought out machines for the purpose. Both parties started joint stock companies to carry out their inventions, and in that respect both parties succeeded, for such was the run for shares, that in June 1833, when Heaton's prospectus came out, offering to the public 2,000 £10 shares, no less than 3,000 were asked for in one day. There was also a third company in the field, the London, Birmingham, and Liverpool, with a nominal capital of £300,000, but none of them prospered, for though they could construct the engines and the coaches, they could not make receipts cover expenses. Heaton's ran theirs for some little time to Wolverhampton and back, and even to the Lickey. The doctor came out every month with something new, and even the big Co. managed to bring one carriage all the way from London, August 28, 1835. Others besides Captain Ogle also came here on their iron horses, and there was plenty of fun and interest for the lookers-on generally, but no trade and no interest for the speculators. For steam coaches of the present day, see tramways. Coal was not in common use much before 1625, and for a long time was rather shunned by householders, more especially in the rural parts, where the black diamonds were looked upon as something altogether uncanny. Prior to the opening of the first canal, the roads leading from the Black Country daily presented the curious feature of an almost unending procession of carts and wagons bringing the supplies needed by our manufacturers, and high prices were the rule of the day. The first boatload was brought in on November 6, 1769, and soon after the price of coal at the wharf was as low as 4d. Per CWT, C. Trades. Cobbett delivered a lecture on the Corn Laws, and C. at Beardsworth Repository, May 10, 1830. Cobden, there was a general closing of places of business here on April 6, 1865, the day on which Richard Cobden was buried. Cockfighting, Eris's Gazette of December 26, 1780, announced in one of its advertisements that the annual subscription match of cocks would be fought at Dudeston Hall, commonly called Vauxhall. On the New Year's Day and day after, the same paper printed an account of another cockfight, at Sutton, as late as April 17, 1875. Coffee houses coffee, which takes its name from the Abyssinian province of Kaffa, was introduced into this country in the early part of the 17th century, the first coffee house being opened in London in 1652. Until very late years, coffee houses in provincial towns were more noted for their stuffy untidiness than aught else, those of Birmingham not excepted, but quite a change has come o'er the scene now. And with all the brave glitter of paint and glaring gas, they attempt to rival the public houses. The Birmingham Coffee House Company, Limited, originally miscalled the Artisans Clubhouse Company, which came into existence March 27, 1877, with a capital of £20,000 in tens. Shares has now near upon a score of houses open, and their business is so successful that very fair dividends are realized. Coffins excluding textile fabrics and agricultural produce, Birmingham supplies almost every article necessary for the comfort of man's life, and it is therefore not surprising that some little attention has been given to the construction of the casket, which is to enclose his remains when dead. Coffins of wood, stone, lead, and sea have been known for centuries, but coffins of glass and coffins of brass must be ranked amongst the curiosities of our later trades. Two of the latter kind polished, lacquered, and decorated in a variety of ways, with massive handles and emblazoned shields, were made here some few years back for King Egbo Jack and another dark-skinned potentate of South Africa. By particular request, each of these coffins were provided with 4 padlocks, 2 outside and 2 inside, though how to use the latter must have been a puzzle even for a dead king. The patent metallic airtight coffin co., whose name pretty accurately describes their productions, in 1861 introduced hermetically sealed coffins with plate glass panels in the lid, exceedingly useful articles in case of contagious diseases, and see the trade in coffin furniture seems to have originated about 1760, when one ingenious mole pushed it forward. And among the list of patents taken out in 1796 by a local worthy, there is one for a patent coffin, though its particular speciality could not have met with much approval, as although some thousands of bodies have been removed from our various sepultures, nothing curious or rarer than rotten boards and old lead has been brought to light. Coinage so far had our patriotic forefathers proceeded in the art of making money, that about the middle of the last century, it was estimated over 1/2, the copper coin in circulation was counterfeit, and that 9/10 thereof was manufactured in Birmingham, where 1,000 halfpennies could be had of the makers for 25s. Bolton's big pennies were counterfeited by lead pennies faced with copper. One of these would be a curiosity now. The bronze coinage was first issued December 1, 1860, and soon after Messrs. Ralph Heaton and Sons made 100 tons of bronze coins for the mint. They are distinguished by the letter H under the date. The number, weight, and value of this issue were as follows. Tons nominal value, 62 or 9,595,245 pennies, 25,396 pounds, 17,128, or 5,504,382 halfpennies. 11, 469.10, 11.10, or 3,884,446 farthings. 96.54, 100, or 15,484,043 pieces. 40,962 pounds, 13.4. The same firm has had several similar contracts, the last being in hand at the present time. The bronze is composed of 95 parts copper, 4 tin, and 1 zinc. Colleges C, schools, and C. Calmore Row, which now extends from the Council House to the Great Western Hotel, including Ann Street and Monmouth Street, is named after the Calmore family, the owners of the freehold. Great Calmore Street, Caroline and Charlotte Streets, Great and Little Charles Streets, Crego, Lionel, and Edmund Streets all take their names from the same source. Colonnade this very handsome and, for Birmingham, rather novel-looking building was opened Jan. 10, 1883, being erected by Mr. A. Humpage at a cost of about £70,000 from the designs of Mr. W. H. Ward. The colonnade proper runs round the entire building, giving frontage to a number of shops, the upper portion of the block being partly occupied by the Midland Conservative Club, and the rest of the building, with the basement, fitted up as a temperance hotel and restaurant. Comets. The inhabitants were very much terrified by the appearance of a comet in December, 1680. At Michaelmas, 1811, an exceedingly brilliant comet appeared, supposed to have been the same which was seen at the birth of Jesus Christ. Donati's comet was first observed June 2, 1858, but was most brilliant in September and October. The comets of 1861 and 1883 were also visible here. Commissioners. The first local governing body of the town, though with but the merest shadow of power as compared with the corporation of today, were the street commissioners appointed under an Act of Geo, Roman III. In 1769, their duties being confined almost solely to repairing, cleansing, and enlightening the streets of the town, appointing watchmen, and their power of raising funds being limited to ones. By succeeding Acts of 1773, 1801, 1812, and 1828, the powers of the commissioners were considerably enlarged, and they must be credited with the introduction of the first set of local improvement schemes, including the widening of streets, clearing the bull ring of the houses round St. Martin's Church, making owners lay out proper streets for building, purchasing the market tolls, building of town hall and market hall, regulating carriages, and suppressing the smoke nuisance arising from engines commonly called steam engines. And though they came in for their full share of obloquy and political rancor, it cannot be denied they did good and faithful service to the town. The commissioners had the power of electing themselves, every vacancy being filled as it occurred by those who remained, and, as the Act of 1828 increased their number to no less than 89, perhaps some little excuse may be made for the would-be leading men of the day who were left out in the cold. Be that as it may, the Charter of Incorporation put them aside, and gave their power and authority into the hands of a popularly elected representative body. The commissioners, however, remained as a body in name until the last day of December, 1851, when, as a token of remembrance, they presented the town with the ornamental fountain formerly standing in the center of the market hall, but which has been removed to Highgate Park. On the transfer of their powers to the corporation, the commissioners handed over a schedule of indebtedness, showing that there was then due on mortgage of the lamp rate of 4%, £87,350, on the town hall rate at 4%, £25,000, annuities £947 threes, 4D, besides £7,800 at 5%. Borrowed by the Dudeston and Nechells commissioners, making a total of £121,097 threes, 4D. Commons. Handsworth Common was enclosed in 1793. An act was passed in 1798 for enclosing and allotting the commons and waste land in Birmingham. The commons and open fields of Erdington and Witton were enclosed and divided in 1801. Concert halls, and the Birmingham Concert Hall, better known as Holders, was built in 1846, though for years previous the house was noted for its harmonic meetings. The present hall has seats for 200 persons. Day's Concert Hall was erected in 1862, the opening night, September 17, being for the benefit of the Queen's Hospital, when 70 was realized therefore. The hall will accommodate 1,500. The Museum Concert Hall was open Dec. 20, 1863, and will hold about 1,000 people. A very large building intended for use as a concert hall, and will soon be opened in Snow Hill to be conducted on temperance principles. A series of popular Monday evening concerts was commenced in the Town Hall, Nov. 12, 1844, and was continued for nearly 2 years. Twopenny weekly concerts for the people were started at the Music Hall, Broad Street, now Prince of Wales Theatre, March 25, 1847, but they did not take well. Threepenny Saturday evening concerts in Town Hall were begun in November, 1879. Conferences and congresses of all sorts of people have been held here from time to time, and a few dates are here annexed. A conference of Wesleyan ministers took place in 1836, in 1844, 1854, 1865, and 1879, being the 136th meeting of that body. 400 congregational ministers met in Congress Oct. 5, 1862. A social science congress was held Sept. 30, 1868. A trades union conference Aug. 23, 1869, National Education League Conference, Oct. 12, 1869. National Republican Conference, May 12, 1873. Conference on Sanitary Reform, Jan. 14, 1875. A Cooperative Societies Conference, July 3, 1875. A Conference of Christians in Needless Alley, Oct. 27, 1875. The Midland Counties Church Defense Associations met in the Exchange, Jan. 18, 1876, and on the 9th of Feb. The advocates for disestablishing and disendowing the church said their say in the Masonic Hall, resolutions in favor of sharing the loaves and fishes being enthusiastically carried by the good people who covet not their neighbor's goods. A Domestic Economy Congress was held July 17, 1877. A church conference held sittings Nov. 7, 1877. The Friends of International Arbitration met in the Town Hall May 2, 1878, when 800 delegates were present. But the swords are not yet beaten into plowshares. How to lessen the output of coal was discussed March 5, 1878, by a conference of miners, who, not being then able to settle the question, met again June 17, 1879, to calmly consider the advisableness of laying idle all the coal pits in the country for a time, as the best remedy they could find for the continued reduction of wages. The 18th Annual Conference of the British Association of Gas Managers was held here June 14, 1881, when about 500 of those gentlemen attended. A considerable amount of gassy talkin' at the wonderful future naturally arose, and an endowment fund of £323 was banked to provide a medal for any originality in connection with the manufacture and application of gas. But the Gas Committee of Birmingham, without any vast improvement in the manufacture, still keep to their original idea of sharing profits with ratepayers, handing over £25,000 each year to the borough rates. On Bank Holiday, August 6, 1883, a conference of bakers took place here, and at the same date the 49th High Court of Foresters assembled at the Town Hall, their last visit having been in 1849. Conservative associations have been in existence for at least 50 years, as the formation of one in December, 1834, is mentioned in the papers of the period. The present one, which is formed on a somewhat similar plan to that of the Liberal Association, and consists of 300 representatives chosen from the wards, held its first meeting May 18, 1877. Associations of a like nature have been formed in most of the wards, and in Balsall Heath, Moseley, Aston, Handsworth, and all the suburbs and places around. Constables in 1776, it was necessary to have as many as 25 constables sworn in to protect the farmers coming to the weekly market. See also police. Consuls. There are consulates here for the following countries. For addresses, see directory: Austria, Belgium, Brazil, Chile, France, Germany, Greece, Liberia, Portugal, Spain and Italy, Turkey, United States of Colombia and Uruguay. Convents. See religious institutions. Cooperative societies at one time were put in the same category as Chartist, Socialist, and Communistic associations, all banned alike. Nevertheless, in the old Reform days, the theory of cooperation was most enthusiastically taken up by the workers of this town, even more so than in any other place in the kingdom. As early as 1828, several attempts had been made to form such societies, but the one which appeared the most likely to succeed was the so-called Labor Exchange, situated in the old coach yard, in Bull Street, formed on the basis so eloquently and perseveringly advocated by Robert Owen. The principle of this exchange was to value all goods brought in at the cost of the raw material, plus the labor and work bestowed thereon, the said labor being calculated at the uniform rate of 6d per hour. On the reception of the goods, notes to the value were given which could be handed over as equivalent for any other articles there on sale, and for a time this rather crude plan was successful. Sharp customers, however, found that by giving in an advanced valuation of their own goods, they could, by using their notes, procure others on which a handsome profit was to be made outside the labor mart, and this ultimately brought the exchange to grief. Mr. William Pear and Mr. George Jacob Holyoake were foremost among the advocates of cooperation at the period, and a most interesting history of cooperation in England has been written by the latter gentlemen. Other societies were also in operation from time to time, the longest-lived being the Economic Provision Company, which was commenced at Handsworth in 1830 by some of the workers at Soho and Soho Foundry, 139 of whom clubbed 20s, each as a starting fund. After a few months' trial, the profits were allowed to accumulate until they made up £5 per share, on which capital no less than £6,000 were paid in dividends during the first 30 years. The supply associations of the present day are somewhat differently constituted, such establishments as the one in Corporation Street, formerly in Cannon Street, and that in High Street being on the most extensive scale, offering to the general public all the advantages derivable from the use of large capital, combined with a fair division of profits to the customer as well as to the shareholders. The Birmingham Household Supply Association in Corporation Street supplies all the necessaries required in the household, in addition to eatables and drinkables of the very best quality, including Messrs. Walter Showell and Sons ales, which are sent out at the same prices as from the firm's own offices, either in cask or bottle. Cornavia, the ancient inhabitants of this part of England, but who were subdued by the Romans. Whether the said inhabitants had any name for the particular spot now called Birmingham must forever remain doubtful. Corn Exchange, in High Street, was opened October 28, 1847. The original capital of the company was £5,000 in shares of £25 each, but the total cost of erection was a little over £6,000. The length of the interior is 172 feet and the breadth 40 feet. Corn laws long before the formation of the Anti-Corn Law League in 1838, a movement for the repeal of the obnoxious imposts had been started in this town, a petition being sent from here to Parliament in March 1815, with 48,600 signatures attached. The doings of the League and their ultimate success is an oft-told tale, the men of Birmingham, of course, taking their part in the struggle, which culminated on the 26th of June, 1846, in the passing of Sir Robert Peel's bill for the total repeal of all duties levied on corn and breadstuffs. Coroner's the first borough coroner, the late Dr. Burt Davies, was appointed May 15, 1839, and he held the office till July 1875, when Mr. Henry Hawkes was chosen as his successor, only one member of the town council voting against him. The Preent coroner has introduced several improvements on the old system, especially in the matters of holding inquests at public houses and the summoning of jurors. Formerly, the latter were chosen from the residents nearest to the scene of death, some gentlemen being continually called upon, while the occasional exhibition of a dead body in the back lumber-room of an inn-yard, among broken bottles and gaping stablemen, was not conducive to the dignity of a coroner's court or particularly agreeable to the unfortunate surgeon who might have to perform a post-mortem. Thanks to the persevering tenacity of Mr. Hawkes, we have a proper court in Moore Street and a mortuary at every police station to which bodies can at once be taken. The jurors are now chosen by rotation, so that having been once called upon to act as a good citizen in such a capacity, no gentleman need fear a fresh summons for some years to come. Mr. Hooper, the coroner for South Staffordshire, received his appointment in 1860. Corporation the Charter of Incorporation of the Borough of Birmingham, authorizing the formation of a governing body, consisting of mayor, aldermen, and councillors, duly elected by the burgesses, dates from October 31, 1838. The elections took place in December, the first meeting being held on the 27th. The borough was originally divided into 13 wards, but has since been, by order in council, made into 16, though the number of aldermen, 16, and councillors, 48, has not been increased. The mayor is elected for 1 year, the councillors for 3, and the aldermen for 6. The first mayor chosen was William Schofield, Esquire, who was succeeded by P.H. Muntz, Esquire, in 1839 and 1840, the election taking place at the November sitting in each year. Since 1840, the mayoral chair has been successively filled by 1841 S. Beale, 1842 J. James, 1843 T. Weston, 1844 T. Phillips 1845 H. Smith, 1846 R. Martineau, 1847 C. Geach, 1848 S. Thornton 1849 W. Lucy, 1850 W. Lucy, 1851 H. Smith, 1852 H. Hawks, 1853 J. Baldwin, 1854 J. Palmer, 1855 T.R. T. Hodgson, 1856 J. Ratcliffe 1857 J. Ratcliffe, 1858 Sir J. Ratcliffe K.T., 1859 T. Lloyd, 1860 A. Ryland, 1861 H. Manton, 1862 C. Sturge, 1863 W. Holliday, 1864 H. Wigan, 1865 E. Yates, 1866 G. Dixon, 1867 T. Avery, 1868 H. Holland, 1869 T. Prime, 1870 G. B. Lloyd, 1871 J. Sadler, 1872 A. Biggs, 1873 J. Chamberlain, 1874 J. Chamberlain, 1875 J. Chamberlain 1876 G. Baker, 1877 W. Kenrick, 1878 J. Collings, 1879 R. Chamberlain, 1880 R. Chamberlain, 1881 T. Avery, 1882 W. White, 1883 W. Cook, 1884 W. Martineau. The members of the council in 1862 subscribed £200 for the purchase of A. Mayer's chain, the first to wear the glittering god, strange to say, being a Quaker, Charles Sturge to wit. To this chain a valuable addition has since been made in the shape of a stone, worth £150, presented to the town council by Mr. W. Spencer, June 27, 1873, as being the first diamond cut in Birmingham and which was appropriately mounted. For the names and addresses of the aldermen and councillors of the various wards, changes taking place yearly, reference should be made to the Birmingham Red Book, published annually, in which will also be found a list of all the borough officials, and c. Corporations stock the balance against the borough in the shape of loans or mortgages on the then rates, when the town council took over from the street commissioners, was £121,100. By the end of 1864, the borough debt stood at £638,300 at varying rates of interest. After the purchase of the gas and water works and the commencement of the improvement scheme, this amount was vastly increased, the town's indebtedness standing in 1880 at no less than £6,226,145. The old system of obtaining loans at the market price of the day, and the requirement of the local government board that every separate loan should be repaid in a certain limited number of years. When so large an amount as 6-1/4 millions came to be handled necessitated a consolidation scheme, which has since been carried out, to the relief of present ratepayers and a saving to those who will follow. The whole of the liabilities in the borough on loans were converted into corporation 3.5%. Stock at the commencement of 1881, the operation being performed by the Bank of England. The tenders for same were opened Jan. 18th, when it was found that £1,200,000 had been applied for at, and slightly over the minimum rate of £98 per £100. The remaining £800,000 was allotted to A Syndicate, who afterwards applied for it at the minimum price. Persons having money to invest cannot do better than visit the borough treasurer, Mr. Hughes, who will give every information as to the mode of investing even a £10 note in the Birmingham Corporation stock. Council House public buildings. County areas. The total areas of this and adjoining counties are Warwickshire 566,458 acres, Worcestershire 472,453, Staffordshire 732,434, and Shropshire 841,167. County Court first opened in Birmingham at the Waterloo Rooms, Waterloo Street, April 28, 1847. R. G. Welford, Esquire, Q.C., acting as judge until September 1872. He was followed by H. W. Cole, Esquire, Q.C., who died in June 1876, James Mataram, Esquire, Q.C., who died Sept. 19, 1884, the present judge being W. Chambers, Esquire, Q.C. The circuit No. 21 includes the towns and places of Aston, Atherstone, Balsall Heath, Curdworth, Castle Bromwich, Erdington, Gravelly Hill, Handsworth, Harborne, Kings Heath, Kings Norton, Lee Marston, Little Bromwich, Maxstoke, Minworth, Moseley, Nether Whitaker, Perry Bar, Saltley, Selly Oak, Sutton Coldfield, Tamworth, Water Orton, and Wishaw. County officials for names and addresses of the Lord Lieutenant, Deputy Lieutenant, High Sheriff, county magistrates, and other official gentlemen connected with the county of Warwick. See Red Book. Court of Bankruptcy, Holden at Birmingham, at the County Court, in Corporation Street. Comprises all the places within the district of the County Court of Warwickshire, Holden at Birmingham, Tamworth and Solihull, and all the places in the district of the County Court of Worcestershire, Holden at Redditch. Court of Judicature, Birmingham, Wolverhampton, Walsall, and Worcester, are district registries of the Supreme Court of Judicature. Court Leet. The origin of that peculiar kind of local government board, known in the olden days as the Court Leet of the Manor of Birmingham, is lost in the misty shadows of our past history. Doubtless, there were many onerous duties connected therewith, and very possibly the officials considered themselves as men of high degree. But what those duties actually were, and what the remuneration for their due fulfillment, appears to have been matter of doubt, even so late as 100 and a few odd years ago. The rights, powers, and privileges of the officers of this court had evidently been questioned by some of our radical-minded great-grandfathers, as we find it was deemed necessary to assemble a jury on the 20th day of October, 1779, to ascertain and present the same, and from a little pamphlet at that time published, we extract the following. The office of Low Bailiff. The jury find and present that this officer is annually elected by the jury, and that his office is in the nature of sheriff of the manor, that to him all the process of the court is to be directed, and that it is his right and duty to summon all juries to this court. And the low bailiff, at each fair, is entitled to 1 penny for each stall or standing pitched in the said fairs. The office of high bailiff. The jury find and present that this officer is annually elected by the jury, and that it is his duty to see that the fairs be duly proclaimed, and that due order be preserved in the fairs and markets. And if he sees any person in such fairs or markets using unlawful games, to the injury of ignorant persons and thoughtless youths, he may seize them and commit them to custody, to be taken before a proper magistrate. That it is his duty to see that all persons exposing any wares for sale in the fairs or markets, or as shopkeepers within the manor, have legal weights and measures. The other officers of the court leet, whose duties are also defined in the aforesaid pamphlet, are the constables, the headborough, 2 affairs, who looked after the rents and dues belonging to the lord of the manor, 2 leather sealers, once important officers, when there was a leather market, but whose duties in and about the year named seem to be confined to attending at the yearly dinners given by the high bailiff, 2 ale conners, otherwise high tasters, and 2 flesh conners, otherwise low tasters. From their name, it might be thought the duties of the last named officers were limited to the inspection of meat or flesh, but it will be seen that they were of a more comprehensive character. Their duty is to see that all butchers, fishmongers, poulterers, bakers, and other sellers of victuals do not sell or expose to sale within this manor any unwholesome, corrupt, or contagious flesh, fish, or other victuals. And in case any such be exposed to sale, we find that the said officers, by the ancient custom of the manor, may seize, burn, or destroy the same, or otherwise present the offenders at the next court leet to be holden for this manor. As we are now officered, inspectored, and policed, and generally looked after as to our eating and drinking, and see, in the most improved modern style possible, it is not necessary to further fill space by saying what the headborough had to do or how many constables assisted him. The last meeting of the court leet, long shorn of all its honors and privileges, was held October 28, 1851. Court of record this was also called the Mayor's Court, and was authorized in the Charter of Incorporation for the recovery of small debts under £20, the officers consisting of a judge, registrar, and 2 sergeants at mace. In 1852, Oct. 26, the town council petitioned the Queen to transfer its powers to the county court, which was acceded to in the following spring. Court of Requests constituted by Act of Parliament in 1752, this court for the more easy and speedy recovery of small debts within the town of Birmingham and the adjoining hamlet of De Rytund, continued in operation until the present county court system became the law of the land. Its powers were originally limited to debts not exceeding 40s. In amount, which was increased to £5 by an act passed in 1807, the periods of imprisonment to which defaulting debtors were liable being apportioned out at the rate of 1 day in durance for each shilling due, except in special cases, wherein an addition, not to exceed 3 months, might be the reward for fraudulent concealment of property from creditors. The court consisted of no less than 6 judges, or, as the Act styled them, commissioners, from whose decisions there was no appeal whatever. These commissioners were at first chosen from the ratepayers in a haphazard style, no mental or property qualification whatever being required, though afterwards it was made incumbent that they should be possessed of an income from real estate to value of 50 per year, or be worth £1,000 personalty. From the writings of William Hutton, himself one of the commissioners, and other sources, we gather that justice, or what was supposed to be equivalent thereto, was administered in a rough and ready fashion of the rudest kind, the cases being frequently disposed of at the rate of 30 to 40 per hour. And when we consider that imprisonment resulted at an average of 1 case in 10, the troubles attendant upon impecuniosity in those days may be better imagined than described. The courthouse, which is now occupied by sundry tradesmen, lay a little back from High Street, nearly opposite New Street, and in itself was no mean structure, having been, it is said, erected about the year 1650, as the town house of John Jennings or Jennings, one of the wealthy family, the claims to whose estates have been unending, as well as unprofitable, barring, of course, to the long-robed and bewigged fraternity. A narrow passage from the right of the entrance hall leads by a dark, winding staircase to the cellars, now filled with merchandise, but which formerly constituted the debtors' prison, or, as it was vulgarly called, the louse hole, and doubtless from its frequently crowded and horribly dirty condition, with half-starved, though often debauched and dissipated, occupants, the nasty name was not inappropriately given. Shocking tales have been told of the scenes and practices here carried on, and many are still living who can recollect the miserable cry of "Remember the poor debtors," which resounded morning, noon, and night from the heavily barred windows of these underground dungeons. The last batch of unfortunates here confined were liberated August 16, 1844. Creche, an institution which has been open in Bath Row for several years, and a great blessing to many poor mothers in its neighborhood, but it is so little known that it has not met with the support it deserves, and is therefore crippled in its usefulness for want of more subscribers. The object of the institution is to afford, during the daytime, shelter, warmth, food, and good nursing to the infants and young children of poor mothers who are compelled to be from home at work. This is done at the small charge of 2d per day, a sum quite inadequate to defray the expenses of the charity. The average number of children so sheltered is about 100 per week, and the number might be greatly increased if there were more funds. Gifts of coal, blankets, linen, perambulators, toys, pictures, and are greatly valued, and subscriptions and donations will be gladly received by the Hun, treasurer. Crescent, Cambridge Street. When built, it was thought that the inhabitants of the handsome edifices here erected would always have an extensive view over gardens and green fields. And certainly, if chimney pots and slated roofs constitute a country landscape, the present denizens cannot complain. The ground belongs to the grammar school, the governors of which leased it in 1789 to Mr. Charles Norton, for a term of 120 years, at a ground rent of £155 tens per year, the lessee to build 34 houses and spend £12,000 thereon. The yearly value now is about £1,800. On the Crescent Wharf is situated the extensive stores of Messrs. Walter Showell and Sons, from whence the daily deliveries of Croswell's ales are issued to their many Birmingham patrons. Here may be seen, stacked tier upon tier, in long cool vistas, close upon 6,000 casks of varying sizes containing these celebrated ales, beers, and stouts. This stock is kept up by daily supplies from the brewery at Langley Green, many boats being employed in the traffic. Cricket z sports. Crime. Few local writers like to acknowledge that Birmingham is any worse than other large towns in the matter of crime and criminals, and the old adage respecting the bird that fouls its own nest has been more than once applied to the individuals who have ventured to demur from the boast that ours is par excellence, a highly moral, fair-dealing, sober, and superlatively honest community. Notwithstanding the character given it of old, and the everlasting sneer that is connected with the term brummagem, the fact still remains that our cases of drunkenness are far less than in Liverpool, our petty larcenies fewer than in Leeds, our highway robberies about half compared with Manchester, malicious damage a long way under Sheffield, and robberies from the person not more than a third of those reported in Glasgow. While as to smashing and coining, though it has been flung at us from the time of William of Orange to the present day, that all the bad money ever made must be manufactured here, the truth is that 5/6 of the villainous crew who deal in that commodity obtain their supplies from London, and not from our little hardware village. But alas, there is a dark side to the picture. Indeed, for according to the Registrar General's return of June, 1879, and the proportionate ratio, we are sorry to say, still remains the same, Birmingham holds the unenviable position of being the town where most deaths from violence occur. The annual rate per 1,000 being 1.08 in Birmingham, 0.99 in Liverpool, 0.38 in Sheffield, 0.37 in Portsmouth. The average for the kingdom being even less than that, the proportional fatality from violence being almost invariably more than twice as large in Birmingham as in Sheffield. Cross in the Bull Ring, when Hutton first came here, a poor wayfarer seeking employ, there was a square building standing on arches called the Cross, or Market Cross, the lower part giving a small shelter to the few countrywomen who brought their butter and eggs to market, while the chamber above provided accommodation for meetings of a public character. When the corn cheaping, the shambles, and all the other heterogeneous collection of tumble-down shanties and domiciles, which in the course of centuries had been allowed to gather round St. Martin's, were cleared away, the Market Cross was demolished, and its exact site is hardly ascertainable. At Dale End there was a somewhat similar erection known as the Welsh Cross, taking its peculiar name, says Hutton, from the locality then called Welsh End, on account of the number of Welsh people living on that side of the town, though why the Taffys were honored with a distinct little market house of their own is not made clear. This building was taken down in 1803, the 3-dial clock, weathercock, and sea being advertised for sale October 12, 1802. Crown the Old Crown Inn, de Rytland, is one of the very few specimens we have of the style of architecture adopted in the days of old, when timber was largely used in place of our modern bricks. Leland mentions the Crown Inn as existing in 1538, and a much longer history than that is claimed for it. In 1817, there was another old Crown Inn in New Street, on the spot where Hyams now stands, access to the cherry orchard being had through its yard, the right-of-way thus obtained being the origin of the present Union Passage. Crystal Palace as it was proposed in August 1853, that the corporation should join with the Midland Railway Co. and the Corporation of Sutton in the erection of a Sydenham Palace in Sutton Park, Birmingham, to lease 250 acres for 999 years, at once. Per acre, fined from £20,000 to £30,000 for the building and divide profits, the Midland Railway Co. being willing to make branch from Bromford and run cheap trains. The scheme was highly approved, but the Suttonites killed the goose that was to lay them such golden eggs by refusing to lease the land for more than 99 years and wanting 20s per acre rent. In July 1877, a Sutton Park Crystal Palace Co. Lim. was registered with a capital of £25,000 in £5 shares for buying Mr. Cole's Promenade Gardens, erecting hotel, aquarium, skating rink, concert hall, winter gardens, and sea, and the shares were readily taken up. Additional grounds were purchased, and though the original plans have not yet been all carried out, a very pleasant resort is to be found there. Days in Smallbrook Street is also called a Crystal Palace, on account of the style of decoration, and the immense mirror the proprietor purchased from the Hyde Park exhibition of 1851. Curzon Hall, built originally for the purposes of the dog shows, was opened in 1865. It is the property of a company and cost about £7,500. The building is well suited and has been often used for exhibitions, panoramas, circus entertainments, and the hall being 103 ft. long by 91 ft. wide. The stage is of the fullest width with a depth of 45 ft. There is room for 3,000 seats. Danylites, a tribe who eschew fish, flesh, and fowl and drink no alcohol, neither do they snuff, smoke, or chew tobacco. At a fruit banquet held on August 1877, it was decided to organize a garden of Danylites in Birmingham. Dates: the most complete work giving the dates of all the leading events in the world's history is Haydn's Book of Dates, the latest edition bringing them down to 1882. For local events, the only local book of dates published is that of 1874, but Showell's Dictionary of Birmingham, by the same author, will be found to contain more reliable data than any book hitherto issued. For information of a general character, respecting the immediate neighborhood and adjoining counties, our readers cannot do better than refer to the files of Birmingham newspapers, preserved in the reference library, or write to the present editors of the said papers, gentlemen noted for their urbanity and readiness to tell anybody anything. Dawson George, see Parsons, Preachers and Priests, and Statues. Deaf and Dumb Asylum, see Philanthropic Institutions. Debating societies. From time immemorial, the Brums have had their little parliaments, mostly in public house parlors and clubrooms, and certain Sunday nights gathering at Bob Edmonds and other well-known houses have acquired quite an historical interest. But the regularly constituted, spouting clubs of the present day cannot claim a very long existence, the Birmingham Debating Society having held their first palaver on the 3rd of Dec. 1846. In 1855, they joined the Edgbastonians. The latest of the kind, started in 1884, is known as the Birmingham Parliamentary Debating Society and has its premier parties and political fights in proper parliamentary style. Dear Steelers, there was a taste for venison in more classes than one in 1765, for it was found necessary to offer rewards for the detection of those persons who stole the deer from a Aston Park. Dental hospitals, see hospitals. Deodens, prior to the passing of 9 and 10 Vict. 1846, coroners' juries had the power of imposing a deodend or penalty on any article or animal which had been instrumental in causing the death of a human being, the said animal or article being forfeited if the owner did not pay. Duritend, in some antique records the name has been spelt Duratend. For this and other reasons, it has been thought to have had its origin rather from the ancient British, as dur is still the Welsh word for water, and its situation on the Rhea, a Gaelic word signifying a running stream, seems to give a little foundation therefore. Mr. Tonleman Smith, in whose family the old Crown House has descended from the time it was built, and who therefore is no mean authority, was of opinion that the name was formerly Derryatend or Deergatend, from the belief that in ancient days there was here an ancient deer forest. Leland said he entered the town by Dirty, so perhaps after all Duritend only means the dirty end. Like the name of the town itself, as well as several other parts of it, we can only guess at the origin. Duritend Bridge old records show that some centuries back there was a bridge here of some sort, and occasionally we find notes of payments made for repairs to the roads leading to the gates of the bridge, or to the watchmen who had charge thereof, who appear to have been in the habit of locking the gates at night, a procedure which we fear our dirtient neighbors of today would be inclined to resent. The act for building the present bridge was obtained in 1784. The work was commenced in 1789, but not completed till 1814. Dickens Charles made his first appearance amongst us at a Polytechnic Conversazione held February 28, 1844, his last visit being to distribute prizes to students of the Midland Institute, January 6, 1870. In December 1854, he gave the proceeds of 3 readings, amounting to £227, to the funds of the Institute, in which he always took great interest. See also theatrical notes, and c. Digbeth or Dyke Path or Duck's Bath, another puzzle to the antiquarians. It was evidently a watery place, and the pathway lay low, as may be seen at Ye Olde Leather Bottle. Dining halls. Our grandfathers were content to take their bread and cheese by the cozy fireside of a public-house kitchen. This was followed by sundry publicans reserving a better room in which a joint was served up for their topping customers. One who got into trouble and lost his license conceived the idea of opposing his successor and started dining rooms, sending out for beer as it was required, but not to his old shop. This innovation took, and when the railways began bringing in their streams of strangers, these dining rooms paid well, as several of the old ones do still. The next step was the opening of a large room in Slaney Street, June 8, 1863, and another in Cambridge Street, with the imposing title of dining halls, wherein all who were hungry could be fed at wholesale prices provided they had the necessary cash. Our people, however, are not sufficiently gregarious to relish this kind of feeding in flocks, barrack-room fashion, and though the provisions were good and cheap, the herding together of all sorts spoilt the speculation, and dining halls closed when restaurants opened. See luncheon bars. Diocese. Birmingham is in the Diocese of Worcester and in the Archdeaconry of Coventry. Directories. The oldest Birmingham directory known was printed in 1770, but there had been one advertised a few years earlier, and every now and then, after this date, one or other of our few printers ventured to issue what they called a directory. But the procuring a complete list of all and every occupation carried on in Birmingham appears to have been a feat beyond their powers, even 60 years back. As far as they did go, however, the old directories are not uninteresting, as they give us glimpses of trade mutations and changes compared with the present time that appear strange now even to our oldest inhabitants. Place, for instance, the directory of 1824 by the side of White's directory for 1874, one of the most valuable and carefully compiled works of the kind yet issued. In the former, we find the names of 4,980 tradesmen, the different businesses under which they are allotted numbering only 141. In 1874, the trades and professions named tot up to 745, under which appears no less than 33,462 names. In 1824, if we are to believe the directory, there were no factors here, no fancy repositories, no gardeners or florists, no pearl button makers, no furniture brokers or pawnbrokers, no newsagents, and strange to say, no printer. Photographers and electroplaters were unknown, though 50 years after showed 68 of the one and 77 of the latter. On the other hand, in 1824, there were 78 auger, all-blade, and gimlet makers, against 19 in 1874, 14 bellows makers, against 5, 36 buckle and 810 button makers, against 10 and 265, 52 edge tool makers and 176 locksmiths, against 18 of each in 1,874. Hinge makers were reduced from 53 to 23. Gilt toy makers from 265 to 15. Considering the immense quantity of gilt trifles now sent out yearly, we can only account for these figures by supposing the producers to have been entered under various other headings. Among the trades that have vanished altogether are steelyard makers, of whom there were 19 in 1824, saw makers, of whom there were 26, tool makers, of whom there were 79, and similars, whatever they might have been. Makers of the time-honored snuffers numbered 46 in 1824, and there were even half a dozen manufacturers left at work in 1874. The introduction of gas lighting only found employ, in the first named year, for 3 gasfitters. In 1874, there were close upon 100. Pewterers and manufacturers of articles in Britannia metal numbered 75 in 1824, against 19 in 1874, wire drawers in the same period coming down from 237 to 56. The directories of the past 10 years have degenerated into mere bulky tomes, cataloging names certainly, but published almost solely for the benefit of those tradesmen who can be coaxed into advertising in their pages. To such an extent has this been carried, that it is well for all advertisers to be careful when giving their orders, that they are dealing with an established and respectable firm, more than one bogus directory having come under the notice of the writer during the past year or two. The issue of a real post office directory for 1882, for which the names, trades, and addresses were to be gathered by the letter carriers, and no body of men could be more suitable for the work or be better trusted, was hailed by local tradesmen as a decided step in advance, though little fault could be found with the editions periodically issued by Kelly. But unfortunately, the proposed plan was not successfully carried out. And in future years, the volume will be principally valued as a curiosity, the wonderfully strange mistakes being made therein of placing the honored name of Sir Josiah Mason under the head of next of kin inquiry agents. And that, too, just previous to the exposure of the numerous frauds carried out by one of the so-called agents, and its curiousness is considerably enhanced by the fact that a like error had been perpetrated in a recent edition of Kelly's directory. Discharged Prisoners' Aid Society in 1882 gave assistance to 642 persons at an average cost of 9.12d. Each pound 315 19s, 4d, 161 16 poundses, 5d. Of this amount came from the convicts' gratuities, while the cost of aiding and helping them took £192. Dispensary established in 1794. The first stone of the building in Union Street was laid December 23, 1806, and it was opened for the reception of patients early in 1808, the cost being about £3,000. It has been one of the most valuable institutions of the town, thousands receiving medical assistance every year, and is supported by voluntary subscriptions. A branch dispensary was opened in Monument Road, Feb. 27, 1884. Provident dispensaries, to which members pay a small monthly sum for medicine and attendance, were organized in 1878, the first branch being opened at Hockley in October of that year. In the first 15 months, 3,765 individuals paid subscriptions, and about £577 was paid for drugs and doctors' fees. There are also branches at Camp Hill and Small Heath. Dissenters in 1836, there were 45 places of worship belonging to various denominations of dissenters here. There are now about 145 places of worship. Distances from Birmingham to neighboring places, county towns, trade centers, watering places, and being taken from the shortest railway routes. This list may be used as a guide to the third-class fares reckoned at 1d per mile. Miles Aberdare, 111 Aberdeen, 437-1/2 Abergavenny, 79 Abergele, 109 Aberystwyth, 123-1/2 Accox Green, 4-1/4 Albrighton, 20 Alcester, 24 Aldershot, 111-1/2 Ulmwick, 52-1/2 Allruas, 26 Alton Towers, 52-1/2 Alvechurch, 13-1/2 Arbroath, 310 Ashbourne, 56-1/4 Ashby de Lazouch, 41-1/2 Ashton-under-Lyne, 84-1/2 Aylesbury, 84 Bala, 94 Banbury, 42 Bangor, 135 Barmouth, 116 Barnsley, 95-1/2 Barnstaple, 181 Barnt Green, 12 Barrow Furnace, 160 Basingstoke, 108-1/2 Bath, 98-1/2 Battersea, 115-1/2 Bedford, 82 Beeston Castle, 64-1/2 Belper, 50 Berkswell, 13 Berwick, 281 Bescott Junction, 7-1/2 Betwas Wycoed, 134 Bildley, 22-1/2 Bilston, 9-1/2 Birkenhead, 90 Blackburn, 113 Blackpool, 124 Bletchley, 65-1/2 Blisworth, 49-1/2 Bloxwich, 10-1/2 Bolton, 95-1/4 Borth, 113 Bournemouth, 173 Bradford, 120-1/2 Brecon, 95 Bredon, 40-1/2 Bredal Lane, 12 Bridgenorth, 20 Bridgewater, 127 Brierley Hill, 11-1/2 Brighton, 166 Bristol, 94 Bromsgrove, 16 Bromyard, 41 Buckingham, 70-1/2 Bilth Road, 88 Burslem, 49 Burton-on-Trent, 32 Bury St. Edmunds, 133 Bushbury Juntian, 13 Buxton, 79 Cambridge, 111-1/2 Cannock, 15-1/2 Canterbury, 175-1/2 Cardiff, 109 Carlisle, 196 Carmarthen, 187-1/2 Carnarvon, 143-1/2 Castle Bromwich, 5-3/4 Castle Douglas, 248-1/2 Chapel in Lafrith, 89 Cheadle, 77 Cheddar, 115-1/2 Chelsea, 110 Cheltenham, 49-1/2 Chepstow, 84 Chester, 75 Chesterfield, 65-1/2 Chippenham, 117 Chipping Norton, 60 Chirk, 62-1/2 Church Stret, 54 Cinderford, 83-1/2 Cirencester, 84-1/2 Clapham Junction, 113 Clay Cross, 62 Cleobury Mortimer, 29 Clifton Bridge, 97 Colebrookdale, 30 Codsall, 16-1/2 Coleford, 80 Coleshill, 11-1/2 Colwich, 25-1/2 Colwyn Bay, 115 Congleton, 58 Conway, 120-1/2 Coventry, 18-1/2 Cradley, 9 Craven Arms, 61-1/2 Crewe Junction, 54 Croydon, 123 Crystal Palace, 120 Darlaston, 9-1/2 Darlington, 175-1/2 Deepfields, 9-1/2 Denbigh, 97 Derby, 42-1/2 Devizes, 143-1/2 Didcot, 76 Dalgeley, 106 Doncaster, 96-1/2 Dorchester, 184 Dorking, 133 Droitwich, 23 Dublin, 232 Dudley, 8 Dumfries, 229 Dundee, 347 Dunstable, 79 Durham, 198 Edinburgh, 297-1/2 Elgin, 450 Ely, 127 Erdington, 4-1/2 Etruria, 47 Evercreech Junction, 121 Evesham, 34 Exeter, 170 Falmouth, 286-1/2 Farrington, 87 Fearnall Heath, 25 Fenny Compton, 34-1/2 Fenny Stratford, 67 Festiniog, 145 Filey, 178 Fleetwood, 126 Flint, 87-1/2 Folkestone, 202 Forfar, 304 Forge Mills, 94 Ashes, 19 Frome, 138 Furness Abbey, 158-1/2 Garstang, 115 Glasgow, 286 Glastonbury, 140 Gloucester, 56-1/2 Gosport, 150 Gravelly Hill, 3 Great Bar, 4-1/2 Great Bridge, 7 Grimsby, 136-1/2 Guildford, 120 Hagley, 13-1/2 Hillsowen, 9 Halifax, 122-1/2 Hanley, 47-1/2 Harborne, 4 Harlech, 126 Harrogate, 133 Harrow, 101 Hartlebury, 22 Hartlepool, 186 Hastings, 192-1/2 Hatton, 17-1/4 Haverfordwest, 218-1/2 Heathtown, 12 Hednesford, 17-1/2 Henley-on-Thames, 103 Hereford, 57 Hertford, 108 Higham Furrers, 69-1/2 High Wycombe, 95 Hitchin, 92 Holyhead, 159-1/4 Holywell, 91-1/2 Huddersfield, 105-1/2 Hull, 134 Ilfracombe, 195 Inverness, 490 Ipswich, 167 Ironbridge, 30 James Bridge, 9 Jedburgh, 263 Keighley, 116-1/2 Kendal, 148 Kenilworth, 21 Kidderminster, 18-1/2 Kilmarnock, 278-1/2 Kings Heath, 5 Kings Norton, 6 Kingstown, 226 Kingswood, 13 Knowle, 10-1/2 Lancaster, 127-1/2 Langley Green, 5-1/4 Leamington, 21 Ledbury, 43 Leeds, 115 Leicester, 39-1/2 Leominster, 80 Lichfield, 18 Lincoln, 91-1/2 Liverpool, 97-1/2 Llanberis, 143 Llandudno, 123 Llanelli, 167-1/2 Llangollen, 72-1/2 Llanrust, 131 Llanimynich, 69 London, 113 Longton, 48 Loughborough, 50 Lowestoft, 201 Ludlow, 69-1/2 Lydney, 79 Lie Waste, 10-1/2 Lynn, 135 Macclesfield, 66 Mackinac, 101 Maidenhead, 105-1/2 Maidstone, 175-1/2 Malvern Great, 36-1/2 Manchester, 85 Margate, 187 Market Bosworth, 27-1/2 Market Drayton, 48 Market Harborough, 46 Marlborough, 133-1/2 Marston Green, 6-1/2 Mariport, 224 Matlock Bath, 59 Menai Bridge, 136 Merthyr, 111-1/2 Middlesbrough, 176 Milford Haven, 228 Milverton, 21 Mold, 87 Monmouth, 96-1/2 Montrose, 401 Morton and Marsh, 46 Moseley, 3-3/4 Much Wenlock, 33 Nantwich, 56 Neath, 105-1/2 Netherton, 8 Newark, 71-1/2 Newcastle on Tyne, 215 NWCS Daly Lyme, 47-1/2 Newmarket, 126 Newport Salop, 39 Newport Moan, 101 Newton Road, 5 Newton Stewart, 278 Northallerton, 160 Northampton, 49 Northfield, 8-3/4 North Shields, 216-1/2 Norwich, 181 Nottingham, 58 Nuneaton, 20 Oakengates, 28-1/2 Oldbury, 5-1/2 Oldham, 85 Olton, 5 Oswestry, 62-1/2 Oxford, 66 Paisley, 286 Pelsall, 11 Pembroke Dock, 175 Penkridge, 22-3/4 Penmaenmawr, 125 Penrith, 178 Penzance, 302 Perry Bar, 4 Pershore, 43-1/2 Perth, 344 Peterborough, 96-1/2 Plymouth, 222-1/2 Pontypool, 90 Port de Norwich, 139 Portishead, 105-1/2 Portmadoc, 134 Portsmouth, 162-1/2 Prestoton, 101 Prince's End, 9-1/2 Prolhelly, 138 Queen's Ferry, 82 Ramsgate, 192-1/2 Reading, 93 Redcar, 189 Redditch, 17 Reigate, 138-1/2 Rill, 105 Rickmansworth, 98 Rochdale, 104-1/2 Ross, 70 Rotherham, 88 Round Oak, 10-1/2 Roseley, 63-1/2 Ruabin, 67-1/2 Rugby, 80-1/2 Rugeley, 21-1/2 Runcorn, 75 Ruthin, 116 Ryde, 160 St. Albans, 101 St. Asaph, 111 St. Helens, 85-1/2 St. Leonard's, 190-1/2 Salford Priors, 28 Salisbury, 157-1/2 Saltburn, 191 Sandbach, 58-1/2 Scarborough, 173 Selly Oak, 2-1/2 Sharpness, 75 Sheffield, 79 Shepton Mallet, 152 Shifnal, 25 Shrewsbury, 42 Shustoke, 12 Smethwick, 3-1/2 Solihull, 6-1/2 Southampton, 139 Southport, 107-1/2 South Shields, 209 Spawn Lane, 4-1/2 Stafford, 29 Stamford, 72 Steckford, 3-1/2 Sturchley Street, 3-1/2 Stirling, 336 Stockport, 79 Stoke, 45-1/2 Stokes Bay, 150 Stourbridge, 13-1/2 Stourport, 22 Stranraer, 301 Stratford-on-Avon, 26 Stroud, 70 Sunderland, 208 Sutton Coldfield, 7 Swansea, 156-1/2 Swan Village, 5-1/2 Swindon, 100 Tamworth, 18 Taunton, 138-1/2 Teignmouth, 184 Tenbury, 38 Tewkesbury, 44-1/2 Thirsk, 151 Thrapstone, 75-1/2 Tipton, 8 Torquay, 195-1/2 Towcester, 54 Trefnant, 113 Trentham, 43 Trowbridge, 128 Truro, 275-1/2 Tunbridge Wells, 165 Tunstall, 47 Tutbury, 37 Ulverstone, 152 Uppingham, 61-1/2 Upton-on-Severn, 49 Uttoxeter, 45-1/4 Uxbridge, 118 Wakefield, 101-1/2 Wallingford, 84-1/4 Walsall, 8 Warminster, 120 Warrington, 78 Warwick, 21-1/2 Water Orton, 7-1/2 Wednesbury, 8 Wednesfield, 12 Weedon, 42 Welshpool, 61 Wellington, 32 Wells, 123 Wem, 52 West Bromwich, 4 Weston-super-Mare, 114 Weymouth, 191 Whitaker Junction, 10-1/2 Whitby, 187 Whitchurch, 51 Whitehaven, 193 Wigan, 91 Willenhall, 11 Willesden Junction, 107 Wilnecote, 16-1/2 Wincanton, 130 Winchester, 127 Windermere, 156 Windsor, 113 Winson Green, 2-1/2 Wirksworth, 56 Whitton, 3-1/2 Woburn Sands, 70 Wokingham, 100 Wolverhampton, 12 Wolverton, 60 Worcester, 27-1/2 Worthington, 50 Wrexham, 72 Wilda Green, 6 Yarmouth, 201 Yeovil, 152 York, 131 2. Dogs A5s. Duty on dogs came into force April 5, 1867, raised to 7s, 6d. In June 1878, this was not the first tax of the kind, for a local note of the time says that in 1796, the fields and waters near the town were covered with the dead carcasses of dogs destroyed by their owners to avoid payment of the tax. The amount paid per year at present for dog licenses in Birmingham is about £1,800. The using of dogs as beasts of burden, common enough now abroad, was put a stop to in London at the end of Oct. 1840, though it was not until 1854 that the prohibition became general. Prior to the passing of the Act in that year, dogs were utilized as draft animals to a very great extent in this neighborhood by the rag and bone gatherers, peddlers, and little merchants. As many as 180 of the poor brutes once being counted in 5 hours as passing a certain spot on the West Bromwich Road. There have been 1 or 2 homes for stray dogs opened, but it is best in case of a loss of this kind to give early information at the nearest police station, as the art of dog stealing has latterly been much cultivated in this town, and it should be considered a duty to one's neighbor to aid in putting a stop thereto. Dog shows. The first local dog show was held in 1860, but it was not until the opening in Curzon Hall, December 4, 1865, that the show took rank as one of the yearly institutions of the town. C. Exhibitions. Doomsday Books. The so-called Doomsday Book, compiled by order of William the Norman Conqueror, has always been considered a wonderful work, and it must have taken some years compiling. Some extracts touching upon the holders of land in this neighborhood have already been given, and in a sense they are very interesting, showing as they do the then barrenness of the land and the paucity of inhabitants. Though in Henry Roman VIII's reign an inventory of all properties in the hands of churchmen was taken, it did not include the owners of land in general, and it was not till Mr. John Bright in 1873 moved for the returns that a complete register of the kind was made. It would not be easy, even if space could be given to it, to give the list of individuals, companies, and corporation who claim to be possessors of the land we live on in Birmingham and neighborhood. But a summary including the owners in this and adjoining counties may be worth preserving. As will be seen by the annexed figures, Warwick and Stafford rank high in the list of counties having large numbers of small owners, small as to extent of ground, though often very valuable from the erections thereon. There can be no doubt that the freehold land and building societies have had much to do with this, and as Birmingham was for years the headquarters of these societies, the fact of there being nearly 47,000 persons in the county, out of a total population of 634,189, who own small plots under 1 acre, speaks well for the steady perseverance of the Warwickshire lads. That we are not wrong in coming to this conclusion is shown by the fact that, leaving out the metropolitan counties, Warwick heads, in this respect, all the shires in the kingdom. Warwickshire, extent gross of estimated lands, rental, owners of number, acres less than 1 acre. 46,894, 1,808,897 acre, and under 10,956 acres. 1,328, 114,243, 100, 500, 137,370, 2, 398,625, 500, 1,130, 4,005, 1,000. 2,208, 718, 2,000, 5,100, 1,180, 5,275,700, 1, 5,000, 10,000, 10,000, 20,000. No areas given. Total 51,516, 540, 1,021, 3,318,303. Staffordshire, less than 1 acre. 33,672, 974,133 acre, and under 10, 4,062, 252,714 acres, 1,891, 224,505, 100, 124,730, 100, 500, 111,891, 880, 1,083, 500, 1,177,372, 1,000, 2,278,562, 2,000, 5,219,792, 5,000, 10,130, 6,660, 8, 10,000, 20,200, 12,526, 20,000. 50,000. No areas given. 2,456. 606,552, no rentals returned. Total 43,371, 638,080, 3,630,254. Worcestershire, less than 1 acre. 1608, 4,733, 440, 4,945 acre, and under 10, 2,790, 150, 1,922 acres, 1,300, 5, 138,517, 100, 100, 500, 118,187, 258,049, 500, 1,000, 122,817, 1,000, 2,000, 2,000, 5,130, 1,886, 5,000, 10,000, 10,000, 20,000. No areas given. 522, 112,107 total. 21,804, 440, 1,061, 1,680, 5,735. Dudeston Hall and the Holt family. The first record of this family we have is towards the close of the 13th century, when we find mention of Sir Henry Holt, whose son, Hugh Del Holt, died in 1322. In 1330, Simon Del Holt, styled of Birmingham, purchased the manor of Nechells in consideration of XL Lee of silver. In 1365, Jonathan Holt purchased for 40 marks the manor of Dudeston, and 2 years later he became possessed by gift of the manor of Aston. For many generations the family residence was at Dudeston, though their burial place was at Aston, in which church are many of their monuments, the oldest being that of W.M. Holt, who died September 28, 1514. That the Holts, though untitled, were men of mark, may be seen by the brass in the north aisle of Aston Church to the memory of Thomas Holt, Justice of North Wales, and Lord of this town of Aston, who died March 23, 1545. His goods and chattels at his death were valued at £276. 2d, a very large sum in those days, and from the inventory we find that the hall contained 13 sleeping apartments, viz. the chamber over the buttery, the chapel chamber, the maid's chamber, the great chamber, the inner chamber to the great chamber, the Yatehouse chamber, the inner chamber to the same, the Jeston chamber, the cross chamber, the inner chamber to the same, the clerk's chamber, the yeoman's chamber, and the hind's chamber. The other apartments were the hall, the police, the storehouse, the gallery, the buttery, the kitchen, the larder house, the day house, the back house, the Boltonge house, and the yelling house, the chapel being also part of the hall. The principal bedrooms were hung with splendid hangings, those of the great chamber being of gay colors, blue and red, the other articles in accordance therewith, the contents of this one room being valued at Ziegli. Roman 14, s. e. 13 pounds 14s, 4d. The household linen comprised 22 damask and 2 diaper tablecloths, worth 4s, 10 dozen table napkins, 40s, a dozen fine towels, 20s, a dozen coarse towels, 6s, 8d, 30 pair fine sheets, 5 pounds, 20 pounds 3 pair coarse sheets, 3 pounds, and 26 pillow burrs, 20. The kitchen contained pots, chafforns, skimers, skellets, cressets, gretires, frying pans, frying dishes, a brazen mortar with a pestle, stone mortars, strike-inch knives, broaches, racks, brandards, cupboards, pot hangings, hocks, a rack of iron, bowls, and pails. The livestock classed among the movable goods consisted of 19 oxen, 28 kine, 17 young bestet, 24 young calves, 12 goats, 4 geldings, 2 mares, 2 nags, and a colt, 229 sheep, 12 swine, a crane, a turkey cock, and a hen with 3 chickens, the lot being valued at 86 pounds 8d. Sir Thomas's marriage with a daughter of the Winningtons brought much property into the family, including lands and sea. Within the towns, villages, and fields of Aston, next Birmingham and Witton, Melton, Mulberry, and Leicestershire, Hanseaworth, which lands did late belonge to the dissolved chamber of Aston, and also the priory or free chapel of Birmingham, with the lands and tenements belonging thereto, within Birmingham aforesaid, and the lordship or manor of the same, within the lordship of Dudeston. Together with the lands and tenements, within the lordship of Nechells, Saltelly, sometime belonging to the late dissolved Guild of Durayton, as well as lands at Horborne, Haleshwyn, Norfielda, and Smithwick. His son Edward, who died in 1592, was succeeded by Sir Thomas Holt, born in 1571, died December 1654, and the most prominent member of the family. Being one of the deputation to welcome James I to England, in 1603 he received the honour of knighthood. In 1612 he purchased an Ulster baronetcy, at a cost of £1,095, and in 1599 he purchased the rectory of Aston for nearly £2,000. In April 1618 he commenced the erection of Aston Hall, taking up his abode there in 1631, though it was not finished till April 1635. In 1642 he was honoured with the presence of Charles I, who stopped at the Hall Sunday and Monday, October 16 and 17. At the Battle of Edge Hill, Edward Holt, the eldest son, was wounded. He died from fever on Aug. 28, 1643, during the siege of Oxford, aged 43, the day after Christmas, 1643, the old squire was besieged by about 1,200 parliamentarians from Birmingham, with a few soldiers, but having procured 40 musketeers from Dudley Castle, he held the hall till the third day when, having killed 60 of his assailants and lost 12 of his own men, he surrendered. The hall was plundered and he was imprisoned, and what with fines, confiscations, and compounding, his loyalty appears to have cost him nearly £20,000. Sir Thomas had 15 children, but outlived them all save one. He was succeeded in his title by his grandson, Sir Robert, who lived in very straitened circumstances, occasioned by the family's losses during the Civil War, but by whose marriage with the daughter of Lord Brereton the Cheshire property came to his children. He died Oct. 3, 1679, aged 54, and was followed by Sir Charles, who had 12 children and lived till June 15, 1722, his son Sir Cloberry dying in a few years after Oct. 24, 1729. Sir Lister Holt, the next baronet, had no issue, though twice married, and he was succeeded April 8, 1770, by his brother Sir Charles, with whom the title expired March 12, 1782. The principal estates going with his daughter and only child to the Bracebridge family, as well as a dowry of £20,000. In 1817, an Act of Parliament was obtained for the settlement and part disposal of the whole of the property of this time-honoured and wealthy family, the total acreage being 8,914 a. 2 r. 23 p. and the then annual rental 16, 557 OS. 9D the Aston estate alone extending from Prospect Row to beyond Erdington Hall, and from Nechells and Saltley to the Custard House and Hay Mill Brook. Several claims have been put forward by collateral branches, both to the title and estates, but the latter were finally disposed of in 1849, when Council's opinion was given in favor of the settlements made by Sir Lister Holt, which enabled the property to be disposed of. The claimants to the title have not yet proved their title thereto, sundry registers and certificates of ancient baptisms and marriages being still wanting. Dudeston Ward Hall the name tells what it is for. The first stone was laid Dec. 15, 1877. It was opened June 1, 1878, will seat about 300, and cost £3,500, which was found by a limited co. Dungeon. This very appropriate name was given to the old jail formerly existing in Peck Lane. A writer, in 1802, described it as a shocking place, the establishment consisting of one day room, 2 underground dungeons, in which sometimes half a dozen persons had to sleep, and 6 or 7 night rooms, some of them constructed out of the jailer's stables. The prisoners were allowed 4d per day for bread and cheese, which they had to buy from the keeper, who, having a beer license, allowed outsiders to drink with his lodgers. This, and the fact that there was but one day room for males and females alike, leaves but little to be imagined as to its horrible, filthy condition. Those who could afford to pay 6d a week were allowed a bed in the jailer's house, but had to put up with being chained by each wrist to the sides of the bedsteads all night, and thus forced to lie on their backs. The poor wretches pigged it in straw on the floors of the night rooms. See also jails and prisons. Dwarfs the first note we have of the visit here of one of these curiosities of mankind is that of Count Borulawski in 1783. Though but 39 inches high, it is recorded that he had a sister who could stand under his arm. The next little one, Manetta Stocker, a native of Austria, came here in 1819 and remained with us, there being a tombstone in St. Philip's churchyard bearing this inscription: In memory of Manetta Stocker, who quitted this life the 4th day of May, 1819, at the age of 39 years, the smallest woman in this kingdom and one of the most accomplished. She was not more than 33 inches high. She was a native of Austria. General Tom Thumb, Charles Stratt, was exhibited at D's Royal Hotel in September 1844 when he was about 10 years old, and several times after renewed the acquaintance. He was 31 inches high and was married to Miss Warren, a lady of an extra inch. The couple had offspring, but the early death of the child put an end to Barnum's attempt to create a race of dwarfs. Tom Thumb died in June 1883. General Might, who was exhibited here last year, was even smaller than Tom Thumb, being but 21 inches in height. Birmingham, however, need not send abroad for specimens of this kind. Robin Goodfellow, chronicling the death on Nov. 27, 1878, of a poor unfortunate named Thomas Field, otherwise the man-baby, who, though 24 years of age, was but 30 inches high and weighed little over 20 pounds, and who had never walked or talked. The curious in such matters may, on warm, sunny mornings, occasionally meet, in the neighborhood of Bromsgrove Street, a very intelligent little man, not much if any bigger than the celebrated Tom Thumb, but who has never been made a show of. Dynamite manufacture. See notable offenses. Ear and throat infirmary. See hospitals. Earthquakes are not of such frequent occurrence in this country as to require much notice. The first we find recorded, said to be the greatest known here, took place in November 1318. Others were felt in this country in May 1332, April 1580, November 1775, November 1779, November 1852, and October 1863. Easy Row or Easy Hill, as Baskerville delighted to call the spot he had chosen for a residence. When Mr. Hanson was planning out the town hall, there were several large elm trees still standing in Easy Row, by the corner of Edmund Street, part of the trees which constituted Baskerville's park, and in the top branches of which the rooks still built their nests. The entrance to Broad Street had been narrow, and bounded by a lawn enclosed with posts and chains, reaching to the elm trees, but the increase of traffic had necessitated the removal, in 1838, of the grass plots and the fencing, though the old trees were left until 1847, by which time they were little more than skeletons of trees, the smoky atmosphere having long since stopped all growth. Eccentrics there are just a few now to be found. But in these days of heaven-sent artists and special-born politicians, it would be an invidious task to chronicle their doings or dilate on their peculiar idiosyncrasies. And we will only note a few of the queer characters of the past, leaving to the future historian the fun of laughing at our men of today. In 1828, the man of mark was Dandy Parker, a well-to-do seedsman who, aping Beau Brummel in gait and attire, sought to be the leader of fashion. He was rivaled, a little while after, by one Mayors, to see whom was a sight worth crossing the town, so firm and spruce was he in his favorite dress of white hat and white trousers, dark green or blue coat with gilt buttons, buff waistcoat, and stiff broad white neckcloth or stock, a gold-headed cane always in hand. By way of contrast to these worthies, at about the same period, 1828-30, was one Muddle Pate Ward, the head of a family who had located themselves in a gravel pit at the Losels, and who used to drive about the town with an old carriage drawn by pairs of donkeys and ponies, the harness being composed of odd pieces of old rope, and the whip a hedge-stake with a bit of string. The whole turnout being as remarkable for dirt as the first-named dandies were for cleanliness. Billy Button was another well-known but most inoffensive character, who died here May 3, 1838. His real name was never published, but he belonged to a good family, and early in life he had been an officer in the Navy, some of his biographers say a commander, but lost his senses when returning from a long voyage, on hearing of the sudden death of a young lady to whom he was to have been married, and he always answered to her name, Jessie. He went about singing, and the refrain of one of his favorite songs. Oysters, sir, oysters, sir, oysters, sir, I cry they are the finest oysters, sir, that ever you could buy, was for years after Billy Button's death the nightly cry of more than one peripatetic shellfishmonger. The peculiarity that obtained for the poor fellow his sobriquet of Billy Button arose from the habit he had of sticking every button he could get onto his coat, which at his death was covered so thickly, and many buttons were of rare patterns, that it is said to have weighed over 30 pounds. Jemmy the Rockman, who died here in September 1866 in his 85th year, was another well-known figure in our streets for many years. His real name was James Gidney, and in the course of a soldier's life, he had seen strange countries, and possibly the climates had not in every case agreed with him. For, according to his own account, he had been favored with a celestial vision, and had received angelic orders no longer to shave. And see, he obtained his living during the latter portion of his existence by retailing a medicinal sweet, which he averred was good for all sorts of coughs and colds. Robert Sleth, in 1788. Was collector at a turnpike gate near Worcester, and, 'tis said, made George Roman III, and all his retinue pay toll. He died here in November 1804, when the following appeared in print. On Wednesday last, old Robert Sleth passed through the turnpike gate of death. To him death would no toll abate who stopped the king at Worcester gate. Eclipses, more or less partial, are of periodical occurrence, though many are not observed in this country. Malmesbury wrote of one in 1410, when people were so frightened that they ran out of their houses. Jan. 12, 1679, there was an eclipse so complete that none could read at noonday when it occurred. May 3, 1715, gave another instance, it being stated that the stars could be seen, and that the birds went to roost at midday. The last total eclipse of the sun observed by our local astronomers, if Birmingham had such plants, occurred on May 22, 1724. An account of the next one will be found in the Daily Mail of August 12, 1999. On August 17, 1868, there was an eclipse of the sun, though not noticeable here, so perfect that its light was hidden for 6 minutes, almost the maximum possible interval, and it may be centuries before it occurs again. Economy. Our grandfathers, and their fathers, practiced economy in every way possible, even to hiring out the able-bodied poor who had to earn the cost of their keep by spinning worsted. And they thought so much of the bright moonlight that they warehoused the oil lamps intended for lighting the streets for a week at a time when the moon was at its full, and never left them burning after 11 o'clock at other times. Edgbaston, the name as written in the earliest known deeds, was at first Selbaldstown, altered as time went on to Eggibaldstown, Eggibaston, and Edgbaston. How long the family held the manor before the conquest is unknown. But when Domesday Book was written, 1086, the occupying tenant was one Drogo, who had 2 hides of land and half a mile of wood, worth 20s. 325 acres were set down as being cultivated, though there were only 10 residents. The Edgbastons held it from the lords of Birmingham, and they, in turn, from the lords of Dudley. Further than the family records, the place has no history, only 100 years ago Calthorpe Road being nothing but a field path, and Church Road, Vicarage Road, and Westbourne Road merely narrow lanes. After the opening up of these and other roads, building sites were eagerly sought by the more moneyed class of our local magnates, and the number of inhabitants now are sufficient to people a fair-sized town. In 1801, the population was under 1,000. In 1811, just over that number. In 1851, it was 9,269. In 1861, 12,900. In 1871, 17,442, and on last census day, 29,951, showing an increase of more than 1,000 a year at the present time. While what the rentals may amount to is only known inside the estate office. Some writers say that the parish church dates from about the year 775. The earliest register book is that, for 1635, which escaped the notice of Cromwell's soldiers, who nearly destroyed the church in 1648, and from an entry in the register of St. Sepulchre's Church, Northampton, for 1659, it would appear that there were collections made towards repairing the damage done by those worthies. This entry quaintly states that 7 shillings and 6 was received towards the repairs of the church of Edgbaston, in the county of Warwick, adding also that there was never a minister in the said parish. Edgbaston Hall, the last of the Edgbastons, was a lady by whose marriage the Middlemores came into possession, and for nearly 300 years the old house echoed the footsteps of their descendants. In the troublous times of the Commonwealth, Edgbaston House and Church were seized by Colonel John Fox, the latter building being used as a stable for his horses, and the former garrisoned by the soldiers kept there to overawe the gentry and loyal subjects of the country, to whom Tinker Fox, as he was dubbed, was a continual terror. This worthy carried on so roughly that even the Committee of Safety, never particularly noted for kindness or even honesty, were ashamed of him, and restored the place to its owner, Robert Middlemore, the last of the name. By the marriages of his 2 granddaughters, the estate was divided, but the portion including the manor of Edgbaston was afterwards purchased by Sir Richard Gough, Knight, who gave £25,000 for it. In the meantime, the old house had been destroyed by those peace-loving Brums, who in December 1688 razed to the ground the newly built Catholic church and convent in Masshouse Lane, their excuse being that they feared the hated papists would find refuge at Edgbaston. Sir Richard, who died February 9, 1727, rebuilt the manor house and the church in 1717-18 and enclosed the park. His son Henry was created a baronet, and had for his second wife the only daughter of Reginald Calthorpe, Esquire of Elvetham, in Hampshire. Sir Henry Gough died June 8, 1774, and his widow on the 13th of April, 1782, and on the latter event taking place. Their son, who succeeded to the estates of both his parents, took his mother's family name of Calthorpe, and in 1796 was created a peer under the title of Baron Calthorpe, of Calthorpe, County Norfolk. Edgbaston Hall has not been occupied by any of the owners since the decease of Lady Gough, 1782. Edgbaston Pool covers an area of 22 acres, 3 roods, and 36 poles. Edgbaston Street, one of the most ancient streets in the borough, having been the original road from the parish church and the manor house of the Lords de Birmingham to their neighbours at Edgbaston. It was the first paved street of the town, and the chosen residence of the principal and most wealthy burgesses, a fact proved by its being known in King John's reign as Edgbaston Street, the word street, in those days meaning a paved way in cities or towns. This is further shown by the small plots into which the land was divided and the number of owners named from time to time in ancient deeds, the yearly rentals, even in Henry VI's time, being from 3s to 5s per year. At the back of the lower side of Edgbaston Street were several tanneries, there being a stream of water running from the moat round the parsonage house to the manor house moat, the watercourse being now known as Dean Street and Smithfield Passage. Electric light, the light of the future. The first public exhibition of lighting by electricity was introduced by Macabe, a ventriloquial entertainer of the public, at the entrance of Curzon Hall, September 30, 1878. On the 28th of the following month, the novelty appeared at the lower grounds, on the occasion of a football match at night, the kickoff and lighting up taking place at 7 o'clock. At the last musical festival, the town hall was lit up by Messrs. Whitfield of Cambridge Street, and the novelty is no longer a rarity, a company having been formed to supply the houses, shops, and public buildings in the center of the town. Electro-plate as early as 1838, Messrs. Elkington were in the habit of coating ornaments with gold and silver by dipping them in various solutions of those metals, and the first patent taken out for the electro process appears to be that of July 6, 1838, for covering copper and brass with zinc. Mr. John Wright, a surgeon of this town, was the first to use the alkaline cyanides, and the process was included in Elkington's patent of March 25, 1840. The use of electricity from magnets instead of the voltaic battery was patented by J.S. Walrich in August 1842. His father was probably the first person who deposited metals for any practical purpose by means of the galvanic battery. Mr. Elkington applied the electrodeposit process to gilding and silverplating in 1840 C. Trades, and C. Electoral return C. Parliamentary. Emigration in August 1794, Mr. Russell, of Moor Green, and a magistrate for the counties of Warwick and Worcester, with his two brothers and their families, Mr. Humphreys, of Camp Hill Villa, with a number of his relatives, and over 100 other Birmingham families emigrated to America. Previous to this date, we have no record of anything like an emigration movement from this town, though it is a matter of history how strenuously Matthew Boulton and other manufacturers exerted themselves to prevent the emigration of artisans and workpeople, fearing that our colonies would be enriched at the expense of the mother country. How sadly the times were changed in 1840 may be imagined from the fact that when free passages to Australia were first being offered, no less than 10,000 persons applied unsuccessfully from this town and neighborhood alone. At the present time, it is calculated that passages to America, Canada, Australia, and sea are being taken up here at an average of 3,000 a year. Erdington, another of the ancient places, named in the Domesday Book as Hardingtone, surrounding Birmingham, and which ranked as high in those days of old, though now but like one of our suburbs, 4 miles on the road to Sutton Coldfield. Erdington Hall, in the reign of Henry Roman II, was the moated and fortified abode of the family of that name, and their intermarriages with the de Birminghams and C connected them with our local history in many ways. Though the family, according to Dugdale and others, had a chapel of their own, the hamlet appertained to the parish of Aston, to the mother church of which one Henry de Erdington added an aisle, and the family arms long appeared in the heraldic tracery of its windows. Erdington Church, St. Barnabas, was built in 1823 as a chapel of ease to Aston, and it was not until 1858 that the district was formed into a separate and distinct ecclesiastical parish, the vicar of Aston being the patron of the living. In addition to the chapel at Oscott, the Catholics have here one of the most handsome places of worship in the district, erected in 1850 at a cost of over £20,000, a monastery, and C being connected therewith. Erdington, which has doubled its population within the last 20 years, has its public hall and literary institute, erected in 1864, police station, post office, and several chapels, in addition to the almshouses and orphanage, erected by Sir Josiah Mason, noticed in another part of this work. See also population tables and C. Estate agents for the purposes of general business. Kelly's directory will be found the best reference. The office for the Calthorpe estate is at 65 Hagley Road. For the William Dudley Trust Estates, at Imperial Chambers B, Colmore Row. For the Great Western Railway properties at 103 Great Charles Street. For the Heathfield Estate in Heathfield Road, Handsworth. For the Horton Isaac properties at 41 Colmore Row. Sir Joseph Mason's estate at the Orphanage, Erdington. Exchange corner of Stephenson Place and New Street, having a frontage of 64 feet to the latter and 186 feet to the former. The foundation stone was laid January 2, 1863, the architect being Mr. Edward Holmes, and the building was opened January 2, 1865, the original cost being a little under £20,000. It has since been enlarged, 1876-78, to nearly twice the original size under the direction of Mr. J. A. Chatwin. The property and speculation of a private company, it was, December 2, 1880, incorporated under the Joint Stock Companies Act and returns a fair dividend on the capital expended. In addition to the Exchange and Chamber of Commerce proper, with the usual secretarial and committee rooms appurtening thereto, refreshment, billiard, and retiring rooms, and c. There is a large assembly room, frequently used for balls, concerts, and entertainments of a public character. The dimensions of the principal hall are 70 feet length, 40 feet width, with a height of 23 feet, the assembly room above being same size, but loftier. The central tower is 110 feet high. The turret, in which there was placed a clock made by John Inshaw to be moved by electromagnetic power, but which is now only noted for its incorrectness, rising some 45 feet above the cornice. Other portions of the building are let off in offices. Excise it is but rarely the Inland Revenue authorities give the public any information showing the amount of taxes gathered in by the officials, and the return, therefore, for the year ending March 31, 1879, laid before the House of Commons, is worth preserving, so far as the Birmingham collection goes. The total sum which passed through the local office amounted to £89,321, the various headings under which the payments were entered, being beer dealers, £2,245, beer retailers, £7,161, spirit dealers, £1,617, spirit retailers, £8,901, wine dealers, £874, wine retailers, £2,392, brewers, £9,518, maltsters, £408, dealers in roasted malt, £17, manufacturers of tobacco, £147, dealers in tobacco, £1,462, rectifiers of spirits, £11, makers of methylated spirits, £10, retailers of methylated spirits, £33, vinegar makers, £26, chemists and others using stills, £4, male servants, £1,094, dogs, £1,786, carriages, £4,613, armorial bearings, £374, guns, £116, to kill game, £1,523, to deal in game, £136, refreshment houses, £366, makers and dealers in sweets, £18, retailers of sweets, £42, hawkers and peddlers, £68, appraisers and house agents, £132, auctioneers, £1,210, pawnbrokers, £1,958, dealers in plate, £1,749, gold and silver plate duty, £17,691, medicine vendors, £66, inhabited house duty, £21,533. The excise, or inland revenue, offices are in Waterloo Street and are open daily from 10 to 4. Excursions, the annual trip to the seaside, or the continent, or some other attractive spot, which has come to be considered almost an essential necessary for the due preservation of health and the sweetening of temper, was a thing altogether unknown to the old folks of our town, who, if by chance they could get as far as Lichfield, Worcester, or Coventry once in their lives, never ceased to talk about it as something wonderful. The outing of a lot of factory hands was an event to be chronicled in Eris's Gazette, whose scribes duly noted the horses and vehicles, not forgetting the master of the band, without whom the gypsy party could not be complete, and the destination was seldom indeed further than the Lickey, or Marston Green, or at rarer intervals, Sutton Coldfield or Hagley. Well-to-do tradesmen and employers of labor were satisfied with a few hours spent at some of the old-style tea gardens, or the Crown and Cushion at Perry Bar, Aston Cross or Tavern, Kirby's or the New Inn at Handsworth, and see the Saturday half-holiday movement, which came soon after the introduction of the railways, may be reckoned as starting the excursion era proper, and the first Saturday afternoon trip, in 1854, to the Earl of Bradford's at Castle Bromwich, was an eventful episode even in the life of George Dawson, who accompanied the Trippites. The railway trips of the late past and present seasons are beyond enumeration, and it needs not to be said that anyone with a little spare cash can now be whisked where'er he wills, from John O'Groats to the Land's End, for a less sum than our fathers paid to see the Shrewsbury show or Lady Godiva's ride at Coventry. As it was a new departure, and for future reference, we will note that the first 5-shilling Saturday night to Monday morning trip to Llandudno came off on August 14, 1880. The railway companies do not fail to give ample notice of all long excursions, and for those who prefer the pleasant places in our own district, there is a most interesting publication to be had for 6d. Entitled The Birmingham Saturday Half-Holiday Guide, wherein much valuable information is given respecting the nooks and corners of Warwick and Worcester, and their hills and dales. Executions in 1729, a man was hung on Gibbet Hill, site of Oscott College, for murder and highway robbery. Catherine Evans was hung February 8, 1742, for the murder of her husband in this town. At the summer assizes in 1773, James Duckworth, hopfactor and grocer of this town, was sentenced to death for counterfeiting and diminishing the gold coin. He was supposed to be one of the heaviest men in the county, weighing over 24 stone. He died strongly protesting his innocence on the 22nd Nov. 1780, Wilfred Barwick, a butcher, was robbed and murdered near the 4-mile stone on the Coleshill Road. The culprits were 2 soldiers, named John Hammond, an American by birth, and Thomas Pitmore, a native of Cheshire, but well known as Jack and Tom, drummer and fifer in the recruiting service here. They were brought before the magistrates at the old public office in Dale End, committed, and in due course tried and sentenced at Warwick to be hanged and gibbeted on Washwood Heath, near the scene of the murder. The sentence was carried out April 2, 1781, the bodies hanging on the gibbet in chains a short time, until they were surreptitiously removed by some humanitarian friends who did not approve of the exhibition. What became of the bodies was not known until the morning of Thursday, Jan. 20, 1842, when the navvies employed on the Birmingham and Derby, now Midland, Railway came upon the 2 skeletons still environed in chains when they were removing a quantity of earth for the embankment. The skeletons were afterwards reinterred under an apple tree in the garden of the Adderley Arms, Saltley, and the gibbet irons were taken as rarities to the Aston Tavern, where, possibly, inquisitive relic mongers may now see them. 4 persons were hung for highway robbery near Aston Park, April 2, 1790. 7 men were hung at Warwick in 1800 for forgery, and 1 for sheep stealing. They hung people at that time for crimes which are now punished by imprisonment or short periods of penal servitude. But there was little mercy combined with the justice then, and what small portion there happened to be was never doled out in cases where the heinous offense of forgery had been proved. On Easter Monday, April 19, 1802, there was another hanging match at Washwood Heath, no less than 8 unfortunate wretches suffering the penalty of the law for committing forgeries and other crimes in this neighborhood. There would seem to have been some little excitement in respect to this wholesale slaughter, and perhaps fears of a rescue were entertained, for there were on guard 240 of the King's Dragoon Guards, then stationed at our barracks, under the command of Lutecall. Tuvey Hawley, besides a detachment sent from Coventry as escort with the prisoners. The last public execution here under the old laws was that of Philip Matsell, who was sentenced to be hanged for shooting a watchman named Twyford on the night of July 22, 1806. An alibi was set up in defense, and though it was unsuccessful, circumstances afterwards came to light tending to prove that though Matsell was a desperado of the worst kind, who had long kept clear of the punishments he had deserved, in this instance he suffered for another. There was a disreputable gang with one of whom, Kate Pedley, Matsell had formed an intimate connection, who had a grudge against Twyford on account of his interfering and preventing several robberies they had planned. And it is said that it was his paramour, Kit Pedley, who really shot Twyford, having dressed herself in Matsell's clothes while he was in a state of drunkenness. However, he was convicted and brought here Og. 23, from Warwick, sitting on his coffin in an open cart, to be executed at the bottom of Great Charles Street. The scaffold was a rough platform about 10 feet high, the gallows rising from the center thereof, Matsell having to stand upon some steps while the rope was adjusted round his neck. During this operation, he managed to kick his shoes off among the crowd, having sworn that he would never die with his shoes on, as he had been many a time told would be his fate. The first execution at Winson Green Jail was that of Henry Kimberley, March 17, 1885, for the murder of Mrs. Palmer. Exhibitions it has long been matter of wonder to intelligent foreigners that the toy shop of the world, workshop of the world, would be nearer the mark, has never organized a permanent exhibition of its myriad manufactures. There is not a city or town, and hardly a country in the universe that could better build, fit up, or furnish such a place than Birmingham. And unless it is from the short-sighted policy of keeping samples and patterns from the view of rivals in trade a fallacious idea in these days of commercial travelers and town agencies, it must be acknowledged our merchants and manufacturers are not keeping up with the times in this respect. Why should Birmingham be without its crystal palace of industry when there is hardly an article used by man or woman, save food and dress materials, but what is made in her workshops? We have the men, we have the iron, and we have the money, too. And it is to be hoped that ere many years are over, some of our great guns will see their way to construct a local exhibition that shall attract people from the very ends of the earth to this Mecca of ours. As it is, from the grand old days of Bolton and his wonderful Soho down to today, there has been hardly a prince or potentate, white, black, copper, or coffee-colored, who has visited England, but that have come to peep at our workshops, mayor after mayor having the honor to toady to them and trot them round the back streets and slums to where the men of the bench, the file, and the hammer have been diligently working generation after generation, for the fame and the name of our world-known town. As a mere money speculation such a showroom must pay, and the first cost, though it might be heavy, would soon be recouped by the influx of visitors, the increase of orders, and the advancement of trade that would result. There have been a few exhibitions held here of one sort and another, but nothing on the plan suggested above. The first on our file is that held at the Shakespeare Rooms early in 1839, when a few good pictures and sundry specimens of manufactures were shown. This was followed by the comprehensive Mechanics' Institute exhibition opened in Newhall Street, December 19th, same year, which was a success in every way, the collection of mechanical models, machinery, chemical and scientific productions, curiosities, and being extensive and valuable. It remained open 13 weeks. In the following year, this exhibition was revived, August 11, 1840. But so far as the Institute, for whose benefit it was intended, was concerned, it had been better if never held, for it proved a loss and only helped towards the collapse of the Institute, which closed in 1841. Railway carriages and tramcars propelled by electricity are the latest wonders of 1883. But just 43 years back, one of our townsmen, Mr. Henry Shaw, had invented an electrogalvanic railway carriage and tender, which formed one of the attractions of this exhibition. It went very well until injured by, it is supposed, some spiteful nincompoop who, not having the brain to invent anything himself, tried to prevent others doing so. The next exhibition, or, to be more strictly correct, exposition of art and manufactures, was held in the old residence of the Lloyds family, known as Bingley House, standing in its own grounds a little back from Broad Street and on the site of the present Bingley Hall. This was in 1849, and from the fact of its being visited, Nov. 12 by Prince Albert, who is generally credited with being the originator of international exhibitions, it is believed that here he obtained the first ideas which led to the Great World's Fair of 1851, in Hyde Park following the opening of Aston Hall by Her Majesty in 1858. Many gentlemen of position placed their treasures of art and art manufacture at the disposal of the committee for a time. And the result was the collecting together of so rich a store that the London papers pronounced it to be after the Great Exhibition, and the Manchester one, the most successful, both as regarded contents and attendance, of any exhibition therebefore held out of the metropolis. There were specimens of some of the greatest achievements in the arts of painting, sculpture, porcelain and pottery, carving and enameling, ancient and modern metalwork, rich old furniture, armor, and that had ever been gathered together, and there can be little doubt that the advance which has since taken place in the scientific and artistic trade circles of the town spring in great measure from this exhibition. On the 28th of August, 1865, an industrial exhibition was opened at Bingley Hall, and so far as attendance went, it must take first rank. 645 visitors having passed the doors. Agricultural exhibitions. The Birmingham Agricultural Exhibition Society, who own Bingley Hall, is the same body as the old Cattle Show Society, the modern name being adopted in 1871. As stated elsewhere, the first cattle show was held in Kent Street, Dec. 10, 1849. The second in Bingley Hall, which was erected almost solely for the purposes of this society, and here they have acquired the name of being the best in the kingdom. To give the statistics of entries, sales, admissions, and receipts at all the shows since 1849 would take more space than can be afforded, and though the totals would give an idea of the immense influence such exhibitions must have on the welfare and prosperity of the agricultural community, the figures themselves would be but dry reading, and those for the past few years will suffice. 1878, 1879, 1880, 1881, 1882, 1883, cattle. 113, 125, 152, 108, 161, 150, 101 sheep. 69 pigs. 64 corn. 27 roots. 94, 112, 175, 180, 2, 124, 130, 117 potatoes. 76, 116, 130, 8, 104, 187 poultry. 2077, 2,149, 2,197, 2,240, 7, 2,409, 2,489, 2,816 pigeons. 629, 715, 702, 815, 902, 830, 8, 1,332, 3,439, 3,505, 3,580, 3,901, 3,923, 4,763. 1,878. 1,879. 1,880. 1,881. 1,882. 1,883. No. Of visitors. 53,501, 65,830, 30, 8,536, 47,321, 55,361, 50, 226 receipts. 1,673 pounds, 1,997 pounds, 1,206 pounds, 1,585 pounds, 1,815 pounds, 1,665 pounds. Transcriber's note: no figures are given in the original for 1883 in this table. In addition to the Christmas Cattle Show, the Society commenced in March 1869, a separate exhibition and sale of purebred shorthorns, more than 400 beasts of this class being sent every year. Indeed, the last show is said to have been the largest ever held in any country. The value of the medals, cups, and prizes awarded at these cattle shows averages nearly £2,400 per year, many of them being either subscribed for or given by local firms and gentlemen interested in the breeding or rearing of livestock. One of the principal of these prizes is the Elkington Challenge Cup, valued at 100 guineas, which, after being won by various exhibitors during the past 10 years, was secured at the last show by Mr. John Price, who had fulfilled the requirements of the donors by winning it 3 times. Messrs. Elkington and Co. have most liberally given another cup of the same value. In 1876, for the first time since its establishment in 1839, the Royal Agricultural Society held its exhibition here, the ground allotted for its use being 70 acres at the rear of Aston Hall, 25 acres being part of the park itself. That it was most successful may be gathered from the fact that over 265,000 persons visited the show, which lasted from July 19th to 24th. Poultry forms part of the Bingley Hall exhibition, and numerically the largest portion thereof, as per the table of entries, which is well worth preserving also for showing when new classes of birds have been first penned. 177, 178, 179, 180, 180, 182, Brahmaputras 407, 258, 366, 376, 362, 439, 429 Dorkings. 167, 178, 220, 200, 9, 194, 230, 8, 277, Cochin, 331 415 412 430 3 421 430 1 412 Langshan's, 49 66 49 47 Malay, 63 38 49 47 48 36 43 Creve Coeur, 93 117 94 38 28 33 24 Howdens, 56 65 54 71 La Fletch, 12 Spanish, 48 33 45 27 32 31 37 Andalusians, 16 23 29 43 Leghorns, 25 12 2017 Plymouth Rocks, 17 20 Minorcas, Polish, 78 76 98 91 83 98 63 Sultans, Silkies, 11 Game, 351 340 1 314 240 1 267 287 353 Asiels, 27 28 2011 Hamburgs, 140 8 175 140 5 159 129 140 1 153 Other breeds, 35 47 126 2020 21 Selling classes, 66 1993 102 Bantams, 95 63 82 70 105 96 105 Ducks, 100 100 2 115 130 7 163 140 4 141 Geese, 21 21 31 22 31 21 23 Turkeys, 95 96 52 82 67 80 160 Pigeons, 670 600 29 715 700 2 815 903 838 total, 25 69 28 73 28 99 30 62 33 16 33 25. Fanciers give wonderfully strange prices sometimes. Cochin China fowls had but lately been introduced, and were therefore the rage in 1851 too. At the poultry show in the latter year, a pair of these birds were sold for £30, and at a sale by auction afterwards 2 prize birds were knocked down at £40 each. It was said that the sellers crowed louder than the roosters. Fine art. The first exhibition of pictures took place in 1814, and the second in 1827. In addition to the spring and autumn exhibitions at the new street rooms, there is now a yearly show of pictures by the members of the Art Circle, a society established in 1877 for promoting friendship among young local artists. Their first opening was on Nov. 28 at 19 Temple Row. On Nov. 17, 1879, Mr. Thrupp commenced a yearly exhibition of China paintings, to which the lady artists contributed 243 specimens of their skill in decorating porcelain and china. Horses and Hounds. The first exhibition of these took place at the lower grounds, Aug. 12, 1879. There had been a horse show at Bingley Hall for several years prior to 1876, but it had dropped out for want of support. Birdsend exhibition of canaries and other songbirds was held Aug. 18, 1874. Another was held in 1882 at the time of the cattle show. Pigeons. The first exhibition of pigeons in connection with the Birmingham Columbarian Society took place in Dec. 1864. The annual spring pigeon show at the Repository opened March 200 1878. There have also been several at St. James Hall, the first dating Sept. 24, 1874. Dogs. Like the cattle show, the original Birmingham Dog Show has extended its sphere, and is now known as the National Exhibition of Sporting and Other Dogs. The show takes place in Curzon Hall, and the dates are always the same as for the Agricultural Show in Bingley Hall. There is yearly accommodation for 1,000 entries, and it is seldom that a less number is exhibited, the prizes being numerous as well as valuable. At the meeting of the subscribers held July 19, 1883, it was resolved to form a new representative body, to be called the National Dog Club, having for its object the improvement of dogs, dog shows, and dog trials, and the formation of a national court of appeal on all matters in dispute. It was also resolved to publish a revised and correct stud book, to include all exhibitions where 400 dogs and upwards were shown, and to continue it annually, the council having guaranteed £150, the estimated cost of the publication of the book. This step was taken in consequence of the action of certain members of the Kennel Club, who passed what had been called the boycotting rules, calling upon its members to abstain from either exhibiting or judging at shows which were not under Kennel Club rules, and excluding winning dogs at such shows from being entered in the Kennel Club stud book. Many of the principal exhibitors being dissatisfied with such arbitrary proceedings, evidently intended to injure the Birmingham shows. At each show there are classes for bloodhounds, deerhounds, greyhounds, otterhounds, beagles, fox terriers, pointers, English setters, black and tan setters, Irish setters, retrievers, Irish spaniels, water spaniels, best Irish, Clumber spaniels, Sussex spaniels, spaniels black, ditto other than black, dachshunds, basset hounds, foreign sporting dogs, mastiffs, St. Bernards, Newfoundlands, sheepdogs, Dalmatians, bulldogs, bull terriers, smooth-haired terriers, black and tan terriers, large. Small ditto black and tan terriers with uncut ears, Skye Terriers, Dandy Dinmonts, Bedlington Terriers, Irish Terriers, Airedale or Waterside Terriers, Wire-haired Terriers, Scotch Terriers, hard-haired, Yorkshire Terriers, Pomeranians, Pugs, Maltese, Italian Greyhounds, Blenheim Spaniels, King Charles Spaniels, smooth-haired Toy Spaniels, broken-haired Ditto, large and small-sized foreign dogs. 1877, 1878, 1879, 1880, 1881, 1882. Number of visitors: 14,980, 17,948, 19,500, 14,399, 16,790, 16,840, 15,901. Receipts at doors: £664, £740, £820, £580, £728, £714, £648. Sales of dogs: £556, £367, £485, £554, £586, £474, £465. In 1879, the exhibition of guns and sporting implements was introduced, an additional attraction which made no difference financially or in the number of visitors. Sporting and exhibition of requisites and appliances in connection with sports and pastimes of all kinds was opened in Bingley Hall, Aug. 28, 1882. In addition to guns and ammunition, bicycles and tricycles, there were exhibited boats, carriages, billiard tables, and dairy utensils. The first of these exhibitions, June, 1880, attracted considerable attention for its novelty. It is held yearly in Bingley Hall. Beeson exhibition of bees, beehives, and other apiary appliances took place at the Botanical Gardens in Aug. 1879. Food and Drinks a Week's exhibition of food, wines, spirits, temperance beverages, brewing utensils, machinery, fittings, stoves, and appliances was held in Bingley Hall December 12-20, 1881. Building a Trades exhibition of all kinds of building material, machinery, and was held in 1882. Bicycles and the Speedwell Club began their annual exhibition of bicycles, tricycles, and their accessories in February 1882, when about 300 machines were shown. In the following year the number was nearly 400, in 1884 more than 500, in 1885 600. Roots, Messrs. Webb of Wordsley occupied Curzon Hall November 20, 1878, with an exhibition of prize roots, grown by their customers. Fruit, flowers, and the first flower show we have note of was on June 19, 1833. The first chrysanthemum show was in 1860. The first Birmingham Rose Show in 1874, at Aston. The second, 5 years later, at Bingley Hall. The Harborne gooseberry growers have shown up every year since 1815, and the cultivators of pommes de terre in the same neighborhood first laid their tables in public in Sept. 1879. Exhibitions of 1851 and 1862, even as Birmingham may be said to have given the first idea for the Great Exhibition of 1851, so it had most to do with the building thereof, the Great Palace in Hyde Park being commenced by Messrs. Fox, Henderson and Co., July 26, 1850, and it was finished in 9 months at a total cost of £176,031. In its erection, there were used 4,000 tons of iron, 6 million cubic feet of woodwork, and 31 acres of sheet glass, requiring the work of 1,800 men to put it together. 287 local exhibitors applied for space amounting to 22,070 sup. Feet, namely, 10,183 feet of flooring, 4,932 feet of table area, and 6,255 feet of wall space. The glory of this exhibition was the great crystal fountain in the center, manufactured by Messrs. Osler, of Broad Street, a work of art till then never surpassed in the world's history of glass-making and glass-cutting, and which now pours forth its waters in one of the lily tanks in Sydenham Palace. Many rare specimens of Birmingham manufacture besides were there, and the metropolis of the Midlands had cause to be proud of the works of her sons thus exhibited. Fewer manufacturers sent their samples to the exhibition of 1862, but there was no falling off in their beauty or design. The Birmingham Small Arms Trophy was a great attraction. Explosions that many deplorable accidents should occur during the course of manufacturing such dangerous articles as gun caps and cartridges cannot be matter of surprise, and perhaps on the whole, those named in the following list may be considered as not more than the average number to be expected. 2 lives were lost by explosion of fulminating powder in St. Mary's Square, Aug. 4. 1823. Oct. 16. Same year, there was a gunpowder explosion in Lionel Street. 2 were killed by fireworks at the Rocket Tavern, Little Charles Street, May 2, 1834. An explosion at Saltley Carriage Works, Dec. 20. 1849. 2 injured at the Proof House, Sep. 23, 1855 by detonating powder in Cheapside, Feb. 14. 1852. 31 were injured by gas explosion at Workhouse, Oct. 30. 1855. Several from same cause at corner of Hope Street, March 11. 1856. A cap explosion took place at Ludlow's, Leg Street, July 28. 1859. Another at Phillips and Pearsall's, Whitall Street, Sep. 27, 1852. When 21 persons lost their lives. Another in Graham Street, June 21, 1862, with 8 deaths. Boiler burst at Spring Hill, Nov. 23, 1859, injuring 7. An explosion in the magazine at the barracks, March 8, 1864, killed Quartermaster McBean, at Kynox, Whitton, Nov. 17, 1870, resulting in 8 deaths and 28 injured, at Ludlow's Ammunition Factory, Dec. 9, 1870. When 17 were killed and 53 injured, of whom 34 more died before Christmas, at Whitton, July 1, 1872, when Wesley Richards' manager was killed. At Hob Lane, May 11, 1874 of gas, in Great Lister Street, Dec. 9, 1874. Of fulminate in the Green Lane, May 4, 1876, a youth being killed, of gas at St. James's Hall, Snow Hill, Dec. 4, and at Avery's, Moat Row, Dec. 31, 1878 at a match manufactory, Phillip Street, Oct. 28, 1879, when Mr. Birmingham and a workman were injured. Hospitals. Fairs. The officers of the court leet, whose duty it was to walk in procession and proclaim the fairs, went through their last performance of the kind at Michaelmas, 1851. It was proposed to abolish the fairs in 1860, but the final order was not given until June 8, 1875. Of late years, there have been fairs held on the open grounds on the Aston outskirts of the borough, but the fun of the fair is altogether different now to what it used to be. The original charters for the holding of fairs at Whitsuntide and Michaelmas were granted to William de Birmingham by Henry Roman III. In 1251. These fairs were doubtless at one time of great importance, but the introduction of railways did away with 7/10 of their utility, and the remainder was more nuisance than profit. As a note of the trade done at one time, we may just preserve the item that in 1782 there were 56 wagon loads of onions brought into the fair. Family fortunes. Hutton in his history, with that quaint prolixity which was his peculiar proclivity, gives numerous instances of the rise and fall of families connected with Birmingham. In addition to the original family of de Birmingham, now utterly extinct, he traced back many others then, and now well-known names. For instance, he tells us that a predecessor of the Colmores in Henry Roman VIII's reign kept a mercer's shop at No. 1, High Street, that the founder of the Bowyer Adderley family began life in a small way in this, his native town in the 14th century, that the Folksalls sprang from a Digbeth tanner some 480 years ago, and so have others. Had he lived till now, he might have largely increased his roll of local millionaires, with such names as Gillott, Muntz, Mason, Rylands, and C. On the other hand, he relates how some of the old families, whose names were as household words among the ancient aristocracy, have come to naught. How that he had himself charitably relieved the descendants of the Norman Mountfords, Middlemores, and Bracebridges, and how that the sole boast of a descendant of the Saxon Earls of Warwick was in his day the fact of his grandfather having kept several cows and sold milk. It is but a few years back since the present writer saw the last direct descendant of the Holts working as a compositor in one of the newspaper offices of this town, and almost any day there was to be seen in the streets a truck with the name painted on of Charles Holt Bracebridge, licensed hawker. Famines in the year 310, it is said that 40,000 persons died in this country from famine. It is not known whether any brums existed then. In 1195, wheat was so scarce that it sold for 20s. The quarter, 10 years after it was only 12d. In 1438, the times were so hard that people ate bread made from fern roots. In 1565, a famine prevailed throughout the kingdom. Fashionable quarter, Edgbaston is our West End, of which Thomas Ragg, before he was ordained, thus wrote, "Glorious suburbs, long may ye remain to bless the ancient town whose crown ye are, rewarder of the cares of those who toil amid the din and smoke of iron-ribbed and hardy Birmingham, and may ye long be suburbs, keeping still business at distance from your green retreats. Feasts, feeds, and tea-fights like other Englishmen, when we have a good opinion of people we ask them to dinner, and the number of public breakfasts, dinners, teas, and suppers on our record is wonderful. We give a few of the most interesting. 800 persons dined with our first M.P.S. Atwood and Scholefield at Beardsworth's Repository, Sept. 15, 1834. A reform banquet was the attraction in the town hall, Jan. 28, 1836. Members and friends of the Chartist Church kept their Christmas festival by taking tea in Town Hall, Dec. 28, 1841, 700 anti-corn Lowites, John Bright among them, did ditto Jan. 22. 1843. The defeat of an obnoxious police bill led 900 persons to banquet together April 9, 1845. A banquet in honor of Charles Dickens opened the year 1853. The first anniversary of the Loyal and Constitutional Association was celebrated by the dining of 848 loyal subjects. Dec. 17. 1855. Dinner was given to 1,200 poor folks in Bingley Hall, Jan. 25, 1858, to make them remember the marriage of the Princess Royal. Those who were not poor kept the game alive at Dee's Hotel. John Bright was dined in Town Hall, Oct. 29, 1858. A party of New Zealand chiefs were stuffed at same place, March 16, 1864, to celebrate the opening of a dining hall in Cambridge Street. A public dinner was given on All Fool's Day, 1864. On the 23rd April following, about 150 gentlemen breakfasted with the mayor. In honor of the Shakespeare Library being presented to the town, the purchase of Aston Park was celebrated by a banquet, Sept. 22, 1864. Over 100 bellringers at Knox Hotel, 1868, had their clappers set wagging by Blues and Sons in honor of the first peal of bells cast by them, and now in Bishop Ryder's Church the master bakers, who have been baking dinners for the public so long, in December 1874. Commenced an annual series of dinners among themselves, at which neither baked meats nor even baked potatoes are allowed. Of political and quasi-political banquets, there have been many of late years, but as the parties have in most cases simply been gathered for party purposes, their remembrance is not worth keeping to help pay for improvements at General Hospital. There was a dinner at the Great Western Hotel, June 4, 1868, and when the plate was sent round, it received £4,000. That was the best, and there the list must close. Females the fairer portion of our local community number. Census, 1,881, 210,050, as against 197,954 males, a preponderance of 12,096. In 1871, the ladies outnumbered us by 8,515, and it would be an interesting question how this extra ratio arises. Though as one half of the superabundant petticoats are to be found in Edgbaston, it may possibly only be taken as a mark of local prosperity, and that more female servants are employed than formerly. See population tables. Fenianism was deemed necessary in Jan. 1881 to place guards of soldiers at the Tower and Small Arms Factory, but the Fenians did not trouble us, though later on a very pretty manufactory of dynamite was discovered in Leadsom Streetsea. Notable offences. Ferrars, the de Ferrars were at one time lords of the manor, Edmund de Ferrars dying in 1438. The ancient public house sign of the Three Horseshoes was taken from their coat of arms. Festivals notes of the past triennial musical festivals for which Birmingham is so famous. The performances, and the many great artistes who have taken part therein, will be found further on. Fêtes were held in Aston Park July 27 and September 15, 1856, for the benefit of the Queen's and General Hospitals, realizing therefore £2,330. The first to save Aston Hall took place August 17, 1857, when a profit of £570 was made. There have been many since then, but more of the private speculation class. Sanger's so-called Fair at Camp Hill, June 27, 1874, being the first of their outdoor hippodrome performances. Fires when Prince Rupert's soldiers set fire to the town, in 1643. No less than 155 houses were burned early in 1751. About £500 worth of wool was burned at Alcock's. In Edgbaston Street, May 24, 1759. The stage wagon to Worcester was set on fire by the bursting of a bottle of aquafortis, and the contents of the wagon, valued at £5,000, were destroyed. In November 1772, Mr. Crown's Hop and Cheese Warehouse, top of Cars Lane, was lessened £400 in value. The Theatre Royal was burned August 24, 1791, and again January 6, 1820. Jerusalem Temple, Newhall Hill, was burned March 10, 1793. St. Peter's Church suffered January 24, 1831. There was a great blaze at Bolton's Timber Yard, Broad Street, May 27. 1841 at the Manor House, Balsall Heath, in 1848. Among Onions Bellows in March, 1853 at the General Hospital, December 24, 1853 at the Spread Eagle Concert Hall, May 5, 1855 at a builder's in Alcester Street, October 4, 1858 at a Stonebrook Flour Mill, June 1, 1862. With £10,000 damage at Loudon and Beaton's, High Street, January 3, 1863. The firm were prosecuted as incendiaries. At Gameson's Tavern, Hill Street, December 25, 1863. 6 lives lost. On the stage at Holders, July 3, 1865. 2 ballet dancers died from fright and injuries at Baskerville Sawmills, September 7, 1867 in Sutton Park, August 4, 1868 in a menagerie in Cars Lane, January 25, 1870. At Dowler's Plume Works, March 16 in Denmark Street, May 23. 2 children burned at Worcester Wharf, June 2, 1870. 2 men burnt at Warwick Castle Deck. 3, 1871 at Smith's Hay and Straw Yard, Crescent. Through lightning, July 25, 1872 in Sherborne Street, June 25, 1874, and same day in Friston Street. 2 men burned at the Hatter's Shop in Temple Street, Nov. 25, 1875 at Tipper's Mystery Works, May 16, and at Halford Mill, Perry Bar, August 3, 1876 at Ike and Coase, Lawley Street, May 17, 1877. £2,500 damage at Adams Colour Warehouse, Suffolk Street, October 13, 1877. £10,000 damage in Bloomsbury Street, September 29, 1877. An old man burned in Lichfield Road, November 26, 1877. 2 horses, a cow, and 25 pigs roasted January 25, 1878, was a hot day, there being 4 fires in 15 hours at Haynes Flour Mill, Icknield Port Road, Feb. 2, 1878, with 10,000 pounds damage. First-time steam fire engine was used at Baker Bros. Match Manufactory, Freeth Street, February 11 at Grews and at Kunz Printers, March 16, 1878, both places being set on fire by a vengeful thief, 2,000 pounds joint damage. At corner of Bow Street, July 29, 1878 at Dennison's shop, opposite Museum Concert Hall, August 26, 1878, when Mrs. Dennison, her baby, her sister, and a servant girl lost their lives. The inquest terminated on September 30, or rather at 1 o'clock next morning, when a verdict of accidental death was given in the case of the infant, who had been dropped during an attempted rescue, and with respect to the others that they had died from suffocation caused by a 5 designedly lighted, but by whom the jury had not sufficient evidence to say. Great fault was found with the management of the fire brigade, a conflict of authority between them and the police giving rise to very unpleasant feelings. At Cadbury's Cocoa Manufactory, November 23, 1878. In Legg Street, at a gun implement maker's, December 14, 1878. 600 pounds damage in same day at a gun maker's, Whitall Street. 300 pounds damage at Hawk's Looking Glass Manufactory, Bromsgrove Street, January 8, 1879. 20,000 damage. The Reference Library, January 11, 1879, a most rueful day. Damage incalculable and irreparable at Hinks and Sons Lamp Works, January 30, 1879. 15,000 pounds damage at the Small Arms Factory, Adderley Road, November 11, 1879. A fireman injured at Grimsell and Sons, Tower Street, May 5, 1880. Over 5,000 pounds damage Ward's Cabinet Manufactory, Bissell Street, April 11, 1885. Firearms Trades. Fire Brigades. A volunteer brigade to help at fires was organized here in February 1836. But as the several companies, after introducing their engines, found it best to pay a regular staff to work them, the volunteers, for the time, went to the right about. In 1863, a more pretentious attempt to constitute a public or volunteer brigade of firemen was made, the members assembling for duty on the 21st of February, the Norwich Union Engine House being the headquarters. But the novelty wore off as the uniforms got shabby and the work was left to the old hands until the corporation took the matter in hand. A volunteer fire brigade for Aston was formed at the close of 1878, and its rules approved by the local board on Jan. 7, 1879. They attended and did good service at the burning of the Reference Library on the following Saturday. August 23, 1879, the Aston boys, with 23 other brigades from various parts of the country, held a kind of efficiency competition at the lower grounds, and being something new in it attracted many. The Birmingham brigade were kept at home, possibly on account of the anniversary of the Digbeth fire. Balsall Heath and Harborne are also supplied with their own brigades, and an association of Midland brigades has lately been formed, which held their first drill in the Priory, April 28, 1883. Fire engines. In 1839, the Birmingham Fire Office had 2 engines, very handsome specimens of the Article II, being profusely decorated with wooden battle axes, iron scrollwork, and one of these engines was painted in many colors. But the other a plain drab, the latter, it was laughingly said, being kept for the Society of Friends, the former for society at large. The first time a portable or hand engine was used here was on the occurrence of a fire in a tobacconist's shop in Cheapside Oct. 29, 1850. The steam fire engine was brought here in Oct. 1877. See Fire Engine Stations under public buildings. Fire grates. The first oven grate used in this district was introduced in a house at the city of Nineveh about the year 1818 and created quite a sensation. Fire Insurance Companies. The Birmingham dates its establishment from March 1805. All the companies now in existence are more or less represented here by agents, and no one need be uninsured long, as their offices are so thick on the ground round Bennett's Hill and Colmore Row, that it has been seriously suggested the latter thoroughfare should be rechristened and be called Insurance Street. It was an agent who had the assurance to propose the change. Fishin, April, 1838. a local company was floated for the purpose of bringing fish from London and Liverpool. It began swimmingly, but fish didn't swim to Birmingham, and though several other attempts have been made to form companies of similar character, the trade has been kept altogether in private hands, and to judge from the sparkling rings to be seen on the hands of the ladies who condescend to sell us our matutinal bloaters in the market hall, the business is a pretty good one, and who dare say those dames de Sal are not also pretty and good. The supply of fish to this town, as given by the late Mr. Hanman, averaged from 50 to 200 tons per day. One day in June, 1879, 238 tons came from Grimsby alone, or, each in its proper season, nearly as follows: mackerel 2,000 boxes of about 2 cwt. Each; herrings 2,000 barrels of 112 cwt. Each; salmon 400 boxes of 212 cwt. Each; lobsters 15 to 20 barrels of 1 cwt. Each; crabs 50 to 60 barrels of 114 cwt. Each; plaice 500 packages of 2 cwt. Each; codfish 200 barrels of 2 cwt. Each; conger eels 20 barrels of 2 cwt. Each; skate 10 to 20 barrels of 2 cwt. Each. See markets. Fishing there is very little scope for the practice of Isaac Walton's craft near to Birmingham, and lovers of the gentle art must go farther afield to meet with good sport. The only spots within walking distance are the pools at Aston Park and Lower Grounds, at Aston Tavern, at Bournebrook Hotel, or, as it is better known, Kirby's, and at Pebble Mill, in most of which may be found perch, roach, carp, and pike. At Pebble Mill, March 20 last year, a pike was captured 40 inches long and weighing 22 pounds. But that was a finny rarity, and not likely to be met with there again, as the pool, so long the last resort of suicidally inclined mortals, is to be filled up. A little farther off are waters at Sarehole, at Yardley Wood, and the reservoir at King's Norton, but with these exceptions anglers must travel to their destinations by rail. There is good fishing at Sutton Coldfield, Barnt Green for reservoir at Tardebigge, Alcester, Shustoke, Salford Priors, and other places within a score of miles, but free fishing nowhere. Anyone desirous of real sport should join the Birmingham and Midland Piscatorial Association, established June 1878, which rents portions of the River Trent and other waters. This society, early in 1880, tried their hands at artificial salmon hatching, one of the tanks of the aquarium at Aston Lower Grounds being placed at their disposal. They were successful in bringing some 1,000 or more of their interesting proteges from the ova into fish shape, but we cannot find the market prices for salmon or trout at all reduced. Fishmongers Hall not being satisfied with the accommodation provided for them in the fish market, the Fish and Game Dealers Association, at their first annual meeting, Feb. 13, 1878, proposed to erect a fishmongers' hall, but they did not carry out their intention. Flogging in the good old days. When George III was king, it was not very uncommon for malefactors to be flogged through the streets, tied to the tail end of a cart. In 1786, several persons, who had been sentenced at the assizes, were brought back here and so whipped through the town. And in one instance, where a young man had been caught filching from the mint, the culprit was taken to Soho Works. And in the factory yard, they're stripped and flogged by Black Jack of the dungeon, as a warning to his fellow workmen. This style of punishment would hardly do now, but if some few of the present race of roughs could be treated to a dose of the cat, now and then, it might add considerably to the peace and comfort of the borough. Flogging by proxy was not unknown in some of the old scholastic establishments, but whipping a scarecrow seems to have been the amusement on February 26, 1842, when Sir Robert Peel, at that day a sad delinquent politically, was publicly flogged in elegy. Floods the mill dams at Sutton burst their banks, July 24, 1668, and many houses were swept away on the 24th November, 1703. A 3 days' storm arose which extended over the whole kingdom, many parts of the Midlands being flooded and immense damage caused, farmers' livestock especially suffering. 15,000 sheep were drowned in one pan of Gloucestershire. Several men and hundreds of sheep near to Worcester, the losses in Leicestershire and Staffordshire being also enormous. Though there is no local record respecting it here, there can be little doubt that the inhabitants had their share of the miseries July 2, 1759, a man and several horses were drowned in a flood near Meriden. Heavy rains caused great floods here in January, 1764 on April 13, 1792, a waterspout at the Lickey Hills turned the Ria into a torrent. The lower parts of the town were flooded through the heavy rain of June 26, 1830. There were floods in De Rytund and Bordesley, Nov. 11, 1852. June 23, 1861, parts of Aston, Digbeth, and the Parade were swamped. Feb. 8, 1865, Hockley was flooded through the bursting of the canal banks. And a similar accident to the Worcester Canal, May 25, 1872, laid the roads and gardens about Wheely's Road under water. There were very heavy rains in July and October, 1875, causing much damage in the lower parts of the town. Aug. 2 and 3, 1879, many parts of the outskirts were flooded, in comparatively the shortest time in memory. Flour Mills, the Union Mill Co., now known as the Old Union, and C was formed early in 1796, with a capital of £7,000 in £1 shares, each shareholder being required to take a given amount of bread per week. Though at starting, it was announced that the undertaking was not intended for profit, such were the advantages derived from the operations of the company that the shareholders, it is said, in addition to a dividend of 10%, received in the course of couple of years a benefit equal to 600% in the shape of reduced prices. Large dividends have at times been received, but a slightly different tale is now told. The new Union Mill was started in 1810, the Snow Hill Mill about 1781, the Britannia Mills in 1862. Fly vans, fly boats, to the various places connected with Birmingham by the canals were not sufficient for our townspeople 70 years ago, and an opposition to the coaches started in 1821 in the shape of fly vans or light post wagons was hailed with glee. These fly vans left the Crescent Wharf, where Showell and Sons stores are now, 3 evenings a week, and reached Sheffield the following day. This was the first introduction of a regular parcels post, though the authorities would not allow of anything like a letter being sent with a parcel if they knew it. Foolish wager on July 80, 1758. For a wager, a man named Morgan got over the battlements of the tower at St. Martin's and safely let himself down to the ground, a distance of 73 feet without rope or ladder, his strength of muscle enabling him to reach from cornerstone to cornerstone and cling thereto as he descended. Football.c Sports. Forgeries. The manufacture of bogus banknotes was carried on here, at one time, to an alarming extent, and even 50 years ago, though he was too slippery a fish for the authorities to lay hold of, it was well known there was a clever engraver in the enclaves who would copy anything put before him for the merest trifle, even though the punishment was most severe. Under notable offenses will be found several cases of interest in this peculiar line of business. Forks. Our ancestors did without them, using their fingers. Queen Elizabeth had several sent to her from Spain, but she seldom used them, and we may be quite sure it was long after that ere the taper fingers of the fair Brums ceased to convey the titbits to their lips. Even that sapient sovereign, James I, the Scotch Solomon, did not use the foreign invention, believing possibly with the preacher who denounced them in the pulpit that it was an insult to the Almighty to touch the meat prepared for food with anything but one's own fingers. Later on, when the coaches began to throng the road, gentlemen were in the habit of carrying with them their own knife and fork for use. So seldom were the latter articles to be found at the country inns, and the use of forks cannot be said to have become general more than 100 years ago. Forward. The self-appropriated motto of our borough, chosen at one of the earliest committee meetings of the town council in 1839. Mr. William Middlemore is said to have proposed the use of the word as being preferable to any Latin, though vox populi, vox Dei, and other like appropriate mottos have been suggested. Like all good things, however, the honor of originating this motto has been contested, the name of Robert Crump Mason having been given as its author. Fogs bad as it may be now and then in the neighborhood of some of our works, if there is one thing in nature we can boast of more than another, it is our comparatively clear atmosphere, and it is seldom that we are troubled with fogs of any kind. In this respect, at all events, the Midland metropolis is better off than its Middlesex namesake, with its London particular, as Mr. Guppy calls it. But there was one day, 17th in December, 1879, when we were, by some atmospheric phenomena, treated to such a pea-souper that we must note it as being the curiosity of the day, the street traffic being put a stop to while the fog lasted. Folklore-funny old sayings are to be met with among the quips and quirks of folklore that tickled the fancies of our grandfathers. The following is to with several changes, but it good to be lost. Sutton for mutton, Tamworth for beeves, Walsall for knocknees, and Brummagem for thieves. Fountains, Messrs. Messenger and Sons designed, executed, and erected, to order of the Street Commissioners in 1851, a very neat, and for the situation appropriate, fountain in the center of the market hall, but which has since been removed to Highgate Park, where it appears sadly out of place. The poor little boys, without any clothes, looking in winter as if they were froze. A number of small drinking fountains or taps have been presented to the town by benevolent persons, one of the neatest being that put up at the expense of Mr. William White in Bristol Road in 1876. And granite cattle troughs are to be found in Constitution Hill, Eichnild Street, Easy Row, Albert Street, Gosta Green, Five Ways, and in July 1876, Miss Ryland paid for the erection of a very handsome fountain at the bottom of Bradford Street, in near proximity to the Smithfield. It is so constructed as to be available for quenching the thirst not only of human travelers, but also of horses, dogs, and sea. And on this account, it has been appropriately handed over to the care of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. It is composed of granite, and as it is surmounted by a gas lamp, it is, in more senses than one, both useful and ornamental. The fountain in connection with the Chamberlain Memorial, at back of Town Hall, is computed to throw out 5 million gallons of water per annum, 10 hours per day, a part of which is utilized at the fish stalls in the markets. The Water Committee have lately put up an ornamental fountain in Hagley Road, in connection with the pipe supply for that neighborhood. Folkstalls, for centuries one of the most prosperous of our local families, having large tanneries in Digbeth as far back as 1570, afterwards as cutlers and ironmongers down to 100 years ago. They were also owners of the Old Swan, the famous coaching house, and which it is believed was the inn that Prince Rupert and his officers came to when Thomas, the ostler, was shot, through officiously offering to take their horses. Fox hunts, with the exception of the annual exhibition of foxhounds and other sporting dogs, Birmingham has not much to do with hunting matters, though formerly a red coat or two might often have been seen in the outskirts riding to meets not far away. On one occasion, however, as told the writer by one of these old inhabitants whose memories are our historical textbooks, the inhabitants of Digbeth and De Rytund were treated to the sight of a hunt in full cry. It was a nice winter's morning of 1806, when Mr. Reynard sought to save his brush by taking a straight course down the Coventry Road right into town. The astonishment of the shopkeepers may be imagined when the rush of dogs and horses passed rattling by. Round the corner, down Bordesley High Street, past the Crown and Church, over the bridge and away for the shambles and corn cheaping went the fox, and close to his heels followed the hounds, who caught their prey at last near to the board. SDR, in one of his chatty gossips and at the old taverns of Birmingham, tells of a somewhat similar scene from the Quinton side of the town, the bait, however, being not a fox, but the trail scent of a strong red herring, dragged at his stirrup, in wicked devilry, by one of the well-known haunters of old Joe Linden's. Still, we have had fox hunts of our own, one of the Vulpine crew being killed in St. Mary's Churchyard, Feb. 26, 1873, while another was captured, Sept. 11, 1883, by some navvies at work on the extension of New Street Station. The fox, which was a young one, was found asleep in one of the subways, though how he got to such a strange dormitory is a puzzle, and he gave a quarter-hour's good sport before being secured. Freemasonry, Masonic. Freeth, the poet. The first time Freeth's name appears in the public prints is in connection with a dinner given at his coffee house, April 17, 1770, to celebrate Wilkes' release from prison. He died September 29, 1808, aged 77, and was buried in the old meeting house, the following lines being graved on his tombstone. Free and easy through life, 'twas his wish to proceed. Good men he revered, whatever their creed. His pride was a sociable evening to spend, for no man loved better his pipe and his friend. Friendly societies are not of modern origin, traces of many having been found in ancient Greek inscriptions. The Romans also had similar societies, Mr. Tompkins, the chief clerk of the Registrar General, having found and deciphered the accounts of one at Lanuvium, the entrance fee to which was 100 sesterces, about 15s, and an amphora or jar of wine. The payments were equivalent to 2s, a year or 2d, per mouth, the funeral money being 45s. A fixed portion, 7s, 6d, being set apart for distribution at the burning of the body. Members who did not pay up promptly were struck off the list, and the secretaries and treasurers, when funds were short, went to their own pockets. The first act for regulating friendly societies was passed in 1795. Few towns in England have more sick and benefit clubs than Birmingham, there not being many public houses without one attached to them, and scarcely a manufactory minus its special fund for like purposes. The larger societies, of course, have many branches, lodges, courts, and and it would be a difficult matter to particularize them all, or even arrive at the aggregate number of their members, which, however, cannot be much less than 50,000. And if to these we add the large number of what may be styled annual gift clubs, the money in hand being divided every year, we may safely put the total at something like 70,000 persons who take this method of providing for a rainy day. The following notes respecting local societies have been culled from blue books, annual reports, and private special information, the latter being difficult to arrive at, in consequence of that curious reticence observable in the character of officials of all sorts, club stewards included. Artisans at large in March, 1868. The Birmingham artisans who reported on the Paris exhibition of 1867 formed themselves into a society, to consider and discuss, from an artisan point of view, all such subjects as specially affect the artisan class, to promote and seek to obtain all such measures, legislative or otherwise, as shall appear beneficial to that class, and to render to each other mutual assistance, counsel, or encouragement. Very good indeed. The benefits which have arisen from the formation of this society are doubtless many, but as the writer has never yet seen a report, he cannot record the value of the mutual assistance rendered, or say what capital is left over of the original fund of counsel and encouragement. Barbers, a few Knights of the Razor in 1869 met together and formed a philanthropic society of hairdressers. But though these gentlemen are proverbial for their gossiping propensities, they tell no tales out of school, and of their charity boast not. Butchers, a Butchers' Benefit and Benevolent Association was founded in 1877. Coal dealers, the salesmen of black diamonds, have a mutual benefit association, but as the secretary declines to give any information, we fear the mutual benefit consists solely of helping each other to keep the prices up. Cannon Street Male Adult Provident Institution was established in 1841. At the expiration of 1877, there were 8,994 members, with a balance in hand of £72,956.15s. 5d. The total received from members to that date amounted to £184,900, out of which £131,400 had been returned in sick pay and funeral benefits, the payments out varying from 4s to 20s. A week in sickness, with a funeral benefit of £20, £8 being allowed on the death of a wife. Carr's Lane Provident Institution was commenced in 1845 and has 299 male and 323 female members, with a capital of £5,488. The amount paid in 1883 on account of sickness being £242, with £54 funeral money. Chemistry, a Midland Counties Chemists Association, was formed in May 1869. Christ Church Provident Institution was established in 1835, and at the end of 1883, there were 646 male and 591 female members. During the year, £423 had been paid among 138 members on account of sickness, besides £25 for funerals. Capital about £5,800. A junior or Sunday school branch also exists. Church of the Savior Provident Institution was started in 1857. Church School teachers, the Birmingham and District Branch of the Church Schoolmasters and Schoolmistresses Benevolent Institution, was formed in 1866, and the members contribute about £250 per year to the funds. Druids. The Order of Druids has 5 lodges here, with nearly 400 members. The United Ancient Order of Druids has 21 lodges and about 1,400 members. Ebenezer Chapel Sikh Society was established in 1828, has 135 members whose yearly payments average 32s, 6d, out of which 17s. Dividend at Christmas comes back, the benefits being 10s, a week in sickness and 10 at death. Foresters. In 1745, a few Yorkshiremen started the Ancient Order of Royal Foresters, under which title the associated courts remained until 1834, when a split took place. The secessionists, who gave the name of honor to their No. 1 court at Ashton-under-Lyne, declined the honor of calling themselves royal, but still adhered to the antique part of their cognomen. The new Ancient Order of Foresters throve well, and leaving their royal friends far away in the background, now number 560,000 members, who meet in nearly 7,000 courts. In the Birmingham Midland District, there are 62 courts, with about 6,200 members, the court funds amounting to £29,900, and the district funds to £2,200. The oldest court in this town is the Child of the Forest, meeting at the Gem Vaults, Steelhouse Lane, which was instituted in 1839. The other courts meet at the Crown and Anchor, Gem Street, Roebuck, Lower Hurst Street, Queen's Arms, Easy Row, White Swan, Church Street, Red Cow, Horse Fair, Crown, Broad Street, White Hart, Warstone Lane, Rose and Crown, Summer Row, Red Lion, Suffolk Street, Old Crown, De Ryland, Hope and Anchor, Coleshill Street, Black Horse, Ashted Row, Colmore Arms, Latimer Street, South Anchor, Bradford Street, Army and Navy Inn, Great Brook Street, Red Lion, Smallbrook Street, Union Mill Inn, Holt Street, Vine, Litchfield Road, Wellington, Holiday Street, Ryland Arms, Ryland Street, Star and Garter, Great Hampton Row, Oak Tree, Selly Oak, Station Inn, Saltley Road, Drover's Arms, Bradford Street, Old Nelson, Great Lister Street, Ivy Green, Edward Street, Iron House, Moore Street, Green Man, Harborne Fountain, Rentham Street, King's Arms, Sherlock Street, Shareholders Arms, Park Lane, Shakespeare's Head, Livery Street, Criterion, Hurst Street, Acorn, Friston Street, Hen and Chickens, Graham Street, Albion, Aston Road, Dog and Partridge, Tyndall Street, White Horse, Great Colmore Street, Carpenter's Arms, Adelaide Street, Small Arms Inn, Munt Street, Weymouth Arms, Gerrard Street, General Hotel, Tonk Street, Railway Tavern, Hockley, Noah's Ark, Montague Street, Sportsman, Warwick Road, Roebuck, Monument Road, Bull's Head, Moseley, Swan Inn, Coleshill, Hare and Hounds, King's Heath, Roebuck, Erdington, Fox and Grapes, Pensnett, Hazelwell Tavern, Sturchley Street, Round Oak and New Inn, Brierley Hill, The Stores, Oldbury, and at the Crosswells Inn, 5 Ways, Langley. General Provident and Benevolent Institution was at first 1833 an amalgamation of several Sunday school societies. It has a number of branches and appears to be in a flourishing condition, the assets, at end of 1883, amounting to over £48,000, with a yearly increment of about £1,400, the number of members in the medical fund being 5,112. Grocers. These gentlemen organized a benevolent society in 1872. Independent Order of Rechabites. Dwellers in tents and drinkers of no wine were the original Rechabites, and there are about a score of tents in this district, the oldest being pitched in this town in 1839, and as friendly societies, they appear to be doing in their way good service, like their friends who meet in courts and lodges. The original tents, cash box having £675 in hand for cases of sickness, while the combined camp holds £1,600, wherewith to bury their dead. Jewelers' Benevolent Association dates from Oct. 25, 1867. Medical. Midland Medical Benevolent Society has been in existence since 1821. The annual report to end of 1883 showed invested funds amounting to £10,937, there being 265 benefit members and 15 honorary. Musical. The Birmingham Musical Society consists almost solely of members of the Choral Society, whose fines, with small subscriptions from honorary members, furnishes a fund to cover rehearsal and sundry choir expenses as well as tens in cases of sickness. New Meeting Provident Institution was founded in 1836, but is now connected with the Church of the Messiah. A little over 1,000 members, one-third of whom are females. Oddfellows, the National Independent Order of Oddfellows, Birmingham branch, was started about 1850. At the end of 1879, there were 19 members, with about £4,500 accumulated funds. The Birmingham district of the Manchester Unity of Oddfellows in January 1882 consisted of 43 lodges, comprising 4,297 members, the combined capital of sick and funeral funds being £42,210. Though oldest lodge in the district is the Britain's Pride, which was opened in 1827. The first Oddfellows Hall was in King Street, but was removed when New Street Station was built. The new Oddfellows Hall in Upper Temple Street was built in 1849 by Branson and Gwither, from the designs of Coe and Goodwin, Lewisham, Kent, at a cost of £3,000. Tim opening was celebrated by a dinner on December 3rd, same year. The hall will accommodate 1,000 persons. The Oddfellows Biennial Movable Committee met in this town on May 29, 1871. The MU lodges meet at the following houses: Fox Street, White Horse, Congreve Street, Swanwith, Two Necks, Great Brook Street, Albion, Cotto Street North, Hope and Anchor, Coleshill Street, 13 Temple Street, Wagon and Horses, Edgbaston Street, Crystal Palace, Six Ways, Smethwick, The Vine, Harborne, Prince Arthur, Arthur Street, Small Heath, George Hotel, High Street, Solihull, Bell, Phillip Street, Bull's Head, Digbeth, Edgbaston Tavern, Lee Bank, Road, The Stork, Fowler Street, Netchells. 3 Tons, Digbeth, Town Hall, Sutton Coldfield, Coffee House, Bell Street, Coach and Horses, Snow Hill, Roebuck, Moore Street, Drover's Arms, Bradford Street, Cooperative Meeting Room, Sturchley Street, Black Lion, Coleshill Street, Queen's Head, Handsworth, No. 1 Coffee House, Rolfe Street, Smethwick, New Inn, Selly Oak, Wagon and Horses, Greet, Talbot, Yardley, Saracen's Head, Edgbaston Street, Dolphin, Annette Street, Grand Turk, Ludgate Hill, Roebuck, Moore Street, White Swan, Church Street. White Lion, Thorpe Street, Queen's Arms, Easy Row, Rose and Crown, Wheeler Street, Lozells. The National Independent Order was instituted in 1845 and registered under the Friendly Societies Act, 1875. The order numbers over 60,000 members, but its strongholds appear to be in Yorkshire and Lancashire, which 2 counties muster between them nearly 40,000. In Birmingham district, there are 13 lodges, with a total of 956 members, their locations being at the Criterion, Hurst Street, Bricklayers Arms, Cheapside, Ryland Arms, Ryland Street, Sportsman, Mosley Street, Iron House, Moore Street, Exchange Inn, High Street, Red Lion, Smallbrook Street, Woodman, Summer Lane, Emily Arms, Emily Street, Boar's Head, Bradford Street, Turk's Head, Duke Street, Bird in Hand, Great King Street, Tyburn House, Erdington. Old Meeting Friendly Fund was commenced in 1819 and registered in 1824. Its capital at the close of the first year was £514. £10 1/2d. At end of the 10th year, 1828, it was nearly £264. In 1838, £646. In 1848, £1,609. In 1858, £3,419. £1,868, £5,549. In 1878, £8,237. And at the end of 1883, £9,250 £2d. A very fair sum, considering the numbers only numbered 446, the year's income being £877 and the outgoings £662. Railway Guards Friendly Fund was originated in this town in 1848. It has nearly 2,200 members, the yearly disbursements being about £6,000 and the payments £40 at death, with life pensions of tens, and upwards per week to members disabled on the line. More than £85,000 has been thus distributed since the commencement. Roman Catholicae, Local Friendly Society, was founded in 1794, and a Midland Association in 1824. Shepherds, the Order of Shepherds dates from 1834, but we cannot get at the number of members, and see August 9, 1883, according to Daily Post. The High Sanctuary meeting of the Order of Shepherds was held in our town hall, when the auditor's report showed total assets of the general fund, £921.15. 4d, and liabilities £12.6, £9 1 2d. The relief fund stood at £292.18. 8d being an increase of £66.0, 11d on the year, and there was a balance of £6.13, 912d, to the credit of the Sick and Funeral Fund. St. David's Society. The members held their first meeting March 1, 1824. St. Patrick's Benefit Society, dating from 1865 as an offshoot of the Liverpool Society, had at end of 1882 3,144 members. The expenditure of the year was £857, £531 for funerals, and the total value of the society £2,030. Unitarian Brotherly Society, registered in 1825, has about 500 members and a capital of £8,500. United Brothers. There are nearly 100 lodges and 10,000 members of societies under this name in Birmingham and neighborhood, some of the lodges being well provided for capital, number 4 having £8,286 to 186 members. United Family Life Assurance and Sick Benefit Society claims to have some 8,500 members, 750 of whom reside in Birmingham. United Legal Burial Society, registered in 1846, like the above, is a branch only. Union Provident Sick Society, founded 1802, enrolled in 1826 and certified in 1871, had then 3,519 members and a reserve fund of £8,269. At end of 1883, the reserve fund stood at £15,310.16. 9d, there having been paid during the year £4,768.17. 2d. For sick pay and funerals besides 15s, dividend to each member. There are 15,379 friendly societies or branches in the kingdom, numbering 4,593,175 members, and their funds amounted to, by last return, £12,148,602. Friends, the Society of Quakerism was publicly professed here in 1654, George Fox visiting the town the following year, and in 1657. The Trines held their first meetings in Monmouth Street in 1659. The meeting house in Bull Street was built in 1703 and was enlarged several times prior to 1856, when it was replaced by the present edifice, which will seat about 800 persons. The reopening took place January 25, 1857. The burial ground in Monmouth Street, where the arcade is now, was taken by the Great Western Railway Co. in 1851, the remains of over 300 departed friends being removed to the yard of the meeting house in Bull Street. Froggery. Before the new street railway station was built, a fair slice of old Birmingham had to be cleared away, and fortunately it happened to be one of the unsavory portions, including the spot known as the Froggery. As there was a duck lane close by, the place most likely was originally so christened from its lowlying and watery position, the connection between ducks and frogs being self-apparent. Frost's writing on Jan. 27, 1881, the late Mr. Plant said that in 88 years there had been only 4 instances of great cold approaching comparison with the intense frost then ended. The first was in January 1795, the next in December and January 1813-14, then followed that of January 1820. The fourth was in December and January 1860-61, and lastly January 1881. In 1795, the mean temperature of the 21 days ending January 31st was 24.27 degrees. In 1813-14, December 29th to January 18th, exclusively 24.9 degrees. In 1820, January 1st to 21st, inclusively 23.7 degrees. In 1860-61, December 20th to January 9th, inclusively 24.5 degrees. And in 1881, January 7th to 27th, inclusively 23.2 degrees. Thus the very coldest 3 weeks on record in this district, in 88 years, is January 1881. With the exception of the long frost of 1813-4, which commenced on the 24th December and lasted 3 months. Although so intense in their character, none of the above seasons were remarkable for protracted duration. The longest frosts recorded in the present century were as follows: 1813-14, December to March. 13 weeks. 1829-30, December, January, February, 10 weeks. 1838, January, February, 8 weeks. 1855, January, February, 7 weeks. 1878-79, December, January, February, 10 weeks. Funny notions: the earliest existing statutes governing our free grammar of King Edward Roman VI bear the date of 1676. One of these rules forbids the assistant masters to Marian 1663, temp. Charles Roman II. Sir Robert Holt of Aston received a commission from Lord Northampton, Master of His Majesty's Leash, to take and seize greyhounds and certain other dogs for the use of His Majesty. The Dancing Assembly, which was to meet on the 30th January, 1783, loyally postponed their light fantastic towing, in consequence of that being the anniversary of the martyrdom of Charles I. In 1829, when the Act was passed appointing commissioners for Dudeston and Nechells, power was given for erecting gasworks, provided they did not extend over more than 1 acre, and that no gas was sent into the adjoining parish of Birmingham. A writer in Mechanics' Magazine for 1829, who signed his name as A. Tadehill, Birmingham, suggested that floor carpets should be utilized as maps wherewith to teach children geography. The same individual proposed that the inhabitants of each street should join together to buy a long pole, or mast, with a rope and pulley, for use as a fire escape, and recommended them to convey their furniture in or out of the windows with it, as good practice. A patent was taken out by Eliezer Edwards in 1853 for a bedstead fitted with a wheel and handle, that it might be used as a wheelbarrow. Sergeant Bates, of America, invaded Birmingham Nov. 21, 1872, carrying the Stars and Stripes, as a test of our love for our Yankee cousins. Funeral Reform and Association, for doing away with the expensive customs so long connected with the burying of the dead, was organized in 1875, and slowly, but surely, are accomplishing the task then entered upon. At present, there are about 700 enrolled members, but very many more families now limit the trappings of woe to a more reasonable as well as economical exhibit of tailors' and milliners' black furniture, judging from some old records appertaining to the history of a very ancient family, who, until the town swallowed it up, farmed a considerable portion of the district known as the Losels, or Losells, as it was once called. Even our well-to-do neighbors would appear to have been rather short of what we think necessary household furniture. As to chairs in bedrooms, there were often none, and if they had chimneys, only movable grates, formed of a few bars resting on dogs. Window curtains, drawers, carpets, and washing stands are not, according to our recollection, anywhere specified, and a warming pan does not occur till 1604, and then was kept in the bedroom. Tongs appear as annexations of grates, without poker or shovel, and the family plate chest was part of bedroom furniture. Stools were the substitutes for chairs in the principal sitting room, in the proportion of even 20 of the former to 2 of the latter, which were evidently intended, par distinction, for the husband and wife. Galton, the family name of a once well-known firm of gun, sword, and bayonet makers, whose townhouse was in Steelhouse Lane, opposite the Upper Priory. Their works were close by in Weeman Street, but the mill for grinding and polishing the barrels and blades was at Dudeston, near to Dudeston Hall, the Galtons' country house. It was this firm's manufactory that Lady Selborne refers to in her diary, wherein she states that in 1765 she went to a Quaker's to see the making of guns. The strange feature of members of the peace-loving Society of Friends being concerned in the manufacture of such death-dealing implements was so contrary to their profession, that in 1796 the Friends strongly remonstrated with the Galtons, leading to the retirement of the senior partner from the trade and the expulsion of the junior from the body. The mansion in Steelhouse Lane was afterwards converted into a banking house, then used for the purposes of the Polytechnic Institution. Next, after a period of dreary emptiness, fitted up as the Children's Hospital, after the removal of which to Broad Street, the old house has reverted to its original use as the private abode of Dr. Clay. Gambetta, the eminent French patriot, was fined 2,000 francs for upholding the freedom of speech and the rights of the press, 2 things ever dear to liberal Birmingham, and it was proposed to send him the money from here as a mark of esteem and sympathy. The Daily Post took the matter in hand, and after appealing to its 40,000 readers every day for some weeks, forwarded November 10, 1877, a draft for £80.17. 6d. Jail's The town jail, or lockup at the back of the public office in Moore Street, was first used in September 1806. It then consisted of a courtyard, 59 ft by 30 ft, enclosed by a 26 ft, wall 2 day rooms or kitchens, 14 ft, square and 16 sleeping cells, 8 ft by 6 ft. The prisoner's allowance was a pennyworth of bread and a slice of cheese twice a day, and the use of the pump. Rather short commons, considering the 4 lb. Loaf often sold at once. The establishment, which is vastly improved and much enlarged, is now used only as a place of temporary detention or lockup, where prisoners are first received, and wait their introduction to the gentlemen of the bench. The erection of the borough jail was commenced on October 29, 1845, and it was opened for the reception of prisoners, October 17, 1849, the first culprit being received 2 days afterwards. The estimated cost was put at £51,447, but altogether it cost the town about £90,000, about £70,000 of which has been paid off. In the year 1877, 3 prisoners contrived to escape. 1, John Sutcliffe, who got out on July 25, not being recaptured till the 22nd of January following. The others were soon taken back home. The jail was taken over by the government as from April 1, 1878, Mr. J. W. Preston being appointed governor at a salary of £510, in place of Mr. Meaden, who had received £450, with certain extras dungeon and prisons. The new county gaol at Warwick was first occupied in 1860. Jail atrocities. The first governor appointed to the borough jail was Captain Maconochie, formerly superintendent over the convicts at Norfolk Island in the days of transportation of criminals. He was permitted to try as an experiment a system of marks, whereby a prisoner, by his good conduct and industry, could materially lessen the duration of his punishment and, to a certain extent, improve his dietary. The experiment, though only tried with prisoners under 16, proved very successful, and at one time hopes were entertained that the system would become general in all the jails of the kingdom. So far as our jail was concerned, however, it proved rather unfortunate that Captain Maconochie, through advancing age and other causes, was obliged to resign his position, July 1851, for upon the appointment of his successor, Lieutenant Austin, a totally opposite course of procedure was introduced. A perfect reign of terror prevailing in place of kindness and a humane desire to lead to the reformation of criminals. In lieu of good marks for industry, the new governor imposed heavy penal marks if the tasks set them were not done to time. And what these tasks were may be gathered from the fact that in 16 months, no less than 15 prisoners were driven to make an attempt on their lives. Through the misery and torture to which they were exposed, 3 unfortunates being only 2 successful. Of course, such things could not be altogether hushed up, and after 1 or 2 unsatisfactory inquiries had been held, a royal commission was sent down to investigate matters. One case out of many will be sufficient sample of the mercies dealt out by the governor to the poor creatures placed under his care. Edward Andrews, a lad of 15, was sent to jail for 3 months, March 28, 1853, for stealing a piece of beef. On the 2nd day he was put to work at the crank, every turn of which was equal to lifting a weight of 20 pounds, and he was required to make 2,000 revolutions before he had any breakfast, 4,000 more before dinner, and another 4,000 before supper, the punishment for not completing either of these tasks being the loss of the meal following. The lad failed on many occasions, and was fed almost solely on 1 daily, or, rather, nightly allowance of bread and water. For shouting, he was braced to a wall for hours at a time, tightly cased in a horrible jacket and leather collar, his feet being only movable. In this position, when exhausted almost to death, he was restored to sensibility by having buckets of water thrown over him. What wonder that within a month he hung himself? A number of similar cases of brutality were proved, and the governor thought it best to resign, but he was not allowed to escape altogether scot-free, being tried at Warwick on several charges of cruelty, and being convicted, was sentenced by the Court of Queen's Bench to a term of 3 months' imprisonment. Garibaldi at a meeting of the Town Council, April 5, 1865, it was resolved to ask Garibaldi to pay a visit to this town, but he declined the honor. As in the year previous, he had similarly declined to receive an offered town subscription. Garrison, though a strong force was kept in the barracks in the old days of riot and turbulence, it is many years since we have been favored with more than a single company of redcoats at a time, our peaceful inland town not requiring a strong garrison. Gardens 100 to 150 years ago, there was no town in England better supplied with gardens than Birmingham, almost every house in what are now the main thoroughfares having its plot of garden ground. In 1731, there were many acres of allotment gardens, as they came to be called at a later date, where St. Bartholomew's Church now stands, and in almost every other direction, similar pieces of land were to be seen under cultivation. Public tea gardens were also to be found in several quarters of the outskirts, the establishment known as the Spring Gardens closing its doors July 31, 1801. The Apollo Tea Gardens lingered on till 1846, and Beech's Gardens closed in September 1854. Gas. William Murdoch is generally credited with the introduction of lighting by gas, but it is evident that the inflammability of the gas producible from coal was known long before his day. As the Reverend Dr. John Clayton, Dean of Kildare, mentioned it in a letter he wrote to the Hun, Robert Boyle, in 1691. The doctor's discovery was probably made during his stay in Virginia, and another letter of his shows the probability of his being aware that the gas would pass through water without losing its lighting properties. The discovery has also been claimed as that of a learned French savant, but Murdoch must certainly take the honor of being the first to bring gas into practical use at his residence, at Redruth, in 1792, and it is said that he even made a lantern to light the paths in his evening walks. The gas burned in which was contained in a bag carried under his arm, his rooms being also lit up from a bag of gas placed under weights. The exact date of its introduction in this neighborhood has not been ascertained, though it is believed that part of the Soho works were fitted with gas lights in 1798, and on the occurrence of the celebration of the Peace of Amiens in 1802, a public exhibition was made of the new light, in the illumination of the works. The Gazette of April 5, 1802, according to extract by Dr. Langford, in his Century of Birmingham Life, described the various devices in colored lamps and transparencies, but strangely enough does not mention gas at all. Possibly gas was no longer much of a novelty at Soho, or the reporter might not have known the nature of the lights used, but there is the evidence of Mr. W.M. Matthews, who, in 1827 published an historical sketch of gaslighting, in which he states that he had the inexpressible gratification of witnessing, in 1802, Mr. Murdoch's extraordinary and splendid exhibition of gaslights at Soho. On the other hand, the present writer was, some years back, told by one of the few old Soho workmen then left among us, that on the occasion referred to the only display of gas was in the shape of one large lamp placed at one end of the factory, and then called a Bengal light, the gas for which was brought to the premises in several bags from Mr. Murdoch's own house. Though it has been always believed that the factory and offices throughout were lighted by gas in 1803, very soon after the Amiens illumination, a correspondent to the Daily Post has lately stated that when certain of his friends went to Soho, in 1834, they found no lights in use, even for blowpipes, except oil and candles, and that they had to lay on gas from the mains of the Birmingham and Staffordshire Gas Company in the Holyhead Road. If correct, this is a curious bit of the history of the celebrated Soho, as other manufacturers were not at all slow in introducing gas for working purposes as well as lighting. A well-known tradesman, Benjamin Cook, Caroline Street, having fitted up retorts and a gasometer on his premises in 1808, his first pipes being composed of old or waste gun barrels, and he reckoned to clear a profit of £30 a year, as against his former expenditure for candles and oil. The glassworks of Jones, Smart & Co. of Aston Hill were lit up by gas as early as 1810, 120 burners being used at a nightly cost of 4s. The gas being made on the premises from a bushel of coal per day. The first proposal to use gas in lighting the streets of Birmingham was made in July 1811, and here and there a lamp soon appeared, but they were supplied by private firms, one of whom afterwards supplied gas to light the chapel formerly on the site of the present Assay Office, taking it from their works in Caroline Street, once those of B. Cook before mentioned. The street commissioners did not take the matter in hand till 1815, on November 8 of which year they advertised for tenders for lighting the streets with gas instead of oil. The first shop in which gas was used was that of Messrs. Pulteney, at the corner of Moore Street, in 1818, the pipes being laid from the works in Gas Street by a private individual, whose interest therein was bought up by the Birmingham Gaslight Company. The principal streets were first officially lighted by gas lamps on April 29, 1826, but it was not until March 1843 that the town council resolved that that part of the borough within the parish of Edgbaston should be similarly favored. Gas Companies the first, or Birmingham Gaslight Co., was formed in 1817, incorporated in 1819, and commenced business by buying up the private adventurer who built the works in Gas Street. The company was limited to the borough of Birmingham, and its original capital was £32,000, which, by an act obtained in 1855, was increased to £300,000, and borrowing powers to £90,000 more, the whole of which was raised or paid up. In the year 1874, the company supplied gas through 17,000 meters, which consumed 798 million cubic feet of gas. The Birmingham and Staffordshire Gas Co. was established in 1825 and had powers to lay their mains in and outside the borough. The original act was repealed in 1845, the company being remodeled and started afresh with a capital of £320,000, increased by following acts to £670,000, all called up by 1874, and borrowing powers to £100,000, of which, by the same year £23,000 had been raised. The consumption of gas in 1874 was 1,462,000,000 cubic feet, but how much of this was burnt by the company's 19,910 Birmingham customers could not be told. The two companies, though rivals for the public favor, did not undersell one another, both of them charging 10 per 1,000 feet in the year 1839, while in 1873, large consumers were only charged 2.3 per 1,000 feet, the highest charge being 2.7. The question of buying out both of the gas companies had been frequently mooted, but it was not until 1874 that any definite step was taken towards the desired end. On April 17, 1874, the Burgesses recorded 1219 votes in favor of Mr. Joseph Chamberlain's proposition to purchase the gasworks, 683 voting against it. On Jan. 18, 1875, the necessary bills were introduced into the House of Commons, and on July 15 and 19, the two acts were passed, though not without some little opposition from the outlying parishes and townships heretofore supplied by the Birmingham and Staffordshire Co., to satisfy whom a clause was inserted, under which Walsall, West Bromwich, and C. could purchase the several mains and works in their vicinity, if desirous to do so. The Birmingham Gas Co. received from the corporation £450,000, of which £136,890 was to be left on loan at 4%, as debenture stock, though £38,850 thereof has been kept in hand, as the whole was redeemable within 10 years. The balance of £313,000 was borrowed from the public at 4%, and in some cases a little less. The Birmingham and Staffordshire Gas Co. were paid in perpetual annuities, amounting to £58,290 per year, being the maximum dividends then payable on the co-shares. £10,906 was returned as capital not bearing interest, £15,000 for surplus profits, £30,000 the half-year's dividend, and also £39,944 4d. The Co.'s Reserve Fund. The total cost was put down as £1,900,000. The annuities are redeemable by a sinking fund in 85 years. For their portion of the mains, service pipes, works, and C, formerly belonging to the Birmingham and Staffordshire Company, The Walsall authorities pay the corporation an amount equivalent to annuities valued at £1,300 per year. Oldbury paid £22,750, Tipton £34,700, and West Bromwich £70,750. Gas fittings' curious notions appear to have been at first entertained as to the explosive powers of the new illuminator, nothing less than copper or brass being considered strong enough for the commonest piping, and it was thought a great innovation when a local manufacturer, in 1812, took out a patent for lead pipes copper-coated. Even Murdoch himself seems to have been in dread of the burning element, for when, in after years, his house at Sycamore Hill changed owners, it was found that the smaller gas pipes therein were made of silver, possibly used to withstand the supposed corrosive effects of the gas. The copper-covered lead pipes were patented in 1819 by Mr. W. Phipson of the Dog Pool Mills, the present compo being comparatively a modern introduction. Messengers of Broad Street and Cook of Caroline Street, 1810-20, were the first manufacturers of gas fittings in this town, and they appear to have had nearly a monopoly of the trade, as there were but 3 others in it in 1833 and only about 20 in 1863. Now their name is legion, gas being used for an infinitude of purposes, not the least of which is by the gas cooking stove, the idea of which was so novel at first that the secretary of the gas office in the Minories at one time introduced it to the notice of the public, by having his dinner daily cooked in a stove placed in one of the office windows. An exhibition of gas apparatus of all kinds was opened at the Town Hall, June 5, 1878, and that there is still a wonderful future for development is shown by its being seriously advocated that a double set of mains will be desirable, one for lighting gas, and the other for a less pure kind to be used for heating purposes. Gas works. Public buildings. Gavesey, Father Gavesey first orated here in the Town Hall, October 20, 1851. Geographical. According to the Ordnance Survey, Birmingham is situated in latitude 52 degrees 29 and longitude 1 degrees 54 west. Gillott. Noteworthy men. Girls' Home. 18 years ago, several kind-hearted ladies opened a house in Bath Row for the reception of servant girls of the poorest class, who, through their poverty and juvenility, could not be sheltered in the servants' home. And that such an establishment was needed is proved by the fact that no less than 334 inmates were sheltered for a time during 1883, while 232 others received help in clothing and suited to their wants. The Midland Railway having taken Bath House, the home has lately been removed to a larger house near the Queen's Hospital, where the managers will be glad to receive any little aid that can be rendered towards carrying on their charitable operations. Glass. In the reign of Henry Roman VI, the commonest kind of glass was sold at 2s, the foot, a shilling in those days being of as much value as a crown of today. The earliest note we can find of glass being made here is the year 1785, when Isaac Hawker built a small glass house behind his shop at Edgbaston Street. His son built at Birmingham Heath on the site now occupied by Lloyd and Summerfield. In 1798, Messrs. Shakespeare and Johnston had a glass house in Walmer Lane. Pressed glass seems to have been the introduction of Rice Harris about 1832, though glass pinchers, 11 of them, are named in the directory of 1780. In 1827, plate glass sold at 12s per foot, and in 1840 at 6s, ordinary sheet glass being then 1s, 2d, per foot. There was a duty on plate glass prior to April 5, 1845 of 2s, 1012d, per foot. The patent plate was the invention of Mr. James Chance, and Chance Brothers, of whose works a notice will be found in another part of this book, are the only manufacturers in this country of glass for lighthouse purposes. See also trades, and see. Godwillings. In olden days, when our factors started on their tours for orders, it was customary to send a circular in advance announcing that, God willing, they would call upon their customers on certain specified dates. In the language of the counting house, the printed circulars were called Godwillings. Goldschmidt. Notes of the various visits of Madame Goldschmidt, better known by her maiden name of Jenny Lind, will be found under the heading of Musical Celebrities. Good Templars. The Independent Order of Good Templars, in this town, introduced themselves in 1868, and they now claim to have 90,000 adult members in the Grand Lodge of England. Gordon, Lord George Gordon, whose intemperate actions caused the London anti-papist riots of 1780, was arrested in this town December 7, 1787, but not for anything connected with those disgraceful proceedings. He had been found guilty of a libel, and was arrested on a judge's warrant and taken from here to London, for contempt of the Court of King's Bench in not appearing when called upon to do so. It has been more than once averred that Lord George was circumcised here, before being admitted to the Jewish community, whose rites and ceremonies, dress and manners he strictly observed and followed. But he first became a Jew while residing in Holland, some time before he took lodgings in such a classic locality as our Old Dudley Street, where he lay hidden for nearly 4 months, a long beard and flowing gabardine helping to conceal his identity. Go Road, Go Street, and a number of other thoroughfares have been named after the family, from whom the present Lord Calthorpe inherits his property see Edgbaston Hall. Grammar School see Schools. Great Brook Street takes its name from Mr. Brooks, an attorney of the olden time. Great Eastern Steamship, the engines for working the screw propeller, 4 cylinders and 8,500 horsepower, nominal 1,700, were sent out from the Soho foundry. Green's village part of the old Ookeries, in the neighborhood of the Enclaves. Grub Street, the upper part of Old Meeting Street, was so called until late years. Guardians see Poor Law. Guildhall, the operative builders commenced to put up an edifice in 1833, which they intended to call the Guildhall. But it was only half finished when the ground was cleared for the railway. Some of the local antiquaries strongly advocated the adoption of the name Guildhall for the block of municipal buildings and council house, if only in remembrance of the ancient building on whose site, in New Street, the grammar school now stands. Guild of the Holy Cross, founded in the year 1392 by the bailiffs and commonalty of the town of Birmingham, answering to our aldermen and councillors, and licensed by the Crown, for which the town paid £50, the purpose being to make and found a guild and perpetual fraternity of brethren and sisters, in honor of the Holy Cross, and to undertake all works of charity, and c. according to the appointment and pleasure of the said bailiffs and commonalty. In course of time, the guild became possessed of all the powers then exercised by the local corporate authorities, taking upon themselves the building of almshouses, the relief and maintenance of the poor, the making and keeping in repair of the highways used by the King's Majesty's subjects passing to and from the marches of Wales, looking to the preservation of sundry bridges and lords, as well as repair of 2 great stone bridges, and c. The guild owned considerable portion of the land on which the present town is built, when Henry Roman VIII, after confiscating the revenues and possessions of the monastic institutions, laid hands on the property of such semi-religious establishments as the Guild of the Holy Cross. It has never appeared that our local guild had done anything to offend the king, and possibly it was but the name that he disliked. Be that as it may, his son, Edward Roman VI, in 1552, at the petition of the inhabitants, returned somewhat more than half of the property, then valued at £21 per annum, for the support and maintenance of a free grammar school, and it is this property from which the income of the present King Edward Roman VI's grammar schools is now derived, amounting to nearly twice as many thousands as pounds were first granted. The Guildhall or Town's Hall in New Street, then only a by-street, was not quite so large as either our present town hall or the council house, but was doubtless considered at the time a very fine building, with its antique carvings and stained glass windows emblazoned with figures and armorial bearings of the lord's right furrers and others. As the guild had an organist in its pay, it may be presumed that such an instrument was also there, and that alone goes far to prove the fraternity were tolerably well off, as organs in those times were costly and scarce. The old building, for more than a century after King Edward's grant, was used as the school, but even when rebuilt it retained its name as the Guildhall. Handguns, as they were once termed, were first introduced into this country by the Flemings whom Edward Roman IV brought over in 1471, but though doubtless occasional specimens were made by our townsmen before then, the manufacture of small arms at Birmingham does not date further back than 1689, when inquiries were made through Sir Richard Newdigate as to the possibility of getting them made here as good as those coming from abroad. A trial order given by government in March 1692 led to the first contract Jan. 5, 1693, made between the officers of ordnance and 5 local manufacturers for the supply of 200 snaffens muskets, every month for 1 year at 17 each, an additional 3 slashber CWT, being allowed for carriage to London. The history of the trade since then would form a volume of itself, but a few facts of special note and interest will be given in its place among trades. Gutta percha was not known in Europe prior to 1844, and the first specimens were brought here in the following year. Speaking tubes made of gutta percha were introduced early in 1849. Gymnasium at a meeting held Dec. 1865, under the presidency of the mayor, it was resolved to establish a public gymnasium on a large scale, but in present it is non-existent, the only gymnasium open being that of the Athletic Club at Bingley Hall. Hackney coaches were introduced here in 1775. Hutton says the drivers of the first few earned 30s per day. Those of the present day say they do not get half the sum now. Hansom cabs, the invention, in 1836, of the architect and designer of our town hall, were first put on the stands in 1842. Half-holiday 10 to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, used to be the stint for workpeople here and elsewhere. A Saturday half-holiday movement was begun in 1851, the first employers to adopt the system being Mr. John Frierson, of Gas Street, late of the Waverley Hotel, Crescent, and Mr. Richard Tanguy. Wingfields, Brown, Marshall & Co., and many other large firms began with the year 1853, when it may be said the plan became general. Handsworth, till within the last 30 or 40 years, Handsworth was little more than a pleasant country village, though now a well-populated suburb of Birmingham. The name is to be found in the Domesday Book, but the ancient history of the parish is meagre indeed, and confined almost solely to the families of the lords of the manor. The Wheeleys, Stanfords, and C., their marriages and intermarriages, their fancies and feuds, and all those petty trifles chroniclers of old were so fond of recording. After the erection of the once world-known, but now vanished Soho Works, by Matthew Boulton, a gradual change came o'er the scene. Cultivated enclosures taking the place of the commons, enclosed in 1793. Bolton's Park laid out, good roads made, watercourses cleared, and houses and mansions springing up on all sides, and so continuing on until now when the parish, which includes Birchfield and Perrybar, an area of 7,680 acres in all, is nearly half covered with streets and houses, churches and chapels, almshouses and stations, shops, offices, schools, and all the other necessary adjuncts to a populous and thriving community. The local board offices and free library, situate in Soho Road, were built in 1878, first stone laid October 30th, 1877, at a cost of £20,662, and it is a handsome pile of buildings. The library contains about 7,000 volumes. There is talk of erecting public swimming and other baths, and a faint whisper that recreation grounds are not far from view. The 1st Volunteer Battalion of the South Staffordshire Regiment have their headquarters here. Old Handsworth Church, which contained several carved effigies and tombs of the old lords, monuments of Matthew Boulton and James Watt, with bust of William Murdoch, and C., has been rebuilt and enlarged, the first stone of the new building being laid in Aug. 1876. 5 of the bells in the tower were cast in 1701 by Joseph Smith of Edgbaston, and were the first peals sent out of his foundry. The tenor is much older. The very appropriate inscription on the 4th bell is, "God preserve the Church of England as by law established." Harborne is another of our near neighbors which 1,000 years or so ago had a name if nothing else, but that name has come down to present time with less change than is usual, and possibly through the Calthorpe estate blocking the way, the parish itself has changed but very slowly, considering its close proximity to busy, bustling Birmingham. This apparent stagnation, however, has endeared it to us Brums not a little, on account of the many pleasant glades and sunny spots in and around it. Harborne gardeners have long been famous for growing gooseberries, the annual dinner of the Gooseberry Growers' Society having been held at the Green Man ever since 1815. But Harborne has plucked up heart latterly, and will not much longer be out of the running. With its little area of 1,412 acres and only a population of 600, it has built itself an institute, a miniature model of the Midland. With classrooms and reading rooms, with library and with lecture halls, to seat 1,000, at a cost of £6,500, and got Henry Irving to lay the foundation stone in 1879. A Masonic hall followed in 1880, and a fire brigade station soon after. It has also a local railway as well as a newspaper. In the parish church, which was nearly all rebuilt in 1867, there are several monuments of olden date, one being in remembrance of a member of the Hinckley family, from whose name that of our enclaves is deducible. There is also a stained window to the memory of David Cox. The practice of giving a Christmas treat, comprising a good dinner, some small presents, and an enjoyable entertainment to the aged poor, was begun in 1865 and is still kept up. Hard times food was so dear and trade so bad in 1757 that Lord Dartmouth for a long time relieved 500 a week out of his own pocket. In 1782 bread was sold to the poor at 1/3 under its market value. On the 1st of July, 1795, the lessee of the Theatre Royal, Mr. Macready, gave the proceeds of the night's performance, £161 for the benefit of the poor. The money was expended in wheat, which was sold free of carriage. Meat was also very scarce on the tables of the poor, and a public subscription was opened by the High Bailiff to enable meat to be sold at 1d per lb, under the market price, which then ruled at 3d to 6d per lb. In November 1799, wheat was 15s per bushel. In May 1800, the distressed poor were supplied with wheat at the reduced price of 15s per bushel and potatoes at 8s per peck. Soup kitchens for the poor were opened November 30, 1816, when 3,000 quarts were sold the first day. The poor rates, levied in 1817, amounted to £61,928, and it was computed that out of a population of 84,000 at least 27,000 were in receipt of parish relief. In 1819, £5,500 was collected to relieve the distressed poor. The button makers were numbered at 17,000 in 1813, 2/3 of them being out of work. 1825 and 1836 were terrible years of poverty and privation in this town and neighborhood. In 1838, 380,000 doles were made to poor people from a fund raised by public subscription. In the summer of 1840, local trade was so bad that we have been told as many as 10,000 persons applied at one office alone for free passages to Australia, and all unsuccessfully. Empty houses could be counted by the hundred. There was great distress in the winter of 1853-4, considerable amounts being subscribed for charitable relief. In the first 3 months of 1855, there were distributed among the poor 745 loaves of bread, 175,500 pints of soup, and £725 in cash. The sum of £10,328 was subscribed for and expended in the relief of the unemployed in the winter of 1878-79. The number of families receiving the same being calculated at 195,165, with a total of 494,731 persons. Harmony musical societies. Hats and hatters in 1820, there was but one hatter in the town, Harry Evans, and his price for best beavers was 1.50 silks, which first appeared in 1812, not being popular and felts unknown. Strangers have noted one peculiarity of the native Brums, and that is their innate dislike to top hats, few of which are worn here in comparison to population, except on Sunday, when respectable mechanics churchward-bound mount the chimney pot. In the revolutionary days of 1848, and c, when local political feeling ran high in favor of Pole and Hungarian, soft, broad-brimmed felt hats, with flowing black feathers were en règle, and most of the advanced leaders of the day thus adorned themselves. Now, the ladies monopolize the feathers and the glories thereof. According to the scale measure used by hatters, the average size of hats worn is that called 678, representing 1/2 of the length and breadth of a man's head, but it has been noted by SDR that several local worthies have had much larger craniums, George Dawson requiring a 712-sized hat, Mr. Charles Geach a 734, and Sir Josiah Mason a little over an 8. An old Soho man once told the writer that Matthew Bolton's headgear had to be specially made for him, and, to judge from a bust of M.B., now in his possession, the hat required must have been extra size indeed. Hearth duty in 1663, an act was passed for the better ordering and collecting the revenue derived from hearth money, and we gather a few figures from a return then made, as showing the comparative number of the larger mansions whose owners were liable to the tax. The return for Birmingham gives a total of 414 hearths and stoves, the account including as well those which are liable to pay as of those which are not liable. Of this number 360 were charged with duty, the house of the celebrated Humphrey Jennens being credited with 25. From Aston the return was but 47, but of these 40 were counted in the hall and 7 in the parsonage. Edgbaston showed 37, of which 22 were in the hall. Erdington was booked for 27, and Sutton Coldfield for 67, of which 23 were in 2 houses belonging to the Willoughby family. Coleshill would appear to have been a rather warmer place of abode, as there are 125 hearths charged for duty, 30 being in the house of Dame Mary Digby. Heathfield, prior to 1790, the whole of this neighbourhood was open common land. The celebrated engineer and inventor, James Watt, after the passing of the Enclosure Act being the first to erect a residence thereon in 1791. By 1794 he had acquired rather more than 40 acres, which he then planted and laid out as a park. Heathfield House may be called the cradle of many scores of inventions, which, though novel when first introduced, are now but as household words in our everyday life. Watt's workshop was in the garret of the southeast corner of the building, and may be said to be even now in exactly the same state as when his master-hand last touched the tools. But as the estate was lotted out for building purposes in May 1874, and houses and streets have been built and formed all round it, it is most likely that the house itself will soon lose all its historic interest, and the contents of the workshop be distributed among the curiosity mongers, or hidden away on the shelves of some museum. To a local chronicler, such a room is as sacred as that in which Shakespeare was born, and in the words of Mr. Sam Timmins, to open the door and look upon the strange relics there is to stand in the very presence of the mighty dead. Everything in the room remains just as it was left by the fast failing hands of the octogenarian engineer. His well-worn, humble apron hangs dusty on the wall, the last work before him is fixed unfinished in the lathe. The elaborate machines over which his latest thoughts were spent are still and silent, as if waiting only for their master's hand again to waken them into life and work. Upon the shelves are crowds of books, whose pages open no more to those clear, thoughtful eyes, and scattered in the drawers and boxes are the notes and memoranda, and pocketbooks, and diaries never to be continued now. All these relics of the great engineer, the skillful mechanic, the student of science, relate to his intellectual and public life. But there is a sadder relic still. An old hair trunk, carefully kept close by the old man's stool, contains the childish sketches, the early copybooks and grammars, the dictionaries, the school books, and some of the toys of his dearly beloved and brilliant son Gregory Watt. Heraldry in the days of the mail-clad knights, who bore on their shields some quaint device, by which friend or foe could tell at sight whom they slew or met in fight, doubtless the king's at-arms, the heralds, and the pursuivants of the College of Arms founded by Richard Roman III, were functionaries of great utility, but their duties nowadays are but few, and consist almost solely of tracing pedigrees for that portion of the community whom our American cousins designate as shoddy, but who, having made their pile, would fain be thought of aristocratic descent. In such a radical town as Birmingham, the study of ore and gules, azure and vert, or any of the other significant terms used in the antique science of heraldry, was not, of course, to be expected, unless at the hands of the antiquary or the practical heraldic engraver, both scarce birds in our smoky town. But the least to be looked for would be that the borough authorities should carefully see that the borough coat of arms was rightly blazoned. It has been proved that the town's name has, at times, been spelt in over a gross of different ways, and if any reader will take the trouble to look at the public buildings, banks, and other places where the blue, red, and gold of the Birmingham arms shines forth, he will soon be able to count 3 to 4 dozen different styles, every carver, painter, and printer apparently pleasing himself how he does it. It has been said that when the question of adopting a coat of arms was on the tapis, the grave and reverend seniors appointed to make inquiries thereanent calmly took copies of the shields of the de Birminghams and the de Edgbastis, and fitted the bend losingy and the party per pale together, under the impression that the one noble family's cognizance was a gridiron, and the other a curricombe, both of which articles they considered to be exceedingly appropriate for such a manufacturing town as Birmingham. Wiser in their practicability than the gentlemen who designed the present shield, they left the curricombe quarters in their proper sable and argent, black and white, and the gridiron, or and gules, a golden grid on a red-hot fire. For proper emblazonment, as by Birmingham law established, see the cover. Heathmill Lane in 1532 there was a water mill to grind corn, called Hethmill, which in that year was let, with certain lands called the Cowingry, by the lord of the manor on a 99 years lease at a rent of £6 4d per year. Here we are again, the London Chronicle of August 14, 1788, quoting from a gentleman who had visited this town, says that the people are all diminutive in size, sickly in appearance, and spend their Sundays in low debauchery, the manufacturers being noted for a great deal of trick and low cunning as well as profligacy. Highland Gathering. The Birmingham Celtic Society held their first gathering at Lower Grounds, August 2, 1879, when the ancient sports of putting stones, throwing hammers, etc., was combined with a little modern bicycling, and steeple chasing to the music of the bagpipes. Hill Sir Rowland, see Noteworthy Men. Hills like unto Rome, this town may be said to be built on 7 hills, for are there not Camp Hill and Constitution Hill, Summer Hill and Snow Hill, Ludgate Hill, Hockley Hill and Holloway Hill, or Head? Turner's Hill, near Lie Cross, Raleigh Regis, is over 100 ft. Higher than Sedgley Beacon, which is 486 ft. Above sea level. The Lickey Hills are about 800 ft. Above same level, but the highest hill within 50 miles of Birmingham is the Worcestershire Beacon, 1,395 ft. Above sea level. The highest mountain in England, Scawfell Pike, has an elevation of 3,229 ft. Hailstorms. In 1760, a fierce hailstorm stripped the leaves and fruit from nearly every tree in the apple orchards in Worcestershire, the hail lying on the ground 6 to 8 inches deep, many of the stones and lumps of ice being 3 and 4 inches round. In 1798, many windows at Aston Hall were broken by the hail. A very heavy hailstorm did damage at the Botanical Gardens and other places, May 9, 1833. There have been a few storms of later years, but none like unto these. Hector. The formation of Corporation Street, and the many handsome buildings erected and planned in its line, have improved off the face of the earth. More than one classic spot, noted in our local history, foremost among which we must place the house of Mr. Hector, the old friend and schoolfellow of Dr. Samuel Johnson. The great lexicographer spent many happy hours in the abode of his friend, and as at one time there was a slight doubt on the matter, it is as well to place on record here that the house in which Hector, the surgeon, resided was number 1 in the Old Square at the corner of the Minories, afterwards occupied by Mr. William Schofield, Messrs. Jevons and Mellor's handsome pile now covering the spot. The old rate books prove this beyond a doubt. Hector died there on the 2nd of September, 1794, after having practiced as a surgeon in Birmingham for the long period of 62 years. He was buried in a vault at St. Philip's Church, Birmingham, where, in the middle aisle in the front of the North Gallery, an elegant inscription to his memory was placed. Hector never married, and Mrs. Careless, a clergyman's widow, Hector's own sister and Johnson's first love, resided with him, and appears by the burial register of St. Philip's to have died in October, 1788, and to have been buried there, probably in the vault in which her brother was afterwards interred. In the month of November, 1784, just a month before his own decease, Johnson passed a few days with his friend Hector at his residence in the Old Square, who, in a letter to Boswell, thus speaks of the visit. He, Johnson, was very solicitous with me to recollect some of our most early transactions, and to transmit them to him, for I perceived nothing gave him greater pleasure than calling to mind those days of our innocence. I complied with his request, and he only received them a few days before his death. Johnson arrived in London from Birmingham on the 16th of November, and on the following day wrote a most affectionate letter to Mr. Hector, which concludes as follows. Let us think seriously on our duty. I send my kindest respects to dear Mrs. Careless. Let me have the prayers of both. We have all lived long and must soon part. God have mercy upon us for the sake of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. This was probably nearly the last letter Johnson wrote, for on the 13th of the following month, just 27 days after his arrival in London from Birmingham, oppressed with disease, he was numbered with the dead. Hinckley's, otherwise, and for very many years known as the Inclays, the generally accepted derivation of the name being taken from the fact that one Hinks at one time was a tenant or occupier, under the Smalbrook family, of the fields or lays in that locality, the two first narrow roads across the said farm being respectively named the Upper and the Nether Inclays, afterwards changed to the Old and New Inclays. Possibly, however, the source may be found in the family name of Hinckley, as seen in the Register of Harborne. A third writer suggests that the character of its denizens being about as black as could be painted, the place was naturally called Inclays. Be that as it may, from the earliest days of their existence, these places seem to have been the abode and habitation of the queerest of the queer people, the most aristocratic resident in our local records having been Beau Green, the dandies, eccentrics, who for some years occupied the chief building in the Inclays, nicknamed Rag Castle, otherwise Hinkley Hall. The beautiful and salubrious neighborhood known as Green's Village, an offshoot of the Inclays, was called so in honor of the Beau. Hiring a husband in 1815, a Birmingham carpenter, after ill-treating his wife, leased himself to another woman by a document which an unscrupulous attorney had the hardihood to draw up, and for which he charged 35 shillings. This precious document bound the man and the woman to live together permanently, and to support and succor each other to the utmost of their power. The poor wife was, of course, no consenting party to this. She appealed to the law. The appeal brought the lease before the eyes of the judiciary. The man was brought to his senses, though probably remaining a bad husband, and the attorney received a severe rebuke. Historicale Local Historical Society was inaugurated with an address from Dr. Freeman, Nov. 1880, and doubtless, in a few years the reports and proceedings will be of very great value and interest. The fact that down to 1752, the historical year in England commenced on January 1, while the civil, ecclesiastical, and legal year began on the 25th of March, led to much confusion in dates, as the legislature, the church, and civilians referred every event which took place between January 1 and March 25 to a different year from the historians. Remarkable examples of such confusion are afforded by two well-known events in English history. Charles I is said by most authorities to have been beheaded January 30, 1648, while others, with equal correctness, say it was January 30, 1649, and so the revolution which drove James Roman II from the throne is said by some to have taken place in February, 1688, and by others in February, 1689. Now, these discrepancies arise from some using the civil and legal, and others the historical year, though both would have assigned any event occurring after the 25th of March to the same years, viz. 1649 and 1689. To avoid as far as possible mistakes from these two modes of reckoning, it was usual, as often seen in old books or manuscripts, to add the historical to the legal date, when speaking of any day between January 1 and March 25, thus, i.e. 1648, the civil and legal year, Jan 30, 164, i.e. 1649, the historical year. Or thus, January 30, 1648-9. This practice, common as it was for many years, is nevertheless often misunderstood, and even intelligent persons are sometimes perplexed by dates so written. The explanation, however, is very simple, for the lower or last figure always indicates the year according to our present calculation. Hockley Abbey near to, and overlooking Bolton's Pool, in the year 1799 there was a piece of waste land, which being let to Mr. Richard Ford, one of the mechanical worthies of that period, was so dealt with as to make the spot an attraction for every visitor. Mr. Ford employed a number of hands, and some of them he observed were in the habit of spending a great part of their wages and time in dissipation. By way of example to his workmen, he laid aside some 12 to 15 a week for a considerable period, and when trade was occasionally slack with him, and he had no other occupation for them, he sent his horse and cart to Aston furnaces for loads of slag. Gathering in this way by degrees a sufficient quantity of this strange building material for the erection of a convenient and comfortable residence. The walls being necessarily constructed thicker than is usual when mere stone or brick is used, the fancy took him to make the place represent a ruined building, which he christened Hockley Abbey. And to carry out his deceptive notion, the date 1473 was placed in front of the house, small pebbles set in cement being used to form the figures. In a very few years, by careful training, nearly the whole of the building was overgrown with ivy, and few but those in the secret could have guessed at the history of this ruined abbey. For the house and some 15 acres of land, £100 rent was paid by Mr. Hubert Gallen in 1816 and following years, exclusive of taxes. And by way of comfort to the heavily burdened householders of today, we may just add that, in addition to all those other duties, loyal citizens were then called upon to provide for the exigencies of the government. The parochial taxes on those premises from Michaelmas, 1816, to Michaelmas, 1817. Included 2 church rates at 30s, each 3 highway rates at 30s, each and 36 levies for the poor at 30s, each a total of £61 10s in the 12 months. Hollow Tooth Yard, at one time commonly called the Devil's Hollow Tooth Yard. This was the name given to the court up the gateway in Bull Street, nearest to Monmouth Street. Holt Street, Heneage Street, Lister Street, and C are named after the Holt family. Home hitting the Reverend John Home, a Scotch divine who visited Birmingham in 1802, said, "It seemed here as if God had created man only for making buttons." Horse Fair, formerly known as Brickkiln Lane, received its present name from the fairs first held there in 1777. Horses. To find out the number of these useful animals at present in Birmingham is an impossible task, but in 1873, the last year before its repeal, the amount paid for horse duty in the borough was 3,294 sevens, 6d being at the rate of 10s, 6d, on 6,275 animals. Hospital Saturday. The fact of the contributions on hospital Sundays coming almost solely from the middle and more wealthy classes led to the suggestion that if the workers of the town could be organized, they would not be found wanting any more than their betters. The idea was quickly taken up, committees formed, and cheered by the munificent offer of £500 from Mr. P.H. Muntz towards the expenses. The first collection was made on March 15, 1873, the result being a gross receipt of £4,705.11, 3d. Of this amount, £490 8s, 10d, was collected from their customers by the licensed victuallers and beerhouse keepers, the gross totals of each year to the present time being 1873, £4,705, 11.3 1,874, .123 15.2 1,875, .803 11.8 1,876, .664 13.8 1,877, .200 17.0 1,878, .1340 1,879, 10.2 1,880, .7600 1,881, .968 18.7 1,882, .888 18.9 1,883, .4890 1,884, .062 16.6. After deducting for expenses, the yearly amounts are divided, pro rata, according to their expenditures among the several hospitals and similar charities, the proportions in 1883 being General Hospital, 1,843 £4, 1d pounds; Queen's Hospital, 931 8s, 3d; General Dispensary, 561 1s, 7d; Children's Hospital, 498 zeros; 4d; Eye Hospital, 345 zeros; 4d; Birmingham and Midland County Sanatorium, 211 zeros; 4d; Women's Hospital, 193 1s, 9d; Homeopathic Hospital, 195 £5, 3d; Orthopedic Hospital, 138 13s, 6d; Lying-in Charity, 67 6s, 5d. Skin and Lock Hospital, £44 14s. 8d. Ear and Throat Infirmary, 26 £12. 8d. Dental Hospital, 95 £. 3d. And Birmingham Nursing District Society, £34 17s. 7d. The total sum thus distributed in the 12 years is £48,574 18s. 9d. Hospital Sunday. There is nothing new under the sun. Birmingham has the honor of being credited as the birthplace of Hospital Sundays, but old newspapers tell us that as far back as 1751, when Bath was in its pride and glory, one Sunday in each year was set aside in that city for the collection, at every place of worship, of funds for Bath Hospital. And a correspondent writing to Heires's Gazette recommended the adoption of a similar plan in this town. The first suggestion for the present local yearly Sunday collection for the hospitals appeared in an article written by Mr. Those. Barber Wright in the Midland Counties Herald in October 1859. A collection of this kind took place on Sunday, the 27th of that month, and the first public meeting, when arrangements were made for its annual continuance, was held in the Town Hall, December 14th same year, under the presidency of Dr. Miller, who, therefrom, has been generally accredited with being the originator of the plan. The proceeds of the first year's collection were given to the General Hospital, the second year to the Queen's, and the third year divided among the other charitable institutions in the town of a like character, and this order of rotation has been adhered to since. The following is a list of the gross amounts collected since the establishment of the movement. 1859 General Hospital, £5, 210 1,860 Queen's Hospital, 3, 433 1,861 Amalgamated Charities, 2,953 14 1,862 General Hospital, 8, 340 1,863 Queen's Hospital, 3, 293 1,864 Amalgamated Charities, 3, 178 1,865 General Hospital, 4,256 11 1,866 Queen's Hospital, 4,130 310 1,867 Amalgamated Charities, 3, 654 1,868 General Hospital, 4,253 11 1,869 Queen's Hospital, 4, 469 1,870 Amalgamated Charities, 4, 111 1,871 General Hospital, 4, 886 1,872 Queen's Hospital, 5, 192 1,873 Amalgamated Charities, 5, 371,874 General Hospital, 5,474 1711 1,875 Queen's Hospital, 5, 800 1,876 Amalgamated Charities, 5,265 1010 1,877 General Hospital, 5,280 15 1,878 Queen's Hospital, 6,482 1210 1,879 Amalgamated Charities, 5,180 210 1,880 General Hospital, 4, 886 1,881 Queen's Hospital, 4, 585 1,882 Amalgamated Charities, 4,812 1,883 General Hospital, 5, 145 1,884 Queen's Hospital. Hospitals. The General Hospital may be said to have been commenced in the year 1766, when the first steps were taken towards the erection of such an institution, but it was not formally opened for the reception of patients until 1779. The original outlay on the building was £7,140, but it has received many additions since then, having been enlarged in 1792, 1830, 1842, 1857, in which year a new wing was erected, nominally out of the proceeds of a fete at Aston, which brought in £2,527 £6, 2d. 1865, and during the last few years especially. The last additions to the edifice consist of a separate home for the staff of nurses, utilizing their former rooms for the admittance of more patients. Also 2 large wards for cases of personal injury from fire, as well as a mortuary, with dissecting and jury rooms, and C, the total cost of these improvements being nearly £20,000. For a long period, this institution has ranked as one of the first and noblest charities in the provinces, its doors being opened for the reception of cases from all parts of the surrounding counties, as well as our own more immediate district. The long list of names of surgeons and physicians who have bestowed the benefits of their learning and skill upon the unfortunate sufferers brought within its walls includes many of the highest eminence in the profession, locally and otherwise, foremost among whom must be placed that of Dr. Ashe, the first physician to the institution, and to whom much of the honor of its establishment belongs. The connection of the General Hospital with the triennial musical festivals, which, for 100 years, have been held for its benefit, has, doubtless, gone far towards the support of the charity, very nearly £112,000 having been received from that source altogether, and the periodical collections on hospital Sundays and Saturdays have still further aided thereto. But it is to the contributions of the public at large that the governors of the institution are principally indebted for their ways and means. For the first 25 years, the number of inpatients were largely in excess of the outdoor patients, there being, during that period, 16,588 of the former under treatment to 13,009 of the latter. Down to 1861, rather more than 500,000 cases of accident, illness, and C had been attended to, and to show the yearly increasing demand made upon the funds of the hospital, it is only necessary to give a few later dates. In 1860, the inpatients numbered 2,850, the outpatients 20,584, and the expenditure was £4,191. In 1876, the total number of patients were 24,082, and the expenditure £12,207. The next 3 years showed an average of 28,007 patients and a yearly expenditure of £13,900. During the last 4 years, the benefits of the charity have been bestowed upon an even more rapidly increasing scale. The number of cases in 1,880 having been 30,785, in 1881 36,803, in 1882 44,623, and in 1883 41,551. The annual outlay now required being considerably over £20,000 per year. When the centenary of the hospital was celebrated in 1879, a suggestion was made that an event so interesting in the history of the charity would be most fittingly commemorated by the establishment or a suburban hospital, where patients whose diseases are of a chronic character could be treated with advantage to themselves, and with relief to the parent institution, which is always so pressed for room that many patients have to be sent out earlier than the medical officers like. The proposal was warmly taken up, but no feasible way of carrying it out occurred until October 1883, when the committee of the hospital had the pleasure of receiving a letter, dated Sept. 20, from Mr. John Jaffray, in which he stated that, having long felt the importance of having a suburban hospital, and with a desire to do some amount of good for the community in which, for many years, he had received so much kindness, and to which, in great measure, he owed his prosperity, he had secured a freehold site on which he proposed to erect a building, capable of accommodating 50 male and female patients, with the requisite offices for the attendants and servants, and offered the same as a free gift to the governors, in trust for the public. This most welcome and munificent offer, it need hardly be said, was gratefully accepted, and a general appeal was made for funds to properly endow the Jaffray Suburban Hospital, so that its maintenance and administration shall not detract from the extending usefulness of the parent institution. The site chosen by Mr. Jaffray is at Gravelly Hill, and it is estimated the new branch hospital, of which the first stone was laid June 4, 1884, will cost at least £15,000 in erection. Towards the endowment fund there have been 9 or 10 donations of £1,000 each promised, and it is hoped a fully sufficient amount will be raised before the building is completed. For, in the words of Mr. Jaffray, we have great faith in the liberality of the public towards an institution the oldest and noblest and ablest of our medical charities which, for more than a century, has done so much for the relief of human suffering. And cannot help believing that there are in Birmingham many persons who, having benefited by the prosperity of the town, feel that they owe a duty to the community, and will gladly embrace this opportunity of discharging at least some part of their obligation. Patients are said to be admitted to the General Hospital by tickets from subscribers. But, in addition to accidents and cases of sudden illness, to which the doors are open at all hours, a large number of patients are admitted free on the recommendation of the medical officers, the proportion of the cases thus admitted being as 6 to 10 with subscribers' tickets. It is estimated that a capital sum of at least £60,000 will be required to produce a sufficiently large income to maintain the Jaffray Suburban Hospital, and donations have been, and are solicited for the raising of that sum. Up to the time of going to press with the dictionary, there has been contributed nearly £24,000 of the amount, of which the largest donations are G.F. Muntz, Esquire, 00 The Right Hun, Lord Calthorpe 1000000 Trustees of Dudley Trust, 1000 W.B., Krigo Colmore, Esquire, 1000 Ralph Heaton, Esquire, 1000 James Hinks, Esquire, 1000 Lloyd's Old Bank, 1000 W. Middlemore, Esquire, 1000 Mrs. Elizabeth Phipson, 1000 Miss Ryland, 1000 Mrs. Simcox, 1000 Messrs. Tangies Limited, 1000 Henry Wigan, Esquire, MP 1000 Mr. John Wilkes, 1000. About £5,000 more has been sent in hundreds and fifties, and doubtless many other large gifts will follow. The Queen's Hospital was commenced in 1840, the first stone being laid by Earl Howe on the 18th of June. His Royal Highness the Prince Consort was chosen as first president, and remained so until his death, the office not being filled up again until 1875, when Lord Lee was appointed. Many special efforts have been made to increase the funds of this hospital, and with great success. Thus, on deck 28, 1848, Jenny Lind sang for it, the receipts amounting to £1,070. On July 27, 1857, a fair at Aston Park added £2,527 sixes, 2d, a like sum being given to the General Hospital. In 1859, Mr. Sands Cox, to whom is due the merit of originating the Queen's Hospital, commenced the arduous task of collecting 1,000,000 postage stamps, equivalent to £4,166 13s. 4d, to clear the then liabilities to erect a chapel, and for purposes of extension. Her Majesty the Queen forwarded Feb. 15, 1859, a cheque for £100 toward this fund. On January 16, 1869, the workmen of the town decided to erect a new wing to the hospital, and subscribed so freely that Lord Lee laid the foundation stone deck. 4, 1871, and the workmen's extension was opened for patients' Nov. 7, 1873. In 1880, a bazaar at the town hall brought in £3,687 17s. Increased by donations and new subscriptions to £5,969. The system of admission by subscribers' tickets was done away with Nov. 1, 1875, a registration fee of ones, being adopted instead. This fee, however, is not required in urgent cases or accident, nor when the patient is believed to be too poor to pay it. The ordinary income for the year 1882 was £5,580, as compared with £4,834 in the previous year, when the ordinary income was supplemented by the further sum of £4,356 from the hospital Sunday collection, which falls to the Queen's Hospital once in 3 years. The chief items of ordinary income were subscriptions 1881, £2,780, £1,882, £2,788, donations 1881, £397, £1,882, 237 pounds. Hospital Saturday, 1881, 711 pounds, 1,882 pounds, 852 pounds. Legacies, 1,881, 208 pounds, 1,882 pounds, 870 pounds. Dividends, 1881, 178 pounds, 1,882 pounds, 199 pounds. Registration fees, 1881, 538 pounds, 1,882 pounds, 597 pounds. The expenditure for the year was 7,264 pounds, as compared with 6,997 pounds in 1881. The number of inpatients in 1882 was 1,669, as compared with 1,663 in 1881. The number of outpatients was 16,538, as compared with 14,490 in the preceding year. The cost of each inpatient was 3 pounds, 3 pounds 14d. Of the inpatients, 811 were admitted by registration, the remainder being treated as accidents or urgent cases. Of the outpatients, 8,359 were admitted by registration. The remainder, namely 8,179, were admitted free. The Children's Hospital, founded in 1861, was first opened for the reception of patients Jan. 1, 1862, in the old mansion in Steelhouse Lane, fronting the Upper Priory. At the commencement of 1870, the hospital was removed to Broad Street, to the building formerly known as the Lying-in Hospital, an outpatient department, specially erected at a cost of about £3,250, being opened at the same time, January, in Steelhouse Lane, nearly opposite the mansion first used. The Broad Street institution has accommodation for about 50 children, in addition to a separate building containing 30 beds for the reception of fever cases, the erection of which cost £7,800. And there is a convalescent home at Alvechurch, in connection with this hospital, to which children are sent direct from the wards of the hospital, frequently after surgical operations, thus obtaining for them a more perfect convalescence than is possible when they are returned to their own homes, where in too many instances those important aids to recovery, pure air, cleanliness, and good food, are sadly wanting. In addition to the share of the Saturday and Sunday yearly collections, a special effort was made in 1880 to assist the Children's Hospital by a simultaneous collection in the Sunday schools of the town and neighborhood, and like the others, this has become a periodical institution. In 1880, the sum thus gathered from the juveniles for the benefit of their little suffering brethren amounted to £307 11d. In 1881, it was £193 tens, 5d. In 1882, £218 2d. In 1883, £234 1d. The number of patients during 1883 were 743 inpatients, 12, 695 outpatients, 75 home patients, and 475 casualties, total 13,998. The expenditure of the year had been £4,399 zeros, 3d, and the income but £4,087 14s, 2d. Dental. This hospital, 9, Broad Street, was instituted for gratuitous assistance to the poor in all cases of diseases of the teeth, including extracting, stopping, scaling, as well as the regulation of children's teeth. Any poor sufferer can have immediate attention without a recommendatory note, but applicants requiring special operations must be provided with a note of introduction from a governor. About 6,000 persons yearly take their acres to the establishment. Ear and Throat Infirmary, founded in 1844 and formerly in Cherry Street, has been removed to Newhall Street, where persons suffering from diseases of the ear, deafness, and sea and throat are attended to daily at noon. During the year ending June 1883, 6,517 patients had been under treatment, and 1,833 new cases had been admitted. Of the total, 389 had been cured, 348 relieved, and 116 remained under treatment. The increase of admissions over those of the previous year was 181, and the average daily attendance of patients was 25. The number of patients coming from places outside Birmingham was 577. The income of this institution is hardly up to the mark, considering its great usefulness, the amount received from yearly subscribers being only £129.13. 6D, representing 711 tickets, they're being received for 875 supplementary tickets, £153. 6D, and £15.11s, from the hospital's Saturday collections. The Eye Hospital was originated in 1823, and the first patients were received in April 1824 at the hospital in Cannon Street. Some 30 years afterwards, the institution was removed to Steelhouse Lane, and in 1862 to Temple Row, D's Royal Hotel being taken and remodeled for the purpose at a cost of about £8,300. In 1881, the number of patients treated was 12,523. In 1882, 13,448 of whom 768 were inpatients, making a total of over 250,000 since the commencement of the charity. Admission by subscriber's ticket. Originally an hotel, the building is dilapidated and very unsuitable to the requirements of the hospital, the space for attendants and patients being most inadequate. This has been more and more evident for years past, and the erection of a new building became an absolute necessity. The governors, therefore, have taken a plot of land at the corner of Edmund Street and Church Street, upon a lease from the Colmore family for 99 years, and hereon is being built a commodious and handsome new hospital, from carefully arranged plans suitable to the peculiar necessities of an institution of this nature. The estimated cost of the new building is put at £20,000, of which only about £8,000 has yet been subscribed, £5,000 of it being from a single donor. In such a town as Birmingham, and indeed in such a district as surrounds us, an institution like the Birmingham and Midland Eye Hospital is not only useful, but positively indispensable. And as there are no restrictions as to distance or place of abode in the matter of patients, the appeal made for the necessary building funds should meet with a quick and generous response, not only from a few large-hearted contributors, whose names are household words, but also from the many thousands who have knowledge directly or indirectly of the vast benefit this hospital has conferred upon those stricken by disease or accident to that which is the most precious of all our senses. It is intended that the hospital should be a model to the whole kingdom of what such an institution ought to be. The latest and best of modern appliances, both sanitary and surgical, will be introduced. There will be in and out departments, completely isolated one from the other, though with a door of communication. From 60 to 70 beds will be provided, special wards for a certain class of cases, adequate waiting rooms for outpatients, and the necessary rooms for the officers and medical attendants, all being on an ample scale. Fever Hospital there was a fever hospital opened in March 1828, but we have no note when it was closed, and possibly it may have been only a temporary institution, such as become necessary now and then even in these days of sanitary science. For some years past, fever patients requiring isolation have been treated in the Borough Hospital, but the Health Committee have lately purchased a plot of land in Lodge Road of about 412 acres, at a cost of £4,500, and have erected there on a wooden pavilion, divided into male and female wards, with all necessary bathrooms, nurses' rooms, and everything being done which can contribute to the comfort and care of the inmates. While the greatest attention has been paid to the ventilation and other necessary items tending to their recovery, this pavilion is only a portion of the scheme which the committee proposed to carry out, it being intended to build 4, if not 5, other wards of brick. A temporary block of administrative buildings has been erected at some distance from the pavilion. Their accommodation is provided for the matron, the resident medical superintendent, the nurses when off duty, and the ordinary kitchen, scullery, and other offices are attached. When the permanent offices have been erected, this building will be devoted to special fever cases, or, should there be a demand, private cases will be taken in. The cost of the whole scheme is estimated at £20,000, including the sum given for the land. It is most devoutly to be wished that this hospital, which is entirely free, will be generally used by families in case of a member thereof be taken with any nature of infectious fever, the most certain remedy against an epidemic of the kind, as well as the most favorable chance for the patient being such an isolation as is here provided. The hospital was opened September 11, 1883, and in cases of scarlet fever and other disorders of an infectious character, an immediate application should be made to the health officer at the council house. Homeopathic dispensary for the distribution of homeopathic remedies was opened in this town in 1847, and though the new system met with the usual opposition, it has become fairly popular, and its practitioners have found friends sufficient to induce them to erect a very neat and convenient hospital in Easy Row at a cost of about £7,000, which was opened November 23, 1875, and may possibly soon be enlarged. A small payment weekly is looked for if the patient can afford it, but a fair number are admitted free, and a much larger number visited, the average number of patients being nearly 5,000 per annum. Information given on inquiry. Hospital for Women. This establishment in the Upper Priory was opened in October 1871 for the treatment of diseases special to females. No note or ticket of recommendation is required, applicants being attended to daily at 2 o'clock, except on Saturday and Sunday. If in a position to pay, a nominal sum of 2.6d a month is expected as a contribution to the funds, which are not so flourishing as can be wished. The inpatients department or home at Sparkhill has accommodation for 25 inmates, and it is always full, while some thousands are treated at the town establishment. The number of new cases in the outpatient department in 1883 was 2,648, showing an annual increase of nearly 250 a year. Of the 281 inpatients admitted last year, 205 had to undergo surgical operations of various kinds, 124 being serious cases, notwithstanding which the mortality showed a rate of only 5.6%. As a rule, many weeks and months of care and attention are needed to restore the general health of those who may have, while in the hospital, successfully recovered from an operation. But there has not hitherto been the needful funds or any organization for following up such cases after they have left Sparkhill. Such a work could be carried on by a district nursing society if there were funds to defray the extra expense. And at their last annual meeting, the managing committee decided to appeal to their friends for assistance towards forming an endowment fund for the treatment of patients at home during their convalescence, and also for aiding nurses during times of sickness. An anonymous donation of £1,000 has been sent in, and 2 other donors have given £500 each, but the treasurer will be glad to receive additions thereto, and as early as possible, for sick women nor sick men can wait long. The total income for 1883 amounted to £1,305.16. 4d, while the expenditure was £1,685.4. 11d, leaving a deficit much to be regretted. Lying in hospital founded in 1842, and for many years was located in Broad Street, in the mansion since formed into the Children's Hospital. In 1868, it was deemed advisable to close the establishment in favor of the present plan of supplying midwives and nurses at the poor patients' homes. In 1880, the number of patients attended was 1,020. In 1881, 973. In 1882, 894. In 1883, 870. In each of the 2 latter years, there had been 2 deaths in mothers, 1 in 441 cases, about the usual average of charity. The number of children born alive during the last year was 839, of whom 419 were males and 420 females. 4 infants died, 37 were stillborn. There were 6 cases of twins. The assistance of the honorary surgeons was called in 24 times, or once in 37 cases. The financial position of the charity is less satisfactory than could be wished, there being again a deficiency. The subscriptions were £273, against £269 in 1882 and £275 in 1881. There was a slight increase in the amount of donations, but an entire absence of legacies, which, considering the valuable assistance rendered by the charity to so many poor women, is greatly to be deplored. The medical board have the power to grant to any woman who passes the examination, the subjects of which are defined, a certificate as a skilled midwife, competent to attend natural labors. One midwife and 4 monthly nurses have already received certificates, and it is hoped that many more candidates will avail themselves of the opportunity thus readily afforded to them, and supply a want very generally felt among the poor of the town. Subscribers have the privilege of bestowing the tickets, and the offices are at 71 Newhall Street. Orthopedic and Spinal Hospital was founded in June 1817. The present establishment in Newhall Street being entered upon in December 1877. All kinds of bodily deformity, hernia, club feet, spinal diseases, malformations, and distortions of limbs and are treated daily, at 2 o'clock free of charge, except where instruments or costly supports are needed, when the patient must be provided with subscribers' tickets in proportion to the cost thereof. In 1881 and 1882, 4,116 cases received attention, 2,064 being new cases, and 678 from outside Birmingham. The variety of diseases was very numerous, and instruments to the value of £420 were supplied to the patients. Skin and Lock Hospital, Newhall Street, was founded in 1880 and opened Jan. 10, 1881. Admission on payment of registration fee, attendance being given at 2 o'clock on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday in each week. Smallpox Hospital a few years back, when there was a pretty general epidemic of smallpox, a temporary ward or addition was attached to the workhouse, but many persons whose intelligence led them to know the value of isolation in such cases could not cotton to the idea of going themselves or sending their friends there. The buildings in Weston Road, Winson Green, and now known as the Borough Hospital, have no connection whatever with the workhouse, and were opened for the reception of persons suffering from smallpox and scarlet fever in Nov. 1874. The latter cases are now taken to the hospital in Lodge Road, so that present accommodation can be found in the Borough Hospital for nearly 250 patients at a time, should it ever be necessary to do so. Persons knowing of any case of smallpox should at once give notice to the officers of health at Council House. Hotels. This French-derived name for inns, from what Hutton says on the subject, would appear to have been only introduced in his day, and even then was confined to the large coaching houses of the town, many of which have long since vanished. The first railway hotel was the Queen's, at the entrance of the old railway station, Dudeston Row, though originally built and used for officers for the company's secretaries, directors' boardroom, and as part of the new street station. A far more pretentious establishment was erected, and to this was given the title of the Queen's Hotel, the Dudeston Row building reverting to its original use. The Great Western Hotel was the next to be built, and the success attending these large undertakings have led to the erection of the handsome Midland Hotel, opposite New Street Station, and the still grander Grand Hotel, in Calmore Row, opened Feb. 1, 1879. The removal of the county court to Corporation Street, and the possible future erection of assize courts near at hand, have induced some speculators to embark in the erection of yet another extensive establishment, to be called the Inns of Court Hotel. And in due course of time, we shall doubtless have others of a similar character. At any of the above, a visitor to the town, with money in his purse, can find first-class accommodation, and, in comparison with the London hotels of a like kind, at reasonably fair rates. After these come a second grade, more suitable for commercial gentlemen or families whose stay is longer, such as the New Stork Hotel, the Albion in Livery Street, Bullivant's in Cars Lane, the Acorn, the Temperance at the Colonnade, and the Clarendon in Temple Street, Dingley's in Moore Street, Knapp's in High Street, Knox in Union Passage, the Plough and Harrow in Hagley Road, the Swan in New Street, the White Horse in Congreve Street, opposite Walter Showell and Sons' head offices, the Woolpack. In Moore Street, and the other Woolpack, now called St. Martin's, at the back of the church. For much entertaining information respecting the old taverns of Birmingham, the hotels of former days, we recommend the reader to procure a copy of S.D.R.'s little book on the subject, which is full of anecdotes respecting the frequenters of the then houses, as well as many quaint notes of the past. The Acorn in Temple Street, the favorite resort of the men of the time, a few score years ago was at one period so little surrounded with houses that anyone standing at its door could view a landscape stretching for miles, while listening to the songbirds in the neighboring gardens. It dates from about 1750 and numbers among its successive landlords Mr. John Roderick, the first auctioneer of that well-known name, Mr. James Clements, and Mr. Coleman, all men of mark. The last-named host, after making many improvements in the premises and renewing the lease, disposed of the hotel to a limited liability company for £15,500. It is at present one of the best frequented commercial houses in the town. The Hen and Chickens Inn Heiress's Gazette of December 14, 1741, there appeared an advertisement that there was to be let in the High Street, Birmingham, a very good accustomed inn, the sign of the Hen and Chickens, with stables, and see, inasmuch as this advertisement also said, there is a very good bowling green joining to it. It has been quoted by almost every writer of local history as an evidence of the popularity of those places of recreation, or as showing the open aspect of the then existing town. This establishment is believed to have been on the site of Messrs. Manton's Cabinet Warehouse, the adjoining Scotland Passage leading to the stables, and possibly to the Bowling Green. In 1798, the tenant, Mrs. Lloyd, removed to a new house in New Street and took the Hen and Chickens title with her, the place becoming famous as a posting house, and afterwards, under Mr. William Waddell, as one of the most extensive coaching establishments in the Midlands. A mere list only of the Serene Highnesses, the royalties, nobility, and celebrated characters of all kinds who have put up at this hotel would fill pages, and those anxious for such old-time gossip must refer to S.D.R.'s book as before mentioned. At the close of 1878, the premises were acquired by the Birmingham Aquarium Co., Limited, who proposed to erect a handsome concert room, aquarium, restaurant, and see the old building has been considerably altered and somewhat improved in appearance, but the aquarium and concert room are, as yet, non-est, an arcade being built instead. The Midland, New Street one of the modern style of hotels, having over 100 good bedrooms, besides the necessary complement of public and private sitting and dining rooms, coffee, commercial, smoking, and billiard rooms, and C, erected for Mr. W. J. Clements in 1874. It was sold early in 1876 to a limited company, whose capital was fixed at 40,000 in £10 shares. The Royal, in Temple Row, was erected on the tontine principle in 1772, but was not called more than the Hotel, for a long time afterwards the word Royal being added in 1805, after His Royal Highness, the Duke of Gloucester, slept there May 4 on his way to Liverpool. In 1830 the Duchess of Kent and Princess Victoria, our present Queen, honored it by their presence. In June 1804, the Assembly Room, for very many years the most popular place for meetings of a social character, was enlarged, the proprietors purchasing a small piece of adjoining land for the purpose at a cost of £250, being at the rate of £26,000 per acre, a noteworthy fact as showing the then rapidly increasing value of property in the town. The portico in front of the hotel was put there in 1837, when the building had to be repaired, in consequence of the kind attentions of the Birmingham Liberals at the time of the general election, then just passed. The whole of the front and main portion of the hotel is now used for the purposes of the Eye Hospital, the Assembly Rooms, and C, being still Public Portugal House, in New Street, on the present site of the colonnade, prior to its being taken for the excise and post offices, was used for hotel purposes and was also called the Royal. The Stork the Directory of 1800 is the first which contains the name of the Stork Tavern. Number 3, the Square, the host then being Mr. John Bingham, the title of hotel not being assumed until 1808. For a few years the one house was sufficient for the accommodation required, but as time progressed it became necessary to enlarge it, and this was accomplished by taking in the adjoining houses, until at last the hotel occupied 1/4 of the square, from the corner of the Minories to the lower priory, in which were situated the stables, and see it was in one of the houses so annexed to the hotel, number 1, that Dr. Hector, the friend of Dr. Johnson, resided. And at the rear of another part of the premises in the coach-yard, there was opened, in 1833, the Equitable Labor Exchange. The whole of the hotel buildings were sold by auction, sept. 26, 1881, and quickly razed to the ground, which was required for Corporation Street. But the stork, like the fabulous phoenix, has risen from its ashes, and in close proximity to the old site, stands boldly forth as one of the magnificences of that is to be most magnificent thoroughfare. The Union, in Cherry Street, was built in 1790, but much enlarged in 1825. It was one of the principal coaching houses, but will be remembered mostly as furnishing the chief saleroom in the town for the disposal of landed property. The site being required for Corporation Street, the building was knocked down on the 21st April, 1879. The Woolpack in Moore Street saw many strange events, and had in its olden days undergone some few changes, for there are not many sites in Birmingham that can compare with this in regard to its recorded history. But at last it is being cleared to make way for a more modern structure. It is believed there was a tavern called the Green Tree here close upon 500 years ago, and even now there is still to be traced the course of an ancient ditch running through the premises, which was described as the boundary dividing certain properties in 1340, and forming part of that belonging to the Guild of the Holy Cross. The house itself was the residence of William Lench, whose bequests to the town are historical, but when it was turned into a tavern is a little uncertain, as the earliest notice of it as such is dated 1709, when John Fuser was the occupier. It was the house of resort for many Birmingham worthies, especially those connected with the law, even before the erection of the public offices, and it is said that John Baskerville used to come here for his tankard of ale and a gossip with his neighbors. In the time of the Reform agitation, it was frequented by the leaders of the Liberal Party, and has always been the favorite shelter of artists visiting the town. The Woolpack, in St. Martin's Lane some 80-odd years ago, the tavern standing at the corner of Jamaica Row, and St. Martin's Lane was known as the Black Boy Inn, from the figure of a young Negro then placed over the door. Being purchased in 1817 by the occupier of a neighboring tavern called the Woolpack, the two names were united, and for a time the house was called the Black Boy and Woolpack, the first part being gradually allowed to fall into disuse. Prior to its demolition, it was the noted market hostelry for cattle dealers and others. The respected landlord, Mr. John Gough, who held the premises from 1848 till his death in 1877, being himself a large wholesale dealer. When the town council decided to enlarge and cover in the Smithfield market, the old house and its adjuncts were purchased by them, and a new hotel of almost palatial character has been erected in its place, the frontage extending nearly the entire length of St. Martin's Lane, and the Black Boy and the Woolpack must in future be called St. Martin's Hotel. Hothouses those at Frogmore, comprising a range of nearly 1,000 feet of metallic forcing houses, were erected in 1842-3 by Mr. Thomas Clark, of this town, his manager, Mr. John Jones, being described by the celebrated Mr. London as the best hothouse builder in Britain. House and window taxes. Howard Street Institute founded in 1869. The first annual meeting for the distribution of prizes was held in December 1872. The many sources for acquiring knowledge now provided at such institutions as the Midland Institute, the Mason College, and C, have no doubt tended much to the end. But considering the amount of good derived by the pupils from the many classes held in the Howard Street rooms, it is a pity the institute should be allowed to drop. Humbug the Prince of Humbugs, Phineas Barnum, at the Town Hall, February 28, 1859, gave his views of what constituted humbug, as if the Brums didn't know. Humiliation Days February 25, 1807, was kept here as a day of fasting and humiliation, as was also September 25, 1832. Hundred, Birmingham is in the hundred of Hemlingford. Hungary. The first meeting in this town to express sympathy with the Hungarians in their struggle with Austria was held in the Corn Exchange, May 23, 1849, and several speakers were in favor of sending armed help, but no volunteers came forward. Hunter's Lane and Nursery Terrace take their names from the fact that Mr. Hunter's nursery grounds and gardens were here situated. The lane was the old road to Wolverhampton, but has a much older history than that, as it is believed to have been part of the Eichnild Street. Hurricanes the late Mr. Those. Plant, in describing the great storm, which visited England on the night of Sunday, 6th January, 1839, and lasted all next day, said it was the most tremendous hurricane that had occurred here for 50 years. A large quantity of lead was stripped off the roof of the town hall, the driving force of the gale being so strong that the lead was carried a distance of more than 60 yards before it fell into a warehouse. At the back of an ironmonger's shop in Ann Streetsea, storms and tempests. Hurst Street from Hurst Hill, once a wooded mount, the same being the derivation of Ravenhurst Street, was originally but a passage-way leading under an arch at the side of the White Swan in Smallbrook Street, now Day's establishment. Up the passage was a knacker's yard, a shop for the dyeing of felt hats, and a few cottages. Icknield Street, Britain, was formerly traversed by 4 great roads, usually called Roman roads, though there are some grounds for believing that the ancient Britons themselves were the pioneers in making these trackways, their conquerors only improving the roads as was their wont, and erecting military stations along the line. These roads were severally called Watling Street, which ran from the coast of Kent through London to the Welsh coast in County Cardigan, the Fosse, leading from Cornwall to Lincoln, Ermine Street, running from St. David's to Southampton, and Icknield Street, leading through the centre of England from St. David's to Tynemouth. Part of the latter road, known as Icknield Street, is now our Monument Lane, and in 1865 a portion of ancient road was uncovered near Chad Valley House, which is believed to have been also part thereof. Proceeding in almost a direct line to the bottom of Hockley Hill, the Icknield Street ran across Handsworth Parish, by way of the present Hunter's Lane, but little further trace can be found now until it touches Sutton Coldfield Park, through which it passes for nearly a mile and a half at an almost uniform width of about 60 feet. It is left for our future local antiquarians to institute a search along the track in the park. But as in scores of other spots, Roman and British remains have been found, it seems probable that an effort of the kind suggested would meet its reward, and perhaps lead to the discovery of some valuable relics of our long-gone predecessors. Illuminations when the news of Admiral Rodney's victory was received here. May 20, 1792, it was welcomed by a general illumination, as were almost all the great victories during the Long War. The Peace of Amiens in 1802 was also celebrated in this way, and the event has become historical from the fact that for the first time in the world's history, the inflammable gas obtained from coal, now one of the commonest necessities of our advanced civilization, was used for the purpose of a public illumination at Soho Works. C. Gas. In 1813, the town went into shining ecstasies 4 or 5 times, and ditto in the following year, the chief events giving rise thereto being the entry of the Allies into Paris, and the declaration of peace, the latter being celebrated, in addition to 2 nights lighting up of the principal buildings and C. by an extra grand show of thousands of lamps at Soho, with the accompaniment of fireworks and fire balloons, the roasting of sheep and oxen, and see Waterloo was the next occasion. But local chroniclers of the news of the day gave but scant note thereof. From time to time, there have been illuminations for several more peaceable matters of rejoicing, but the grandest display that Birmingham has ever witnessed was that to celebrate the marriage of the Prince of Wales, March 10, 1863, when St. Philip's Church was illuminated on a scale so colossal as to exceed anything of the kind that had previously been attempted in the illumination by gas of public buildings upon their architectural lines. Situated in the center, and upon the most elevated ground in Birmingham, St. Philip's measures upwards of 170 ft. From the base to the summit of the cross. The design for the illumination furnished by Mr. Peter Hollins consisted of gas tubing, running parallel to the principal lines of architecture from the base to the summit, pierced at distances of 3 in, or 5 in, and fitted with bat-swing burners. About 10,000 of these burners were used in the illumination. The service pipes employed varied in diameter from 3 inches to 3/4 of an inch, and measured in a straight line about 3/4 of a mile, being united by more than 2,000 sockets. Separate mains conducted the gas to the western elevation, the tower, the dome, the cupola, and cross, the latter standing 8 ft. above the ordinary cross of the church, and being enclosed in a frame of ruby-colored glass. These mains were connected with a 10-inch main from a heavily weighed gasometer at the Windsor Street Works of the Birmingham Gas Company, which was reserved for the sole use of the illumination. It took 40 men 3 days to put up the scaffolding, but the whole work was finished and the scaffolding removed in a week. It was estimated that the consumption of gas during the period of illumination reached very nearly 750,000 cubic feet, and the entire expense of the illumination, including the gas fittings, was somewhat over £600. The illumination was seen for miles round in every direction. From the top of Bar Beacon, about 8 miles distant, a singular effect was produced by means of a fog cloud which hung over the town, and concealed the dome and tower from view. A blood-red cross appearing to shine in the heavens and rest upon Birmingham. As the traveler approached the town on that side, the opacity of the fog gradually diminished until, when about 3 miles away, the broad lines of light which span the dome appeared in sight, and, magnified by the thin vapor through which they were refracted, gave the idea of some gigantic monster clawing the heavens with his fiery paws. All the avenues to the church and the surrounding streets were crowded with masses of human heads, in the midst of which stood a glittering fairy palace. The effect was heightened by colored fires, which, under the superintendence of Mr. C. L. Harman, were introduced at intervals in burning censers, wreathing their clouds of incense among the urns upon the parapet in the gallery of the tower, and shedding upon the windows of the church the rich tints of a peaceful southern sky at sunset. The several gateways were wreathed in evergreens, amongst which nestled festoons of variegated lamps. So great was the sensation produced throughout the town and surrounding districts, and such the disappointment of those who had not seen it, that the committee, at a great expense, consented to illumine for 1 night more, which was done on the 13th. The last general illumination was on the occasion of the visit of Prince and Princess of Wales, Nov. 3, 1874. Improvement Scheme C. Town Improvements. Income tax. This impost was first levied in 1798, when those who had 4 children were allowed an abatement of 10%. 8 children, 15%. 10 or more, 20%. At the close of the Peninsular Campaign, this tax was done away with, it being looked upon, even in those heavily Baedex times, as about the most oppressive duty ever imposed by an arbitrary government on loyal and willing citizens. When the tax was revived, in 1842, there was a considerable outcry, though if fairly levied it would seem to be about the most just and equitable mode of raising revenue that can be devised, notwithstanding its somewhat inquisitorial accompaniments. The act was only for 3 years, but it was triennially renewed until 1851, since when it has become a yearly tenant, though at varying rates, the tax being as high as one's 4d. in the pound in 1855, and only 2d. in 1874. A parliamentary return issued in 1866 gave the assessment of Birmingham to the income tax at £1,394,161. In 1874, it was estimated at £1,792,700. The present assessment is considerably over the 2 millions, but the peculiar reticence generally connected with all governmental offices prevents us giving the exact figures. Indian famine. The total amount subscribed here towards the Fund for the Relief of Sufferers by Famine in India in 1877 was £7,922.13. 2d. India rubber in 1770 was sold at 3s per cubic half-inch and was only used to remove pencil marks from paper. Its present uses are manifold and varied in the extreme, from the toy balloon of the infant to railway buffers and unsinkable lifeboats. Infirmaries. C. Hospitals. And C. In G, the family name of one of the large property owners of this town, after whom in G Street is so called. The last representative of the family lived to the ripe old age of 81, dying in August 1881. Though very little known in the town from whence a large portion of his income was drawn, the Reverend George N. G., rector of Thorpe, Staffordshire, was in his way a man of mark, a mighty Nimrod, who followed the hounds from the early age of 5, when he was carried on a pony in front of a groom, until a few weeks prior to his death, having hunted with the Atherstone pack Duriug the management of 16 successive masters thereof. Insane asylum. C. Lunacy. Insurance in 1782, a duty of one's 6d. was levied on all fire insurances, which was raised to 2s. In 1797 to 2s, 6d in 1804, and to 3s in 1815, remaining at that until 1865 when it was lowered to 1s, 6d, being removed altogether in 1869. Farming stock was exempted in 1833 and workmen's tools in 1860. Insurance companies, their name is legion, their agents are a multitude, and a list of their officers would fill a book. You can insure your own life, or your wife's, or your children's, or anybody else's, in whose existence you may have a beneficial interest, and there are 100 officers ready to receive the premiums. If you are journeying, the Railway Passengers Accident Co. will be glad to guarantee your family a solatium in case you and your train come to grief. And though it is not more than 1 in 500,000 that meets with an accident on the line, the penny for a ticket, when at the booking office, will be well expended. Do you employ clerks? There are several guarantee societies who will secure you against loss by defalcation. Shopkeepers and others will do well to insure their glass against breakage, and all and everyone should pay into a general accident association, for broken limbs, like broken glass, cannot be foreseen or prevented. It is not likely that any of will be drawn for a militiaman in these piping times of peace, but that the system of insurance was applied here in the last century against the chances of being drawn in the ballot, is evidenced by the following carefully preserved and curious receipt. Received of Matthew Bolton, tagmaker, Snow Hill, 3 shillings and 6pence, for which sum I solemnly engage, if he should be chosen by lot to serve in the militia for this parish, at the first meeting for that purpose, to procure a substitute that shall be approved of. Henry Brooks, Surged. Birmingham, Jan. 11, 1762. The local manufacture of insurance societies has not been on a large scale, almost the only ones being the Birmingham Workmen's Mutual, the British Workmen, and the Wesleyan and General. The late Act of Parliament, by which in certain cases employers are pecuniarily liable for accidents to their workpeople, has brought into existence several new associations, prominent among which is the Comprehensive Employers' Liability and Workpeople's Provident and Accident Insurance Society, Limited, whose offices are at 33 Newhall Street. Interesting odds and ends. A fair was held here on Good Friday, 1793. A fight of lion with dogs took place at Warwick, September 4, 1824. The Orson bombs used in Paris, January 15, 1858, were made here. In 1771, meetings of the inhabitants were called by the tolling of a bell. A large assembly of radicals visited Christ Church, November 21, 1819, but not for prayer. A flying railway, the centrifugal, was exhibited at the Circus in Bradford Street, October 31, 1842. The doors of Moore Street Prison were thrown open, September 3, 1842, there not being then one person in confinement. March 2, 1877, a bull got loose in New Street Station and ran through the tunnel to Banbury Street, where he leaped over the parapet and was made into beef. William Godfrey, who died in Ruston Street, October 27, 1863, was a native of this town, who, enlisting at 18, was sent out to China, where he accumulated a fortune of more than £1,000,000. So said the Birmingham Journal, November 7, 1863. The de Birminghams had no blankets before the 14th century, when they were brought from Bristol. None but the very rich wore stockings prior to the year 1589, and many of them had their legs covered with bands of cloth. A petition was presented to the Prince of Wales, June 26, 1791, asking his patronage and support for the starving buckle makers of Birmingham. He ordered his suite to wear buckles on their shoes, but the laces soon whipped them out of market. One Friday evening in July, 1750, a woman who had laid informations against 150 persons she had caught retailing spirituous liquors without licenses was seized by a mob who doused, ducked, and dobed her, and then shoved her in the dungeon. At a parish meeting, May 17, 1726, it was decided to put up an organ in St. Martin's at a cost of £300 and upwards. At a general meeting of the inhabitants, April 3, 1727, it was ordered that a bell be cast for St. Philip's, to be done with all expedition. In 1789, it was proposed that the inmates of the workhouse should be employed at making worsted and thread. Our fathers often tried their inventive faculties in the way of finding work for the inmates. A few years later, it was proposed, August 26, to lighten the rates by erecting a steam mill for grinding corn. On the retirement of Mr. William Lucy in 1850 from the mayoralty, the usual vote of thanks was passed, but with one dissentient. Mr. Henry Hawks was chosen coroner July 6, 1875 by 40 votes to 1. The Great Improvement Scheme was adopted by the Town Council, November 10, 1875, with but one dissentient. A certificate, dated March 23, 1683, and signed by the minister and churchwardens, was granted to Elizabeth, daughter of John and Anne Dickens, in order to obtain His Majesty's touch for the evil. The royal touch was administered to 200 persons from this neighborhood, March 17, 1714. Samuel Johnson, the doctor, being one of those whose ailments, it was believed, could be thus easily removed. Professor Holloway did not live in those days. Sir Thomas Holt, the first baronet, is traditionally reported to have slain his cook. He brought an action for libel against one William Escrick, for saying that he did strike his cook with a cleaver, so that one moiety of the head fell on one shoulder and the other on the other's shoulder. The defendant was ordered to pay £30 damages, but appealed, and successfully. The worthy lawyers of that day deciding that though Sir Thomas might have clove the cook's head, the defendant did not say he had killed the man, and hence had not libelled the baronet.